they just shouldn't have made.
Do you think maybe he ran out of time and it was randomly picked? I'm not sure, but let's see here. Luffy did play Barley exceptionally to win that first match. Let's see if Frixie here can do it with his Barley. As we can see, those mid walls already demolished by Brock.
Yeah, totally out the way. There's that one remaining wall on the side of STMN, which Barley shouldn't be able to push up into. And you can see just by the range that he lacks, they've been pushed so far into spawn, they're now considering swapping lanes, but that is also going to lose them the pressure. And there goes the left-hand side wall as well. So Frixie just does have nothing to hide behind right now, but nonetheless, they take the lead anyway.
They take the lead anyway. 3-0 here. You know what? Even with these walls down, Vanguard does not need to play so aggressively. They can play it safe. Frixie, even though he's got no walls with your Barley, you don't even have the range advantage against any of these brawlers. They're just pushing. They're just keeping stamina on their toes here.
Yeah, Gene pull in hand as well, so that stops a lot of the aggressive plays, especially if you can slot behind this right-hand side wall. Herbal Tonic comes down with some heals along the way. Great synergy between both of them, though. A shot from OG and a homemade recipe from Bobby will finish that one off, but that is a wonderful mine placement. Nonetheless, though, it swings in STMN's favor.
Yeah, goes to STMN's favor, and now this forces Vanguard to be the poser right now. They're behind by 1 star. They need to grab that 1 kill. That's all they need. They have about 30 seconds here. Stamina's got to be careful. They don't want to be pushed back into their spawn. Excellent homing gadget use by Bobby to cut that deficit.
Yeah, it's a tough position for them now because they needed to remain in the lead and force them to push into these shorter range brawlers to be able to do something. But now it's just a complete massacre as they push forward and get mowed down by the range of STMN. Good couple of connections from Luffy, but he can just retreat into his teammates' hands and allow them to help him. 7 seconds on the clock. This is just not seeming like it's going to be happening. 2 players go down and STMN re-establish themselves as a solid team.
Yeah, that was a pretty comfortable win by Stamina at the end of the day. And I feel like, again, you gotta wonder what was Vanguard thinking with that Barley pick. Did not really seem to do much there.
Yeah, I mean, it might have just been like a last grasp at a brawler. They almost dodged and then they just had to spam something and get it done, because that's the only explanation for this at this point.
Right, and as we head into the second game, again, you can see OG quickly destroying those 2 layers of walls in the mid, completely making it an open field map.
Blue Star still lays on the floor, though, and that is going to be quite decisive in this match, just because they Vanguard clearly need a lead to be able to do anything at all. As soon as they lost it, it tumbled downhill. Zar has picked up his super as well, and Blue Star should go to STMN, but they're just not picking it up at the moment. They're chilling, and Bobby is absolutely mowing down this right-hand lane, picks up a takedown and gets that 3-star lead. Luffy's burning down as well, and they're just pinned into this left-hand side. Yeah,
Stamina is one of those teams that you don't want them to get going. Once they light things up, they don't look back. And as you can see right now, 3-2, great kill by Vanguard to cut that deficit by 1. They still have plenty of time, 1 minute left. They just need 1 kill to get that lead back.
Yeah, 1-star deficit's nothing to complain about, but then again, it is still a loss if you don't manage to pull this back. And if they go aggressive, they're just going to get absolutely mowed down, especially having the Barley on the Piper. 1 connection of a shot and a homemade recipe. Actually doesn't have any left, but a couple of connecting shots and it's all over for him. And then that lead just increases time and time again as the takedowns come in. But nonetheless, Vitucius has his gene pull. If they can get them pushed back and get in a position where he can use it, then that's going to be the clutch that they need in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Vanguard not in a bad position right now. Are pushing Stamina back into their spawn. 30 seconds left. Vixie doing an amazing, Frixie I should say, is doing an amazing job staying alive against these mismatches. 19 seconds now. Vetucci's got to be careful. He's at 14 at 57. 1 shot could take him down, so he's going to back up just a bit. Frixie's going to back up. Luffy's going to back up. Stamina just doing so well, keeping themselves alive. Going to trade a couple kills, and there you have it. Final kill by OG to cement it. Stamina easily taking the bounty set, I'd say.
Yeah, this time showing their worth, and once again, it's got to be the draft. It really does. I just cannot, I have no explanation in my mind as to why that would be picked. Maybe they thought it was a different map or something like that. That's the only thing I can really think of. But nonetheless, Vanguard are going to be taking a loss in this one, and STMN even things out in quite a convincing set to make it 1-1 here. So really solid plays from them, and their team play definitely showed as well. Sometimes a Brock shot hit and a homemade recipe just followed up soon.
Wow, a 17 kill star differential by Stamina here, just completely dominated here. And we just saw it right from the start, right from the get-go with that Barley pick, which was so questionable. Couldn't do much against the 3 long-range brawlers.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, their damage isn't completely terrible. They managed to get 40,000 damage on a map like Shooting Star. Yeah. That's not too bad. But when you compare it to STMNs, they've managed to cover another 15,000, and that is, the damage probably of these takedowns that they managed to get. So, that just shows how good they were at the range. Bobby's a notorious piper, and the rest of his teammates really, really solid in their brawlers as well. So you expect a long-range battle to go the way of STMN.
Yeah, for sure. You know the brawler that I had my eye on instead of Barley? Mr. P. Do you think maybe they saw Barley and like, hey, this guy looks blue. Maybe he's Mr. P. Maybe I'd pick him. Do you think that could have been it?
I mean, it's not even just that. Tick and Sprout are both still in play and are the superior throwers on this map.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe even Grum.
Well, I'm not sure about that one, but we are going to be moving on to Double Switch, which is a map that I absolutely adore in Gem Grab, so we should get these bans in any second now. And whilst that's happening, I did just want to give a quick shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the sponsor of this entire series. A big thanks to them for being able to make an event like this happen.
Yep, and as we head into the bans, Vanguard banning Crow, Janet and Eve, Stamina side, Squeak, Amber, and Sandy. Very surprised with Stamina bans right here. It's as if they expected the other team to ban the 3 most dominant brawlers on this map.
Yeah, it's rare to get a game like this where you have a 6-ban draft just because of how solid just a small percentage of brawlers are on this map. However, possibly the top 6 brawlers on this map are out of the mix. Amber, Burning Bushes, and Bo is going to be a pick that is really, really coming into his own recently, just because of a few buffs to that movement speed of the projectiles. Is just so good, and it's allowed him to really shoot into the meta.
Yeah, I love the Bo first pick. Very versatile. You can play him in either mid or as a lane here. On the other side, Vanguard taking Jean. Excellent pick. With the vision gear, you can get complete vision of all the bushes. And then Terra as their second pick. Now, Stamina here, they got to be careful. These are 2 brawlers that can make winning plays, pulls.
Yeah, they really do have that turnaround potential. I will say, Tara has fallen off of this map quite heavily, but we do have 6 complete bans, so that's probably why, it's coming back into the mix a little bit. And as you said, I do love the Jean. Real solid brawler. Even without that vision gear, the ability to scout is just amazing on this map. Lola from STMN is something that it's decent, and don't get me wrong, on the lane it can be extremely solid, but I feel like so far Vanguard's synergy of their comp and that real clutch ability might just be taking the edge from it.
Yeah, Lola overall, very solid brawler. One of the top brawlers by, ranked by most top players. And then they're going to go Spike for their other lane. So Stamina, I feel like playing it pretty safe here. They could go Lola mid. They could have Bo play a lane as well. So they do have a lot of options here. As for Vanguard, what are you going to counter their comp with? Not many options.
Yeah, it's tough to say, but it seems like STMN, as you said, going pretty safe, playing those slow plays and just playing for the control of the greater game. Whereas Vanguard have got that turnaround potential a little bit more, and they pair it with a Byron, which I would imagine will go lane and have the range advantage over any of the brawlers that's sent to it, so it will have a great advantage.
Yeah, another super versatile brawler. Can play that lane, play him as a sniper, heal when you need to, have 2 brawlers that can make, winning plays, like I said, pull plays. You can keep them alive with that heal. And then the combined conjunction with Jean and his magic puffs. I really like Vanguard's comp here.
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's been a while since I've seen that Jean-Tara pairing, but I cannot complain in the slightest. Absolutely love it. We're seeing the Bo go mid, so the Lola is going to be slotting over to that lane, playing against Luffy over there, which he will have the range advantage on, but Luffy's managing to find a route through and get some crucial shots in the early game as Tara.
Yeah, looking at his Stamina, winning that right lane thanks to Zar and his spikes. It's going to be a pretty difficult match for Frixie, especially if Zar cuts him off with his cactus gadget.
Yeah, but if he does have that injection, he can shoot straight through it, and it seems like it's burning down momentarily. And Zar does get the heal of 1,000 off it as well. Bowmine's coming down in the mid, just trying to break up a little bit that cover that Batushas does have. Well, doesn't have it anymore, but nonetheless, he rotates over to the left-hand side, starts to assist his teammate. It's a losing battle in mid if he just stays there.
Yeah, definitely. Both Luffy and Betsuchis do have their super, so this is very dangerous. Fortunate for OG. Betsuchis does miss the pull. Luffy is going to win his lane with his Terrapult, and now this is looking very dangerous for Stamina. As they've been pushed back to the brink right here, to their spawn. Looking very good for Vanguard here.
OG's being kept low as well. Ego placed down, but Luffy is going to fall also, and that's a real big swing of control, considering how good Vanguard were looking. For STMN to break out of that position and end up like this is just something that is just a complete godsend for them in that certain position. And now, if they do pick up this gem from mid, they will be taking the lead. Tara goes down once again with that range disadvantage that he has. It's going to be a difficult lane, but Frixie has just been performing so well throughout, does go down, and now that loses complete control for Vanguard.
Yeah, not looking very good here for Vanguard anymore. Luffy is quite far from getting his pullback here. Betsuchis is going to get pushed back. Stamina already with the 10 gems now. All they got to do is just play it safe. Luffy, though, trying to sneak through the left side. Zar realizes that, blocks him off with his spike gadget, and that could do it.
Yeah, doesn't look like it's going to happen to me. Heals come through, but Bobby is going to go down. Doesn't make a difference, though, as Zar remains up top and another gem was picked up anyway. That is going to be a 1-0 lead in gem grab for STMN. And honestly, I thought it was going to go the other way. When they managed to establish that control, they just looked so promising. Right,
it was all about control. It was back and forth. Vanguard, most of the game, they had that control. But once Bobby won his lane on the left against the Terra Loa, things turn around quickly. Let's see if we can see that again here. OG doing his best, trying to keep Betsuchis back and getting so much super value out of that. He should have his bow super in just a moment, and there it is.
Can't complain about those early game bow mines. Luffy having a bit of a tough time, but Betsuchis does come in, clean up his lane and assist in that way. Luffy's going to go down to the bow mine though, however. It's not going to stop Betsuchis from picking up 3 gems from mid and actually taking the lead. Almost gets connected by that bow mine as well. And over the right-hand side, Zar's going to pick it up too.
Yeah, great teamwork between OG and Bobby here. Pinching Luffy and Betsuchis behind this wall, getting so much value. But at the same time, Stamina's got to be careful. Bobby's very low, and Vanguard is getting closer to getting their supers.
Yeah, however, he is stuck on that 900 HP, and it's not going to stop there as the curveball connects, bringing him down to 600 bow mines over the left, slowing the process a little bit more too, but all the gems are just sitting in mid, really. Nothing's happened, and OG hasn't overextended to get them, as he doesn't want to feed these supers.
Yeah, not just that. Betsuchis could get his super at any moment with Gina, and you know how dangerous that can be. So I like the cautious approach by OG here. Frixie's going to drop his super, keep OG back, force him to heal. Frixie really low, but very fortunate to be alive.
Pupil now rotating to the left. Bobby's going to get caught on the wall. Lovely play from him. Luffy doesn't manage to connect it, and that's the second consecutive one that he has kind of wasted in my eyes. He used one in the first game on Bobby as well, which literally just brought him down to a tiny slither of HP, but didn't get him. And now they are quite useful low, as Betsuchis does manage to get 9 gems in the pocket, but we saw some pretty decent control in the last game and a good amount of gems, but it didn't pay out for them in the long run.
Yeah, very fortunate for Vanguard here. They just need one more gem. The next one is going to pop up next to him. He does grab it. It's a 10-7. That's a major kill by OG on the 10-7 gem roll. That's going to give Stamina enough time to spawn 2 more gems and tie it up. So Vanguard's got to be careful. They can't back up right now.
Yeah, they do get the reset once more, and that is 100% going to guarantee them these 10 gems from mid now, as it would have been pretty close and then have had to land pretty much bang on the gem to be able to pick it up in time. Luffy's going to walk into the mid, get stunned by a mine, and luckily enough for him, nobody's there to take him down along with it, but Frixie falls low with OG shooting him from the right-hand side now. And that should be a pretty easy even out for Bobby.
Yeah, back and forth here. This is going to be critical for the next team to get a kill here. If you can get a 3v2 here, it's going to be major in getting control of the mid, getting those gems, because those gems are going to back and forth spawn on your side and then the opposing side. So there you go. That's a big kill against Betsuchis. Luffy's going to be taken down by the mine. Bobby does go down by Frixie, though. That's a big play. They might be able to push him back just enough to reset the countdown.
Yeah, amazing plays from Frixie, and I was expecting him to go down, never mind bite back and get a takedown himself. Completely amazing heals, but Bobby managed to get the takedown anyway, picks up the 15th and the 16th, so no chance of a comeback from mid whatsoever now. They've secured the last one as well, and Luffy falls, so the Tara pull capability's not there. Gene pull is, though. He's trying to push up, but a shot from Zar takes him down, and that confirms STMN grabbed the second set.
Wow, all that thanks to that one mine from Bo to paralyze Betucci, take just enough gems and escape with the win here. This was a very, very close matchup.
Yeah, amazing plays from STMN. Coming through with a 1-0 loss in sets and being able to bring 2 consecutive ones back is going to be a huge momentum boost for them. You know, it puts them in a position where they are going to be, you know, possibility of a match point within this next game. So it's, you know, incredible for them to be in that kind of spot at this point.
Yeah, definitely. But from what I can see, both of these teams have been pretty evenly matched here. They've been going at it back and forth. Vanguard with 46 gems, and yet they still managed to lose this. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these stats, it's quite complicated. You know, 46 gems picked up in comparison to 30 for the team who lost, had more. And then you kind of see why, because STMN did 108,000 damage, clearly bringing down the gem carrier multiple times and flipping the game back in their favor, and only 69,000 from Vanguard, so not the biggest amount of damage for them, especially with how long the games did actually last for.
Yeah, so story here, it's not always about picking the gems up, but also securing them. That's the most important thing in gem grab. You gotta be able to secure your gems, gotta be able to stay alive.
Yeah, sometimes about sledding the opportune moment where you're not going to go down. We'll say, though, the bow mines were a massive help in getting a lot of those gems on the floor and ready to pick up for STMN, as they provided so many takedowns in crucial positions. Not only that, but they stun people as well. So it's just such a great asset to have, and that's why the bow is just such a good first pick for STMN to take.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And OG was playing it so well, getting so many supers, so many mines placed everywhere. It was hard to keep up for Vanguard.
Yeah, real tough for them, but it puts them in a position where if they lose this set now, they are going to be pushed into the lower bracket. Not out, guys. We do have a lower bracket as well. So even if they do take a loss, whichever team does, they will only be going down to the lower bracket and still have an opportunity to be able to come back through and still qualify to the challenge season.
Right, yeah. I really like the drafts here by both teams, except that bounty game, right, from Vanguard. I think minus that, they've been playing exceptionally.
Yeah, it seems pretty good for them at this point, so there's still 100% possibility of them being able to bring back 2 sets in a row and win this one out. So it's definitely not a lost game for Vanguard, but STMN are quite heavily in the lead, and the momentum seems to be building up for them as well. Puts them in a great position to finish this one out right here. Yeah,
momentum is so crucial. But Vanguard, they did defeat Stamina twice. Stamina knows that there's a lot of pressure here. They know they got to capitalize here. They got to get one more. It's all about getting that next game. It's all about the next game right now.
Yeah, definitely so. And we'll have that up momentarily as well. The draft should be starting soon. I'm sure Vanguard taking the time a little bit, trying to recollect their mental, get into a position where they can bring this back, because after a couple of losses like that, you can really get your head down. And with these really solid players, they don't want to be in that position. They know they can take down even the titans of STMN in a position like this. So they need to just recollect their mentals, possibly even have a coach, have a talk with them and get going.
Yeah, for sure. If you're Vanguard, you know you can beat them for sure. Here we go. Parallel plays is going to be the map. I love this hot zone map. 2 zones, bottom left and top right.
Yeah, great map, and it allows that kind of real good distribution of aggressive and defensive plays. You'll have different teams going for different game plans. Some collect their own zone first and then push, but some choose to take that really aggressive route and just push for the opponent's zone near enough instantly, which creates some really explosive brawls early on. Vanguard bans are in. Squeak, Bell, and Crow. STMN get rid of Janet once again, proving itself as a very solid brawler, Crow and Eve, so it will be a 5-ban game. Yeah,
for sure. With Crow, Janet, Eve, all these brawlers out of the picture here. Vanguard going with Lola as their first pick. Very solid, very safe pick, I would say.
Yeah, it's got that kind of the ability of both going aggressive with that ego and dealing some really solid damage, and also being able to scout this left-hand side bush really effectively with the spray that he can show out normally, and also with the super as well. That ability to tank with the ego and gadget as well is just so flawless in both positions on this map.
Stamina going with the Ruffs pick, another super versatile brawler. Not many counters to that, and it's going to be excellent for keeping your teammates alive, keeping them boosted, powered up. I'm kind of looking at Leon here. Leon would be pretty great pick, especially having Ruffs on your team. You don't have to worry about the other team taking Ruffs. You got some big counters than in Crow and Janet.
Yeah, I think Ruffs is a good pick to take, and they've also taken Amber out of the mix as well. I love that, because now they're going to be able to play the Ruffs with sandbags instead of having to use this this gadget that rains down meteors just because they've got the Amber against them who can pierce through so easily. So not the greatest of synergy, don't get me wrong, it's not terrible, but they've kind of taken it just to get it out of the way of Vanguard in my eyes. Yeah,
definitely. Amber is a Brawl you don't see too often in the current meta, but in the right map, she can be very deadly, especially on parallel play. She's so good at just holding an entire lane just with her super alone, being able to place her fuel puddle. I really like it.
Solid. Now the next pick is in, and it's going to be Byron. That is something I absolutely love. You've mentioned it a few times already. Probably the most versatile brawler in the game. You've got the long-range damage, long-range heals, and then the splash is just so good as well, doing exactly the same, healing and doing damage at the same time. Effective for teammates to be, supporting them, and also you can make some solid plays yourself with that splash, with the burst damage that it provides.
Yeah, and the synergy, the combo, oh my goodness. What a combo right there. Byron, Lola, and then you got Pam as well. That's very deadly. Double healers, and then of course you can also use Lola and her heal star power. Can get an additional heal right there. Very tough combo right here to overcome if you're stamina. What would you be picking here?
Honestly, I think Amber is going to do a decent job against piercing through both, the Ego and the Pam healing turret anyway to hit the brawlers that are behind them. But they are going to have to pick something that synergizes quite well with Ruffs, I feel, as well, just to, get that combination really going up in the mix. And Lou.
Wow.
I mean, it's been a while since I've seen that in competitive, and I don't think I've ever seen it on this map. It's usually Ring of Fire where it starts to make an appearance.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick, though, in my opinion. With Lou, you're going to get a lot of value, a lot of opportunities to get those shots, get your supers, and you can completely block off a whole area, whole zone with this Lou. And with the latest buffs, Hypothermia now reduces damage. He's got a gadget that can instantly freeze the enemy 50%, making it easier to chain super. So this Lou pick, I'm actually loving this pick. I love this very, off-meta comp by Stamina here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak on it. I want it to prove itself before I sing its praises, but looks like SDMN are having a bit more of an explosive start. Zar pushing down the left-hand side fairly successfully until the Petutia's pinch did come in, and then he was taken down. Ego thrown out aggressively, and Gadget popped, allowing him to establish himself in a good position.
Yeah, looking pretty good for Stamina, even though they've lost the left lane with Amber. They're doing a pretty good job holding the fort on the right side. That's what's most important, especially if you're Ruffs. You want to get those power-ups going. You want to charge your teammates up, because that's going to be the key in the long run. And as you can see, OG quickly winning that right lane matchup against Pam. That's going to be a tough matchup if you're Frixie.
Yep, and so far it's all defensive plays, and it looks like SDMN have got a slight lead, so they'll be able to start pushing a little bit earlier if they do stay on the zone. And there's no reason why they can't. No pressure from Vanguard, really. They just choose to step off and try do something elsewhere, but Lou can't really push too far up this side. Petutia's going to push up and actually keep OG low and stop his healing for a few more seconds.
Yeah, and check it out. Bobby getting his super again. He's going to be able to charge either OG or Zar here. He's going to use it to open that wall up, which is going to be pretty massive. Having no coverage for Vanguard, OG does have Lou super. There it goes. He could use that gadget to freeze the Betuchis, and he's going to miss it. Vanguard does have an opportunity now to possibly grab that top zone, thanks to Luffy keeping Frixie alive.
And Betuchis is quite close to actually being stunned by that Lou, but he does back off just in time, waiting for it to trickle down and allow him to go into a good position once more. Lou Super is going to be used. I mean, Lou Super and Lola Super are used, but kind of cancelling each other out. Frixie going to be taken down as well. And this is STMN's prime time in a good position to really make a play happen. Pinch comes through from Bobby. Zar pushes on, and even that 1% could be a massive deal breaker for Vanguard. Luffy's going to burn down to completion here, and Zar established himself. Bobby's there to create the pinch when it needs to be happening as well, and they're just in such a phenomenal position with only 50 seconds left.
Yeah, phenomenal position for sure, especially with everyone on the team powered up by Ruffs. You got 20% more damage, 20% more health. Zar's going to go down there, but there's 40 seconds left. Vanguard still has a lot to climb here to get that percentage back. Only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Zar made a real good sacrifice play there. Look how much oil is covering the map as well. Gadgets down everywhere, a couple of supers down as well, and you don't really want to moving anywhere as Vanguard unless you want to get burned up. Frixie does get burned, but has got a lot of heals in his back. Pam turret's going to be there as well. Bobby takes one tick from that, but I think it's all over. There's not enough time at this point to be able to come back. OG is going to get some shots on. Bobby finishes off, and Luffy falls down too. STMN are on match point.
And they still managed to stay alive right there, even with Vanguard throwing everything at the end. Not able to get the percentage point. Stamina gonna be able to take the first game of this parallel plays set.
Yeah, they're going to be wanting to mirror a pretty similar game. I liked what Zar was doing, pushing aggressively, and then even when he did fall in an aggressive position without getting any percentage early game, his teammates were there. They were there to just wait. Lu Super was ready. A lot of rough supers from Bobby assisted as well. Frixie's pushing aggressively. He wants some more percentage, but shut down pretty much instantly.
Yeah, in the previous games, Frixie was struggling on the right side against OG. He figured, hey, let's try a more aggressive approach. Didn't really work out very well for him there. Kind of angry, as you can see from his pins, and he's already managed to charge Bobby and get a Ruff's power-up. OG's able to completely block off that zone with his Lu. Looking really good right now for Stamina here.
Yeah, Batushi's going to throw down his super to try and tank some damage, and that does stop Bobby in his tracks. He has to back off as now the pinch comes in for Frixie too, but OG is there. He's taken a step off his home zone and decided to push with his team. Great decision to make. Lu Super goes down and say hello to that Luffy as he's now pinned completely in a corner, and they know he's there because it deals damage. He's not taking anything, so he's just going to fall, and now it starts to build up for STMN, and OG's back on the home zone too, but chooses to aggress once more as Zar establishes himself.
Yeah, OG still doing an excellent job with Lu, getting another super. We've been seeing him get so many supers with his Lu, making it easier for his teammates, making it easier for them to push them back, keep the enemy team from pushing up, as we see Vanguard trying their best to stay alive. Did manage to take out Zar, but with, you know, Luffy down, no Byron heal, you're going to have a hard time to overcome this here.
Yeah, let's not forget that they have got a lot of this offensive zone. Once OG collects this defensive one, they should have about 80%. I'd say high 70%, looking at just how much of the bar has been completed. Chushi is now trying to make the push with only 1:20 left. It needs to happen soon. Plays need to be risky, and they need to be made if they want to be able to secure this one. Frixie is having a bit of a tough time over the left to actually make any moves. Amber's going to connect and once again another super onto him and just stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, there's a 36% differential here and only a minute left. If you're Vanguard, you got to capitalize right now. Luffy's going to try to keep Frixie alive, get those heals. Betsuchi's trying his best to win that right lane. They have to make a move here. Luffy does have his super, but uses opposite to keep Frixie alive. There's a super from Patsuchis, but not going to be able to sustain it. And it's looking good. It's looking good for Stamina right now. 36%, 30 seconds. I'm going to have to call it here, Trav.
I mean, it'd be impossible not to call it. It's mathematically impossible. So STMN are going to be taking this one as Vanguard, regardless, are still making a push for the win. And it looks like STMN are going to try and shut this one down. Zar's just going to run. He doesn't care. He knows he can continue this percentage ticking up anyway. And Bobby's still alive. He gets the takedown just to rub it in their faces. They're going to go and try and get as much percentage as they can. STMN take it and move them, put themselves in only a position where one win is needed to qualify for the Challenge Series.
Yeah. There you have it, Stamina with a very off-meta comp as well. We were questioning that Lu pick, but worked out so well right there against this double healer Lola composition. Look at Bobby right here. Somehow managed to stay alive the entirety of that sequence right there.
Yeah, really solid plays from STMN overall. I loved when Lu actually did manage to get aggressive. He was a massive help as well, pinning Luffy into this corner, but he knows where his duties are, and he's already throws his super, and he retreats into a position to assist his team as well. And Bobby's always going to be there anyway. He's been doing so much work. Even before he goes down, he throws a super backwards, and it's all about team play for STMN. And, I mean, it's going to be STMN over there. 20 takedowns, 120,000 damage, and 72,000 heals. So just extremely good plays from them overall.
Yeah, a bit of a discrepancy right there, should say Stamina on the right. But as you can see, pretty dominant on their part, have everything, just more than Vanguard there in this hot zone set.
Yeah, it's just an all-round great tie-off from them. And after that first set, I was questioning their credibility in this competition, especially after losing twice against Vanguard. You've got to feel like you're in a tough position when you go down in that first set, and they looked very convincing winning it as well. But 3 consecutive sets after that go to STMN, and it just completely, it just flipped.
Right.
It
Yeah,
just
flipped the switch.
Consistent, amazing plays from STMN. The team play was on point, and that's what really matters. That's what brings the wins home.
Definitely. And let's check out the bracket here now. And we're going to be moving on to the next matchup here soon between Miners and Vatra, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one we're going to be spectating, but nonetheless, we're going to be seeing Tribe Gaming NA and STMN facing off, or maybe not seeing, as these games will be playing at the same time again. Miners versus Vatra Gaming. Miners obviously being provided their first win, as Blood Diamond could not compete today, and then West Coast being knocked down to the lower bracket as well as the other ones. But West Coast already having that bye through, as Blood Diamond aren't there.
Yeah, actually the next match we're going to be watching is Raconic Esports NA versus Vanguard. So Vanguard into that lower bracket, are they going to be able to reestablish themselves? We'll see as we head into the break here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning, stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match 1 is in the books, and Vanguard runs out of stamina, unable to defeat the Titans of the lobby, and Stamina able to get that monkey off of their back with that little bit of a rivalry there in the matchup up against Vanguard. We called it. We knew it was going to be a great way to kick off the day, and of course it was. Now taking a look back at the bracket so you guys can see how everything played out. Let's see Tribe making their way through, soon to go up against the winners in Stamina, Miners going up against Vatra, and the matchup that we will be focusing on next is going to be that lower bracket matchup of Riconic versus the team we just watched in Vanguard. Now, talking about this matchup, we just got to watch Vanguard play. We didn't get to see what happened with Riconic, but they did go up against a very strong team themselves. Mentally, how do these teams reset, Trev?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be quite hard to mentally reset after a 3-0 sweep against Tribe Gaming, but they've got to get in the minds. Tribe Gaming, they're, considered the best team in this region, and they're there for a reason, being able to 3-0 teams like this. Riconic just need to reset, know they're against, I will say, a bit of a lesser opponent than Tribe Gaming, so they know they've still got it in them, and they know they can still win.
Well, as we take a look back here at the highlights, Ash, you can walk us through some of what just happened. Yeah,
Vanguard actually played, in my opinion, they played it exceptionally. That first game that they won kind of scared me right there. Like, wow, is this a, again, are we going to see history repeat itself? Or is Vanguard going to be able to beat Stamina again? But overall, just got to keep composed. And I think Riconic has a pretty difficult matchup going in here against Vanguard, who showcased themselves to be an impeccable team.
Yeah, Vanguard are really an incredible team, and as you said, I also thought history was going to be repeating itself after that first set. The drafting seemed on point, but as soon as that second draft came in, that's where the worries started to kick in for me.
For sure. That was definitely a big scare on my part. Like Barley, I think that shocked both of us right there. But hey, if Vanguard plays it to their strengths, I think they should have this matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if they play some similar Brawl styles to what they played in that last one, they should be able to lock this one down.
All right, well, you guys clearly throwing it out there early about how you feel about this matchup. And we got to see, obviously, watch Vanguard, talk about them a little bit, but we haven't gotten a chance yet to dive into Riconic. So let's take some time to talk about them.
Yeah, Riconic Esports NA, Alyanis, Nathan, Barajasaf, and Chalky Milk. Some players that I'm not too familiar with. I'm sure Ash will know a little bit more than me, so I'll throw it over to him.
Yeah, Barajas there has been playing competitively for a very long time. As for his other teammates, Nathan, Elianis, and Chalky Milk, these guys, they can get, a name for themselves here in the competitive North American region. A team with a lot of potential. Definitely a team you want to watch out for here. As you can see, Elianis, great pull. It's a 2v3. Is he going to be able to 1v3 here? I don't think so, but hey, it's a highlight.
Yeah, clearly Kings have taken losses, maybe. That's the thing. But nonetheless, I think, as you mentioned, they might be that dark horse team,
Yeah.
They're probably the biggest underdog of this competition, and taking a 3-0 loss against Tribe Gaming really will put their heads down. But they are a dark horse. I think there's some possibility of them winning it.
Now, we did talk about this in the very first matchup, and talk about how it might potentially play into that matchup, and that's the head-to-head of the two teams already going up against each other. And Vanguard, once again, has an edge, having 1-0'd Riconic so far. Okay, they've won the one time they saw each other. Vanguard came out on top. Does that play a factor in this? I mean, you guys already feel confident. They did look really good in that matchup against Stamina. We saw those moments of greatness where we saw why they were able to take down Stamina throughout the first portion of the split. So how do we feel about that now?
I was gonna say, I think it makes a bit more of an impact when you're winning against STMN twice in a row rather than just being able to beat Riconic once. But nonetheless, I mean, they've clearly shown that they're able to beat a team like this. They're going to be coming into this confident, and I think Riconic might be the opposite, which could put them in a bit of a downer.
Well, once again, we have to see what chat thinks. Okay, there will be a poll for you guys down below in Twitch chat. You can let us know if you think Vanguard's going to be able to recover after that first match, or if it's going to be Riconic that continues to push their way through that lower bracket. It'll be interesting to see what you guys have to say. But I do agree on what we've seen so far coming out of Vanguard. So I will not be surprised if they come out of the gate hot, especially having learned from what you guys were saying. You had some questions in regards to some of the picks and bans we saw early on for Vanguard. They don't have a whole lot of time to adjust, but they've at least had a little bit of a reset. And Time to learn from Stamina and hopefully apply those fixes to their upcoming match here, Ash.
Yeah, definitely. I would say definitely a learning process right there for them. They are a pretty new team in this region. And I feel like they have so much potential, showcasing their skills against Stamina, going head-to-head against them in many of these matches. I feel like this is a team that you got to watch out for coming, making waves.
Well, perfect timing, Ash, because now we have those exact picks and bans coming through for this next matchup. So take it away, guys.
Yep, it's going to be Hot Zone on Ring of Fire kicking things off. We saw this map in a couple of the highlights, and I love it. I will say, it's tough to get that control of your opponent's bush, but once you establish it, it's pretty much all over if you're able to play well and get some solid stuff going on. Crow, Janet, and Eve bans from Vanguard. Pretty similar bans to what they've been going for throughout the last game as well. And then Crow, Ruffs, and Max, which is something a little bit different for Iconic. And I can't say that I've really seen Max played or banned too much on this map before.
Yeah. If you recall, Betucci's excellent Max player, so maybe, you know, they decide to ban Max because of that. And they're going to go with the Byron first pick, probably the most commonly first pick brawler here, just super versatile. Use him as a healer, you got a mid, especially with Crow ban, you don't have to worry about him reducing your heals.
Yeah, I like that pick. Playing in mid probably, and you know, we saw with, I think it was one of the tribe highlights, you get Byron in a good position to be able to heal aggressive teammates, and it just works so well. As we said, you know, he's very versatile, being able to heal, being able to do some damage. Squeak, however, though, is something that I love. Residue has come into the meta heavily, was nerfed, but still extremely viable, and it's paired with a bell.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're Vanguard, you've experienced this before in Hot Zone, just in the previous matchup against a healer composition. And you saw how Stamina was able to dismantle that. You know, you could use that as a learning process as Reconic. That's what they're gonna couple this Byron with to deal with a Bell and Squeak. That Squeak lane is gonna be pretty difficult to deal with, having that residue block you off. Leon, pretty staple pick on this map, but with Vanguard having that last pick, do you think that was a safe decision?
I mean, it's honestly quite good. I'm going to be quite scared if, you know, he does place that lollipop drop in a place where a few bell bounces can make a connection with it. Should be quite difficult to actually get it in a decent spot. I'm just going to come back to the Squeak. I think that residue down these 2 choke points on the lanes is going to be too much for them to overcome straight away. But they've still got this last pick. Amber is going to be the pick, and I'm not too sure about it on this map. I love it in a few other places, but I think it might just struggle just a little bit.
Yeah, and now you also have brawlers such as Rico on the table right there. That's going to be another tough brawler if Vanguard decides to take him with their last pick. It's going to be hard for Leon to sneak through those lanes. But no, having both Crow and Ruffs out of the equation here does give Leon more room to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I do love that Leon. Once you start to get some chains going down, then it can really be a solid pick. But until then, it's going to struggle. Mr. P coming in as the last selection from Vanguard. I know you love a Mr. P. You've said it might be picked a few times, but finally it has. What are your thoughts is coming against this comp that they've been paired up against?
It's a pretty questionable pick in my opinion here. Squeak against a Leon, especially when once you get Invisi heal. It's going to be hard to overcome. And then you've got Amber that can, you know, incinerate your turret placements or just burn them, right? Just use that super to go across walls. So very questionable pick in my opinion. I do love Mr. P, but I don't know about this pick against this matchup, as we see Luffy versus Chalky Milk mid to mid matchup. Hitting those initial shots is gonna be pretty important to get that initial control.
Yeah, Residue's been put in the mid as well, so he's going to be playing out the lane, but actually throw some assistance straight away to the mid. And the Amber is going to have a bit of a tough time. Squeak super game down, but didn't actually connect with anything and didn't need to at that point either. They have managed to get a lead, but at the moment, nobody's really in the mid, and a great connection from the Byron up top. Yeah,
and if you've been keeping track of Friction at the bottom left, he's very close to getting his Mr. P super. At the same time, Eliana is already able to get his invisibility. Nice shot by Luffy to scout out the Leon, and there you have it, the Mr. P Porter down. It's gonna make things a little bit easier for his teammate to reclaim control over this mid area.
by Bachushis, but does miss his super, which would have been an extremely useful connection for him to make there. Luffy getting shot by one of these Byron taps now, and that puts him in a position where he has to retreat a little bit, especially when Chalky Milk continue in this aggression and pushing through mid. Pops his gadget, but it might not be enough. Great jukes on the Mr. P shots, though, to stay alive. And then he does have this fuel over the right as well, which is going to burn down a lot of the grass and actually makes a connection on the sweep, too.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Chalky Milk and his Byron here, just weaving left and right, dodging so many shots, keeping his teammates alive. This is what makes Byron one of the most intimidating brawlers in the game. Look at that 75% to 16% lead. Vanguard, although having some control, just incapable of getting into that mid zone to get any value.
Looking like another one of those drafts, huh? And it doesn't seem to be playing out for them well either. The splash connects. Leon comes to the mid, just, you know, getting percentage by percentage, little by little. And now Vanguard playing the three-person mid, which is something they definitely need to do right now, but it looks like it's not going to matter anyway. He's going to come in, finish this one off as a few heals from Chalky Milk come in also. And Reconic take the first game.
Yeah. Like the Mr. P pick was very questionable. He did get the early super, but as you can see, just not enough to get control, to push the enemy team back. There's too much pressure by them, especially with Byron. Chalky Milk playing that Byron exceptionally, keeping his teammates alive.
Yeah, always got to have someone in the mix when you're playing that Byron, and Alyani's played it wonderfully as well. He was able to get in those aggressive positions and be in a place where those heals being received is so useful. He's coming into the mid now, though. It was a great tap by the Bell to be able to scout it out, and it also revealed the Amber's position along with it.
Yeah, I definitely liked the adjustment made by Betucci's right there to place his Squeak Resi Gadget on the lane, forcing the enemies to clump up in the mid, get more value with your Bell. And that's what we're seeing. But again, we're seeing the same story where Vanguard having a hard time getting into that mid zone. As you can see, Luffy finally making it in there. This could be big, especially Frixie having his Mr. P Porter down.
Yeah, well, he just got 1v1 by a Mr. P Porter. Not the most professional play, but he was kind of pinned in anyway. Alyani's trying to push down, and a Mr. P turret was placed. Bellmine going to be tripped, and Chalky Milk's going to fall. It is a close scoreline, and considering Vanguard have been looking on top of things, the scoreline's not reflecting it too much.
Yeah, if I'm Reconic right now, I'm still optimistic. These guys have outplayed us for a while right here. The first minute of this game, we are not behind. We still have a way to, you know, if we can get back that mid and get back control, we can definitely turn it around, especially from that first game where they were able to win at such a dominating fashion. So here it is right here. Can Chalky Milk, you know, impose himself at the mid here?
Good connection at max range of that Bell mark as well, but it looks like they're getting burned down. Near enough everybody is on fire from Vanguard, and that might be a bit of an issue, but they do have a good lead established. Barra Jusaf over the right-hand side does take down the Mr. P Porters, but another one is placed straight away to replace it. Frixie is going to go down, and Alyani's making some great aggressive plays, and even as the small amount of control that they've managed to get, the percentage is closing down so fast.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about for Vanguard. Once Reconic establishes that control at the mid area, but here tables have turned once again in favor of Vanguard. Frixie does not have his Porter down. The Barajas right there. Leonis is gonna go invisible with Leon. This is big. If he can connect right here. There's the connection. Did get one of them, but Luffy is going to be pushed back. 92 to 70. This is still looking like it could go either way here. Barajas doing his best to keep control over the mid. Goes down, unfortunately, and that should do it, as Vanguard should be able to take this one and tie this set.
Yeah, that looked a little bit too close to me, considering how much they had control they had throughout that game. Clearly just not optimizing the amount of control they managed to get, and that's why Reconic did seem to be in it a little bit more than they were. But they played it better overall as well. I like, as you mentioned, the adjustments they made with the residue played at the side, not in the mid off the start, just to make sure you're securing at least one lane. Yeah,
that was big right there. Frixie, again, making the adjustment, going to the right side. Alyan is forced to the mid thanks to Betucci's blocking off the left side. Barajas trying his best to keep him back, and this time still seeing Reconic imposing themselves at the mid. Luffy taking it the mid here, planting those nest eggs.
Yeah, and they are managing to do a real solid job of staying up, especially now he's got Invisa heal, he's got the Byron heals along with it as well. With the squeak shots, he managed to avoid them both, but the Bell Mine is the thing that catches him out. The Lollipop drop's not going to tank anything because it was a squeak shot that connected with it. And now 3 players laying mid, and it looks like it might be a big turnaround here if they can manage to pick up a couple up. Alyanis goes down, and the 2-for-1 value from Batushas there. They do get the mid back. They're 20% behind, but that's not too much. They'll get that back in 10 seconds.
Yeah, not worried about that, but still, you gotta establish that mid control here. Elian trying his best on the right side, but shut down by a Porter, not being able to make those sneaky plays, having a tough time as a Leon.
Yeah, does get taken down. The splash was available, but chose to, keep it in his hands rather than keeping the Leon up. Squeak Super comes in, double connection. Barajasav should go down, but Chalky Milk is going to get the connection onto Batushas before he falls. Leon Super is available, and he does use it. Heals up nicely. The bounce from the Bell shot connects, but no more ammo is there. And he comes in, sweeps up, takes down the Bell, and they establish control once more.
Yeah, Vanguard has been playing it exceptionally, but this is the thing against the Byron heal composition that can just, constantly stay back and keep your teammates healed and get into that zone, get so much percentage points. Vanguard still in the game here. They just got to make sure to hold this mid area, not allow Rakonic to, again, establish that mid here. There you have Chalky keeping Elianis alive. Double heal, you got Dizzy heal, and then you also have a Byron backing you up with that heal. Just too much for Vanguard to overcome there, as Rakonic is gonna take this hot zone set.
Well, we did say they were a dark horse. They do take the first set against Vanguard, and nicely so as well. Very well played overall. I like some of the picks they took. The Byron was definitely the staple of this comp. Let's not lie about that. He played so well, healing, dealing damage where he needs to, and managed to bring home the win for his team.
Yeah, check out the stats here. I thought Vanguard, in my opinion, just looking at it, we were even talking about just how well Vanguard has been on point there. But Rakonic, less kills, less damage, but more heal. They played the objective, get in that mid zone, have that Byron back you up with the heal. You got Leon and then Dizzy heal star power keeping you alive, and that survivability in that mid zone, I think, won them the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, to be honest. They just played it so well, and the stats, for once, actually don't reflect the win. Rakonic playing at the point, and that is what really matters in Brawl Stars. You can get as many takedowns as you want, you can deal as much damage as you want, but if you're not standing on the point, you're not going to win.
Exactly, and this is why I was questioning that Mr. P pick as the last pick. I was like, yeah, Mr. P, pretty good for control, but how are you going to establish that mid area, right? How are you going to get control? How are you going to maintain it?
Yeah, you're really not. But nonetheless, I don't think the Mr. P pick was terrible. The Porters did their job. They did as much as they could, but the rest of the team play just really wasn't there in my eyes. And, there was just some great synergy between the team on Rakonic that Vanguard just couldn't match.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, Laffy was hitting those shots with his Bell. It was just not enough. It was just too much to overcome on that end. And as we head into the second set, Crystal Arcade, one of my favorite gem grab maps. You got 3 lanes to work on. What are your thoughts on that?
I hate the map, to be honest with you. I'm going to straight out tell you. You might love it. I absolutely despise it. Too spawn trappy, in my opinion, but that can be a tactic that teams use. You get the aggression to start with and get control. It's going to be tough for the opposing team to push you out. We've got Janet, Eve, and Crow bands coming in from Vanguard, and Rakonic are going to push in the Ruffs, Spike, and Max. Max is out the way again, which is obviously, as you explained, a good ban by the way Batushas is playing it.
Yeah, Batushas playing Max so well, was able to win that matchup against Stamina, if you recall, in that Brawl match. So not a surprising ban there. They're going to go 8-bit with the first pick. That is, I don't know, I feel like quite a surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of my top picks on this map. If there was 6 bans, maybe actually there is 6 bans. That's probably why it has come in. I feel it's solid. You've got the teleportability cheat cartridge to get out the way once you picked up some gems, and it's a great, as it is, it's a bit of a cheat code. Being able to get out the mix, get some gems, come back. But I like what they're picking more on the side of Vanguard. M's brilliant lane, you've got the knockback, you've got some good damage as well. And once you get the super, you can really scout out your side of the map. Bell is going to be able to bounce shots off the turret onto 8-bit. You can't complain, and it's pretty self-explanatory why it's picked. Yeah,
8-bit, pretty slow brawler. You're going to be able to get those hits pretty easily with Bell and have those shots bounce off. So Rakonic here, how are they going to counter? Stu, great pick against M's on the lane. I like that pick. And then, of course, you're going to need another great lane to combine your 8-bit and Stu with. You can opt with Stu's speed gadget, combine with your 8-bit, get some additional speed, maybe, you know, be able to dodge some of those bell shots.
Yeah, I feel like the 8-bit's going to require his super because it's too easy to take down one of these Stu gadgets, and that's going to be one of the main issues of this comp. However, though, Leon is going to be the last pick. I don't like it, I don't dislike it, I think it's pretty decent. If you can get some invises, it's going to be quite good, but as I mentioned, if you lose the lanes early on, it's really tough to come back from. We're going to flip back over to Vanguard for the last pick, and I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Sandy in here slot in with those invisibilities available, but I'm not really sure what they can pick because I feel like they've got a superior comp even with 2 brawlers. They could really slot something decent in it.
Yeah, Sandy definitely comes to mind. With Leon, right? That's kind of, yeah, there you go. Sandy, you have to kind of, especially with Crow out of the picture, Ruffs out of the picture, Spike. You don't really have many options to counter Leon safely.
Yeah, I do like the Sandy. You got Sweet Dreams. Get him, you know, just completely stunned and allow your teammates to come in and assist you with the takedown if you don't have enough ammo slots for it. I think they've got 2 superior lanes there. If they can take control very early, it's really, really difficult to get it back off both Ems and Sandy without feeding them.
Yeah, definitely. Root Sands is going to be huge in this game, preventing Leon from making those invisibility plays. But here we go. Luffy taking the mid with his Bell already gonna try to help the left lane, but no, it's gonna be tough with that lollipop gadget placed down.
Well, that was a questionable gadget. I'm not gonna make any more comments than that on it, Batushes, but you've managed to get your side nonetheless, so I can't complain. Luffy's managed to pick up the first 2 gems, but the next 2 have been on Chalky Milk's side, or not the next 2, should I say. 2 are pretty much just laying there. Aliani's got the other side on lockdown, Batushi's got the left on lockdown, so it's a bit of a 50-50 game at the moment, especially with those gems sitting on the floor. Barazav's just gonna go and pick them up.
Yeah, difficult matchup for Frixie on the right side. Having a hard time against Stu. Stu has all the range in the world against him. Uses the Sweet Dreams. The stun gets so much value and gets to place down his Sandstorm, which is obviously has Root Sands with it to deal damage and scout the enemies.
Yeah, big assets to the team. I will say, you know, not used at the best time. 2 of the brawlers were down. Could have been used, I think, a bit more effectively, just holding on to it and waiting for their opponents to come back up because that delays another 10 seconds. But nonetheless, they've got 8 gems in hand, make it 7 as Aliani's does pick up the right-hand side. Chalky Milk does not have a turret down yet, and that means he is going to fall. No cheat cartridge out of there this time. Aliani's trying to take over his position as the gem carrier, but Barazav's going to go down, and there, the countdown, they only need 1 more gem.
Yeah, not looking very good for Reconic here, as Vanguard can just pick up 1 more. Elianis knows that, decides to make an aggressive play, a last hope play, but unable to do so. And there's only 13 seconds left here. Clock's, dwindling down. I don't think Reconic can make a last. Nope, they're not going to be able to do so here, as Vanguard is going to take this one pretty easily here.
Yeah, by Batushes and Barasav both having 2 gems, they had a bit of a buffer zone as well.
Yeah.
If one of them went down, it wouldn't have mattered. The countdown would have remained. So I like the way they picked up a couple of gems, split them between the 2, especially because the gem carrier only sound 8, Luffy only sound 8. So I liked what they did there. They're going to try and establish control a little bit better of the right-hand side, but we are seeing a bit of a swap. Barasav's going to push over to the right, and Frixie is going to be paired up against him, which it looks to be going better.
Yeah, and Frixie again overcoming that matchup on the right side against the Leon. That damage gear dealt so much to that Leon. Just took him out of the picture immediately. On the left side, Betucci's kind of struggling now against Elianis. Chalky Milk making his way back, trying to help his teammate, unable to do so as Betucci's wins that lane, but is going to be shortly taken out by Chalky, who's going to get triggered by one of Bell's mine.
Well, I mean, I think we've kind of seen why 8-bit might have been a bit of a questionable pick so far. He's had 1 turret, I think, in the entire game, but it was taken out near enough instantly. So it's looking quite good for Vanguard once again. 5 gems in hand. There are 2 on the opponent's side, but they're not in a position to be able to pick it up. And we're going to see the Leon invising down the right-hand side is scouted out, and he's going to fall as well. The countdown's going to start in 1 gem, and this has just all been Vanguard.
Yeah, some really great shots by Luffy here, which, you can't really question against an 8-bit. It's pretty easy to hit those shots when you can't really move very well, and you also got a target on your back for most of the game. They're going to be able to reset the countdown, but still, I don't think Reconic can make this last miracle play to get this back. Leon does go invisible. He's gonna get step on another Bell Mine, and oh wow, Chucky's gonna be able to reset it again. They're still in play, but right now Leon does not have his super anymore, so it's only gonna get tougher.
Yeah, it's reset after reset at this point, and I mean, they're going to have to deal with it soon enough, or just lose the game and the set along with it. Frixie's going to get the takedown. Alyanis can't do anything with this amount of HP.
Yeah.
He falls down 2. And Vanguard are going to take it after a bit of a stressful few resets. They weren't able to get the gems out and stop those countdowns from resetting over and over.
Yeah, much better match right here for Vanguard. They're going to be able to tie the series 1-1 here. Luffy having a great time with his Bell, helping his teammates pinch on the left and right side whenever they need to. And against the 8-bit mid matchup, very comfortable being able to shoot at him, removing that turret. As you can see, Vanguard just in control over this game. 30 gems in the bag, a lot more damage, almost 30,000 more compared to Raconic.
They were looking good. That's all that can be said, really, especially with the amount of gems they've been able to pick up across the 2 games. They didn't drop many either. Only 5 dropped across the entire two games. So that is something that you can't complain about, and you need that solid gem carrier who's not going to drop 17.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Raconic, with that 8-bit. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of all down to the mids to survive, especially when you got the pressure of a Leon invisibility being somewhere. But then again, his lanes did help him out, exceptionally to stop that.
Yeah, definitely going to be a learning process for Raconic there, picking 8-bit first pick. Very dangerous when you still have a brawler like Bell on the table.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was kind of questioning the 8-bit. I didn't mind it at the start, but not as a first pick, I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
If you take 8-bit, you're inviting a Bell, and you're inviting an Ems to come and absolutely just destroy you throughout the entire game, and that's exactly what they did. They can't be putting themselves in a position like that straight away, always, a team like Vanguard, who lost the first set, are going to take advantage of these lifelines that are being handed out. Otherwise, they deserve to lose.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Heading to the third set now. Still 1-1 out of these teams. Both teams looking good. It's just, you gotta clear up those drafts, not make those critical errors, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's all about the drafts at the moment. We've seen it time and time again throughout the last game as well. The drafts make the biggest amount of difference. Pinhole Punt is the map, and it's Brawl Ball. And this time, I don't hate it. I love a bit of Pinhole Punt. I like the brawlers that are going to be played. You're probably going to see a couple of Crow bans again, which is, a bit of a common trend in North America, apparently.
Yeah, Crow, Janet, Eve. These are brawlers, the conventional bans. Most likely to see. I'm probably going to see Raconic banning Max again, right? Knowing what Betsuchis is capable of. But no Max banned this time. On Vanguard's side, we got Ash being banned, Squeak, Byron. So overall, both teams, pretty standard bans, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Ash ban. It's Brawl Ball. You've got to be cautious of it. Squeak, Byron, get them out of the mix. Really, really solid brawlers on this map as well. Eve, we haven't actually seen being played today, and did have a sizable range nerf in one of the recent patches. It hit her a little bit, but she's just got too much kit. She's too versatile to be left in play. Crow is banned out of the way by Raconic, and Janet as well, as we did mention. Max going to be the first pick, and if you don't ban it, they're going to take it.
Yeah, we saw that one coming miles away. No ban on the Max, Hey, Betsuchis and his Max. That's what they did to beat Stamina in that Brawl Ball set. So are we going to see that again here? Let's see what Raconic has in store. They do have options such as Ruffs, great brawler to power your team up, very versatile on the lanes. Leon, okay, Leon. Raconic does love their Leon.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it didn't really pay out for them too much in the last one, but in the first one it did. So, they're bringing it back once more and hoping that they'll flip the script again and be able to take this third set. But honestly, I don't know how much I love it as a first pick. I don't dislike it. I like Lola a lot on this map. I've seen it happen time and time again in EU where it just completely dominates and you can make some really solid plays with the super.
Yeah, Lola on Pinhole Punt. Deadly. Very open map. Get so much value here. Leon on the lane. It's going to be a little risky, especially now that you have brawlers such as Ruffs, Terra, who even go spawners, such as Pam, maybe even versatile brawlers. So Vanguard definitely has a lot of options right now.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they're going to pick something that pairs with Max.
Yeah,
there you go. It's going to be the Sandy.
Yeah.
If it works for them, why would you change it? And there you go. You mentioned it. The Ruffs comes in, and I love this comp, I will say. They're going to have to be quite explosive, otherwise it could be quite difficult when it gets to that late game if they don't have max speeds. But the synergy in that comp is just flawless.
Yeah, synergy is excellent. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Leon. You know, you got a Sandy, you gotta worry about the Sandstorm, you got Ruffs empowering your team with those boosts, you got Sandbags to secure yourselves. Ems as the last pick here, pretty decent pick actually. Pairs off well against the Sandy lane, pretty good against Ruffs, can destroy those bags if needed. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I think the Ems is just surely got to be put against one of these either Sandy or Ruffs. You know, ability to penetrate the bags is just so useful, and sometimes even forces him to take another gadget. That other Meteor gadget, it's not the most viable, but sometimes it is forced into play when you're paired against, you know, Ambers, Bells, and stuff like that, and Ems is too.
Yeah, here we go. That lollipop drop giving them concealment of their positions. Barajas being able to sneak in. Can he get a quick? He does get a quick kill on Betucci's already in great position to get a quick goal in just 17 seconds.
Well, I might have overestimated Vanguard's comp. Maybe they're just playing bad, I don't know. Super comes in from Luffy and he gets a nice connection with that Sweet Dreams from the Sandy there, but Alyanis does have his super. He goes thrown into the mid, and Barajas does come down this right-hand side, clean up, and Chalky Milk's gone.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be game. They've let him go. 2 people get taken down, and he is going to take advantage of that.
Wow, that was one of the fastest games we've seen today. You just don't want to leave that ball there. You can't, especially with 2 of your teammates dead. Chalky Milk being able to, like, check this out. Betucci's out of the picture. Easy walk-in.
Yeah, it's questionable how he gets in that position. They're just over-aggressing, clearly just have too much faith in the speed. Into the next game, though, and it looks a little bit better. They're not completely getting dominated off the start. However, Frixie gets pinched down. Ems is incredibly low, though, so has to heal up, but he's got the lollipop drop. He's got the bush to cover him and allow him to get back into position. Yeah,
that Leon lollipop gadget at the middle area, just so much to deal with, not having, you know, any visibility. Elianis, quick pass to Chalky. That was on the mark. Great teamwork there. Gonna take a 1-0 lead again. Rakani just looking dominant in this set.
Need to make use of the Sandy Super, but here comes Alyanis. They should get him down, and they do. Just that. Sandy Super did push them back quite nicely. There is a little power up on the floor as well, stopping them from placing lollipop drops in that position. And there you go, it's a great scout onto the Leon from Betucci's there, just predicting where it'd be with that invisibility. And lollipop drops just can be pushed back further.
Yeah, Betucci is trying to hold on to that super. Can he use it to open up more walls? You know what? I'd much rather see him use those supers to empower his team up rather than break walls. I don't think priority should be put on breaking walls here against Rakonic's comp. They're gonna opt to corner it. Great decision. They're having the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I honestly don't mind the wall breaks. Once they get a goal, they can start to play for the late game. But for now,
yeah,
it seems like as the walls have started to go down, they've started to thrive more and more. Good knockback comes in. Barajas almost does survive that, but he gets a takedown and the trade along with it. Ball firmly in the corner, 45 seconds on the clock. I don't know how much I'm liking Vanguard's chances.
Yeah, that chance of winning dwindling every second here. Only 38 seconds left. They got to get that ball out of that top left corner. They got to get full control right now. Luffy's got to get his max speed. A lot of things have to go right here.
It's not looking like they're going to be either. Pretty much shut down instantly. Frixie escapes it, though, with the Sweet Dreams. Sandy Super goes down, but look how low they are. Lola can just scan that all day, but he's making moves. Luffy's got the dash as well, but knockback's there. He uses it. The ball's passed to him. Can he get off the line? They force it in. And with 12 seconds on the clock, they even things out. Thank you for mentioning that. I didn't even see Luffy making moves around the back.
Wow. Just on time, too, with just 5 seconds to overtime. Betucci has his super with Ruff. Decides to hold on to it. Barajas invisible. There we go. There's a empowerment, but Chalky, great job holding the mid. Alyanis having that super, uses it to slow them down. Good decision rather than, you know, throwing it in. And there you have it. Rakonic taking the Brawl Ball set, taking a 2-1 here. Just look at this. Calm and composed.
I mean, they're playing amazingly. You know, we doubted them off the start. We were thinking Vanguard should clean this one up pretty nicely, especially with their previous performance against STMN, but no.
Yeah.
Reconic are having none of that, and they've done exactly what they said needed to be done. Mental reset after being swept by probably the best team in the region. You expect to lose that game. And the stats, however, Vanguard have more damage, but their goals were just nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, definitely a little more heal by Reconic. You know, they were staying alive a little more, playing it safer. I think the biggest factor was that ability to just impose themselves right from the start. That lollipop gadget drop, mid-control, immediate, and just getting it. You can just see it from the first game. They won that game within less than a minute.
I mean, just great plays all around from them, to be honest. I mean, you know, you see these kind of the damage and amount of healing in Brawl Ball. You expect there to be a small amount of healing just because of how fast-paced this game mode is, but Reconic managed to squeeze quite a lot as they were just waiting. They secured that early goal, they played behind, they cornered the ball and just played it slow. And, you know, they weren't forced to do anything else until they managed to force that goal in. And then they were forced to do something, and they forced it and made it a win. And now only one set stands in between them and moving on.
Yeah, just one more set standing in between. Can Reconic finish it here? But you know what? Vanguard, I think they still have a shot. They're a really strong team. We've seen it time and time again. I could see this game go to a fifth set.
I would love to see it go to a fifth set, to be honest. Both teams seem fairly evenly matched at the moment. You know, I thought Vanguard had a better draft there, but apparently they didn't. Like, the synergies looked so good, but it was the Leon's just doing so good, which was actually the Brawl that I doubted as well, being as good as it was in that one. But nonetheless, we're moving on. It's 2-1 to Reconic, which is something that wasn't expected. A Dark Horse team really making a move. Hot Potato is going to be the map.
Yeah, love this map here. Conventional bans, Ruff, Steve, Rico on the Reconic side. Vanguard going with Lola, Stu, and Rico. I love the Lola ban right there, especially if Reconic has first pick. You really want to keep that brawler off the opposing team's hands.
I mean, after the previous performance as well, I think that's a definite. Yeah. Get out of the way, get rid of it, don't want to play it. I would not want to be either. Colette's going to be the first pick, which is a brawler that used to be, you know, incredible on this map. The Super's coming through mid. But I've seen it not selected as much as it used to be. It might be sliding in now that we've got a few more bans in the mix, and obviously it used to be 2, so you know, you could still have those really strong brawlers, but now a lot of them are out of the way. It's starting to come in a little bit more again. Yeah,
definitely knowing, hey, Reconic, they love their 8-bit. Colette, great pick against that. Also prevents them from picking tanks. And there you have it. Reconic going with Bell. Strong mid-brawler is going to be a good matchup against Colette. But hey, you need damage. This is Heist. You need those brawlers that can get you the damage. So what are you going to couple this Bell with?
It's a tough call, to be honest, because, you know, they need a side to do damage now. They can't have a mid who's going to deal damage like Colette could, because it's going to be Bell pretty much guaranteed, and there it is. There comes the Daryl. You said they might not have tanks, but they're going to be forcing it and trying to get those breakaway rolls when Colette's nowhere to be seen. When she's wanting to deal damage, that's when the Daryl makes his break.
Yeah. With a map like Hot Potato, you can definitely do that in the lanes, so many walls. That's the biggest challenge for Colette, the walls. She can't really break walls. So if you're Vanguard, you're thinking, hey, maybe we couple our Colette with a wall breaker. What options do you have? You got, you know, tanks such as Bull, Primo. You got, you know, brawlers. Hey, Bo, his super mines, those can open some walls up maybe. That's a pretty interesting pick though on Hot Potato. You don't really see that often.
No, I agree with that. I'm questioning it a little bit. I'd like to see how the mines are going to fare, but do we not see two kind of central brawlers being picked out from Vanguard here? They might have to force Colette over to the lane to deal with the Daryl, which, if they do, would be a pretty decent pick in the Bow. And there's another brawler you mentioned. They've got the Bull. They want to open up these walls. And also, you know, if Daryl's going to roll on a Bull, he's got a high chance of taking it down.
Yeah, definitely. I like the Bull pick. You get that wall break option. You can definitely flank in from the lanes. Barley pick, a little questionable with that pick against the Bull. Not the best matchup, but I'm thinking, hey, Barley against the Bow on his lane, against the Colette on her lane. That's going to be a great matchup right there. And not just that, overall DPS is going to be good. You got the ability to get that herbal tonic heal on your teammate to support.
I think it's a solid idea, to be honest. If they can keep it away from the Bull that, you know, can just walk up, pretty much just straight past the Barley, ignore it, and get some damage. If they can get it against the bow, they can get it to the Colette. They're going to be able to pinch mid and deal with the lane pretty much simultaneously. So it's a solid pick, I'd say. In comes the Lion Bull from Bachushis, and they're going to be playing a nice little defensive turret. It looks like he's going to be trying to get some super off it.
Yeah, matchup is going to be very important here. As you can see, Barley on the Colette side. Frixie decides, hey, you know what? I want that switch maybe. Getting pushed back very quickly. Not what Vanguard wants. Barha has already been able to get some nice residual damage onto that safe.
I mean, it's honestly quite questionable to me about how they're going to be winning this game. Luffy cleans up, but the Barley is just raining down on safe. Frixie goes up, can't even get the super off.
Wow.
Jockey Milk and Barahaz are going to deal with that, and he gets the left as well.
Yeah, those are some incredible shots by Chalky Milk. Double kill right there. And Barahaz, again, solo, 42% with his Barley. And now Daryl can just constantly just super forward. Tough position for Vanguard here.
It was a great super from Frixie, but didn't make too much work happen. Bachushis admired had a breakaway.
Right.
3 players were going for damage, and he still didn't get any. He's got his super, and he didn't use that either.
Yeah.
Frixie should clean up Alyani's at the back on the left-hand side. Gets another super too, which means 13% can come raining down. But Barahaz has just gone again. He doesn't care. Bone mines are there, but he sees them, baits them, and also the gadget. I mean, not even the gadget. He just manages to bait them out nicely.
Yeah, everything going in favor of Reconic. If you're Bull, you really don't want to be on the defensive end pretty much ever, because that's what's going to result in 87% to 0 right there. Wow.
I mean, it's all Barahaz, really. He's dealing so much damage, and it just opens up routes for Alyani's to come in like that. If they're all focusing at Barley, that was a great super from Frixie, by the way. Great deflation of pressure as well. But if the Barley's going to be doing that this game, this is going to be over.
Yeah, but now we're seeing some adjustment. We're seeing Betsuchis go to the right side, but he's got to do a better job staying alive there. Too aggressive. He goes head-on against the Barley, quickly taken down, and now Barahaz, again, raining down on the right side with his Barley, getting so much damage. Already a great start for Reconic.
I mean, this is... If it carries on like this has got to be over. Barahaz is going to throw a slowing puddle down. Bull makes a breakaway play, but Chalky Milk can assist, gets the takedown. That percentage has closed down quite nicely, but Barahaz is still here, still dealing damage. Luffy walks over a mine, and that is going to slow him down and allow Bell to take him out.
Yeah, I definitely liked what Betsuchis did there. A lot more assertive, and he definitely needs to do that, especially on the top left. He needs to make it to that save. He does have the Berserker, so still not out of the picture here for Vanguard if they can make some plays.
Yeah, Frixie's going to be marked up, and he's just going to walk onto the mines. Doesn't care. He'll take the death for some damage. Bachushis looks like he should fall down, but he's running around Rosie in this wall. Alyani's eventually does get him down, and Luffy should fall too. This is looking like a GG to me. Frixie is going to get the takedown, but they can just play it slowly. Barley's still there, and he starts to push. That has got to be a missed super. That is terrible. I'll straight up say it. The super's just completely wasted. Alyani's does come in, and a super from Frixie. It starts to close down, but Barahaz is just going to run for it. Suicide for some more damage, and it's a really good decision.
Yeah, and Alyan is comfortably behind a wall on the left side. Is going to be able to get his super readily with his Daryl sooner or later. So again, Vanguard, got to be super cautious against that. Frixie trying his best to get some value with his Colette. Luffy running into a Bell mine. Looking really good for Reconic. There you go. Alyan is going in. Those Bell shots are going to be bouncing all over the place onto the safe. And there you have it. Reconic taking it.
Upset Central by the looks of things, as now Reconic are going to be moving on to the next round, and Vanguard are totally out of this split. They don't forget, though, they do have a second one to come back, try again, and I'm sure they'll be doing just that, because their performance against STMN is nothing to just glaze over. You've got to knuckle down on that, and they played extremely well. They're a capable team, probably do deserve to be in the challenge season, but are going to have to come back and try once more.
Yeah, definitely a very capable team. Maybe, you know, some of their draft process that they can look over, improve on, because no question, they're amazing. They got great mechanical skills, great teamwork, and we've seen it against their matchup against Stamina, just how close those games were, even against Reconic in a lot of these games.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they've shown themselves, they've shown that they can really play against the best, but today is not their day. Vanguard are going to be taking the loss against Raconic Esports. Raconic, I mean, honestly, if they keep performing like this, especially off the back of a 0-3, then they are going to be looking very, very good hanging on to this next portion of the competition.
Yep, and as we look into the bracket here, let's see. We've got West Coast moving on thanks to, you know, Blood Diamond being eliminated early. We're going to see Raconic versus West Coast coming up soon in the lower bracket. At the top, we got Miners versus Vatra. And the game I'm looking forward to the most, Tribe versus Stamina.
You're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure the viewers are looking forward to it. So that is the one we're going to be watching. Tribe Gaming versus STMN Esports coming up after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We just watched that lower quarters game, and Raconic is able to stay alive up against Vanguard in a little bit of an unexpected win there. As we take a look back here at the bracket, you'll see where we're headed there with our semis. We've got Tribe and Stamina right around the corner, and down there at the bottom, you can see that West Coast will make their way through, not having to play up against Blood Diamond. It has been an exciting day so far. I said we could possibly expect some upsets, and that's what we ended up getting.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I wasn't expecting Raconic to win, but they deserve it 100%, just playing so well throughout that game. And Vanguard, they're an extremely capable team too, so you got to expect some more stuff from Raconic going forward.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how they play now going through the rest of the bracket. But Ash, we can take a look back here at some of the highlights and tell us what we saw.
Yeah, we saw two teams impeccably playing at an impeccable level here. Bet2Cheese trying his best right here at the mid, but Raconic just drafting better. Healers imposing themselves at the mid. Right here, Chalky Milk having a hard time with his 8-bit against the Bell matchup from Luffy. Vanguard just again on point with the draft. And then here, Raconic just so much. One of the quickest games we've seen. Winning this Brawl Ball game within a minute in overtime. Just too much for Vanguard to handle.
Yeah, some great plays overall, and to be honest, thoroughly deserved, especially when you see plays like that. Just great teamwork. The high set, bit of a mismatch in my eyes. The picks from Vanguard were really just not it, and the Barley on Barajesaf were just so good. Complete dominance. Alyani's providing pressure when he needs to be as well. So good. Bell bounces finish it off and take it home for Raconic.
All right, well, now that we've got the whole little summary done there for you guys, it's time to look forward towards semis, and you teased it before the break, but we've got a huge match coming up between Tribe and Stamina Gaming, so we're going to deep dive both of these squads, and let's start with Tribe.
Yeah, well, this was my team to watch versus Ash's team to watch, so we'll see which of our eyes are better, clearly. Tribe Game NA, Tyrant, Zulan, Corey, and Eslivy, as I said. Corey taking a bit of a backseat as of recent, as Eslivy really coming out and shining. I'll basically just say exactly what I said beforehand. Just some incredible offense in this one. Great pass forward from Tyrant, surviving on a small amount of HP. Zulan just finishes that one off. Can use his super there because it's so easy to get it back with Stu. What a better way to complement a great attack than having a great defense too. Realizing they don't need to aggress, playing the ball backwards, 10 seconds on the clock, not much chance of a comeback, but that's not going to stop them from throwing down all the defensive measures that they can and doing an extremely good defense here. That just shows that you don't always have to force a goal to be able to finish things off. Yeah,
and as you said it, Tribe, one of the best teams in North America. Most would claim them as the best, but hey, Stamina, their biggest rivals in this competition. We had the privilege to see Stamina and Tribe in the second round of this competition. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see it. Stamina being their biggest rivals of the region, both of them top 2 in BSC. Not quite the top 2 in this one, as STMN Esports consisting of Czar, Tuni, and OG and Bobby. Such a great roster, been together for a really solid amount of time now, so don't have to worry about synergy or anything like that, because that comes natural to them at this point. And we saw their achievements earlier. That is nothing to glaze over. MSI attendance in a couple of weeks. Brawl Stars World Finals, they attended that at the end of the year, and 2 challenge final wins in this competition.
Yeah, I can see either of these teams taking it. It's going to come down to who's feeling it today, who's got the better shots, right? Check out Bet2Cheese right here, being able to beat Stamina earlier, but Stamina cleaning it up and then overcoming that game against Vanguard. They lost to Vanguard twice, but showing that, hey, they can make things happen. They can turn things around quickly, winning 3 sets straight against Vanguard. They must be feeling really good right now.
Well, I thought after that first set, history might have repeated itself, but STMN clearly didn't want any of that to happen and move forward to win the next 3 sets fairly comfortably as well. Sometimes they weren't even the dominant draft. They just played better as a team, and therefore they thoroughly deserve to win and move on. We'll see just momentarily if they'll be able to move on any further.
All right, now, these two teams, some of the biggest teams that we've been talking about all day, Their record, though, going up against each other, Tribe is 3-0 against Stamina, which is not boding so well for Stamina right now. However, both of these teams right now coming off some really solid first portion games in the bracket, so we'll have to see which one is able to continue that snowballing throughout the rest of the day. But Twitch, obviously, chat, we have to ask you guys what you think. Which team do you think is going to be coming out on top? Let us know in the poll below if you think it's going to be Tribe or Stamina Gaming, because this one really could be anybody's game. But of course, that match is literally right around the corner. It is time to dive into it. Pick bans are underway.
Okay, so we're kicking things off on Heist this time on Kaboom Canyon, a map that's recently rejoined the competitive map pool. And yet again, seeing some pretty similar bans to what we've been seeing so far. Janet, Eve, and Crow. Common bans, Janet, Colette, and Lola. Some more common bans coming through. Squeak is the first pick. What do you make of that on Kaboom Canyon?
Well, Kaboom Canyon, you got two lanes on the left and right. Very, like, choke point-ish lanes, as you would say. That residue gadget from Squeak, I feel like would grant you a lot of value.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be Betusha's playing the max this time, but it is still going to be selected, which is, it's a bit of a 50-50 on this map. I feel if it's paired with some good brawlers that can deal some good damage, then he's going to be completely fine. But as you say, the residue on Squeak is just going to be so good, and it kind of makes me think that they might take something that can possibly break open that mid wall to open up another pathway through that's not going to have a residue down on it. Nanny, I love that pick. They've got the range, and the ability to teleport into that pocket in the corner is really unrivaled.
Yeah, that is huge, being able to just get into that pocket area, that top right area. We have walls around, teleport there, just put so much pressure on the enemy. I also kind of think, hey, maybe Stamina win with Squeak, where, Tribe, they got Edge Levy. You don't want him to play Squeak. Sometimes you want to take away the brawler that your enemy is so good at.
Yeah, which is surprising to me that they didn't ban it then, but they chose to pick it first anyway. It's quite a solid pick, so clearly they knew that they were going to sweep that one up if it wasn't banned by Tribe. Bell, going to be the second pick from STMN. It's good. It's got the bounces that are going to be required to get some good damage on safe when they do have Tribe pinned, but they're going to have to get into position to be able to milk that ability out of her. It's going to be another pick from STMN up next, I do believe. Something probably long range will be joining them, as that seems to be the general theme of this heist map.
Yeah, definitely. And there you have it, Amber, a great pick, but you don't really see it often. It is Kaboom Canyon, wide open map, and you do need a high damage brawler, which Amber does help you out there with, considering your overall composition doesn't really have that great of a damage output.
Yeah, well, he's just going to be able to burn down those mid bushes, and that's already a great thing to have. Throw out some oil, get it burned down. Don't even need to get value with it to be a useful super, as getting rid of the grass can really be quite useful, especially against a Daryl, who's going to be running in straight lines, trying to use that grass to his advantage. Yeah. And I like it. Pairs well with the max, which means there's going to be some serious aggression coming in early on.
I'm kind of questioning that pick. Like, against Amber, Squeak, and Bell, you don't really have the range, so it's gonna be tough, especially with Bell, having that super to constantly put a target on your back, right? She's gonna be targeting that Daryl all day. So I don't know. It seems like a pretty even matchup between the two. It's definitely gonna come down to whether they allow that Nanny to get into that pocket area, whether Max can constantly get her supers, but let's see it.
Yeah, well, see the pairing of both Tyrant and Zulan down that right side. Instantly a Bell shot connects, forces Zulan to back off because they're not going to want those bounces. He does get the trade, but Zar is there to trade the trade.
Yeah, Zar coming up on time, getting some nice residual damage onto that save, getting that advantage quickly. Corey, though, look at him looking to teleport, and he went to that save and dealt a massive amount. Already 16% just alone, getting into that pocket area that we've been talking about. Just putting the other team in so much pressure, forcing them to 2v1 him here.
And in comes Tyrant. Can't really get better synergy than this at the moment from Tribe Gaming. Tyrant just trying to get his super once more, gets it, and gets in the corner as well, and that's going to require a pinch. He is marked up, though. He should be taken down near enough as soon as he spawns in. I saw a Squeak super go off. He's actually not using residue. That seemed like a very long Squeak shot.
Right, interesting to note there. And Tribe has one plan here. Get that Nanny super, get into the pocket area with Nanny, suicide if you need to get that super, which he already did, and just constantly do that, and then have your Daryl be aggressive with your Nani distracting. That's their game plan. And it's working out pretty well for them. They do have the lead here. Zar's getting some nice damage. Tyrant again. Look at Corey teleported to that pocket area. And at the same time, you can see Tyrant noting that, going in right there. Great synergy.
Needed a super a little bit sooner to be able to really get a little bit more damage, but they are ahead anyway. Zulan's going to try and avoid this squeak shot, and actually the bell pinch doesn't connect. Tyrant with another super in hand as well. Should try to make a move towards the opponent's safe, but can't quite do it just yet, as SDMN seem to have control near enough of the entire map. Chooses to go through the mid route. Zar's going to fall down. Corey gets his super, and Zulan's trying to open up some space for the Daryl to come back down.
Wow, and Corey wins that matchup against Bobby on the left, and now you know what Corey's hoping to do here. Use that Nani super, and as you can see, Tyrant moving up, teleports directly onto the Amber, takes her out. Hey, even if you go down there, at least you got a trade.
Well, I mean, only 19 seconds on the clock. That's what he was going for. And, you know, he doesn't need to do anything more than that. He deflated that push. Tyrant's got his super, goes straight in, 10 seconds. No chance for comeback now, especially with that takedown. Tyrant's going to add to it and finish this one off. And a great start for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, that was great chemistry right there. Great execution. I loved their strategy. Have Corey ready with his Nani super, teleport onto the safe, or teleport in any of those pocket areas at the top left or top right, then have Tyrant come in. Are we going to see the same story here again? Let's see.
Yep. At least Zulan's, well, I was going to say at least he's not looking as low as last time, but he actually is. Tyrant's going to fall as well. Corey's doing a good job of his left-hand side. It is expected, though, Nani versus Squeak should go in Corey's favor in this situation. Zulan falls low, provides speed to Tyrant, but can't make any moves with it because of how low Zulan is. But now, Corey with a super. This could be a dirty move. Tyrant goes for it. He's going to try and cycle his super to make an aggressive push. He goes down, and OG doesn't go with him.
Yeah, but look at Corey sneaking through the bushes. Gets taken down by Zar. But fortunately for Corey, hey, he can respawn back, have his super, and just directly go right on top of them, forcing them back. That Nani super forces, look at that, forcing OG and Bobby to both go after him. And when you're 2v1ing someone, that allows the team, that allows Tribe to push up.
Yeah, well, that Squeak gadget did fly quite a long way and actually got a connection, giving them the lead. Someone's just going to run for it. He does choose to come back. Corey's going to go down, though, and Tyrant goes on to safe, deals some good damage. Did get one shot off with his damage gear activated. Zulan's just going to slot into this corner, and it's the story of Tribe once more. Yep. Get into a point where you can just hide and wait for your teammates to come and help you. Corey does just that, takes 2 out, and opens up the world for Tyrant.
Yeah, that was big. Corey getting 2 kills with 1 teleport right there. You know he's very close to getting his super back as well, and he's going to continue to do that. Just so much pressure to overcome for Stamina, being forced on defense on so many occasions. Again, right here, Zulan just getting into that pocket area. You know OG can't just ignore him there. Max is going to get more damage. Nani's making her way very quickly to the top here.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a cohesive play coming in from Tribe. Now they've got the Max, they've got the Nani, and the Daryl's joining them now. Daryl's just going to go in, get some damage, take some hits for his teammates, and this is looking like a finish maybe. Corey's still there, doesn't get a shot off with his damage gear, which means they won't be finishing it just yet. Zulan's going to go down, but Zar's going to put some damage on safe. 30 seconds on the clock, and they need a lot more.
Yeah, I just don't see it for Stamina. They just don't have the DPS either to get that much damage, even with full control. Looks definitely in favor of Tribe, and they're going to be able to finish it with just 13 seconds left. I loved the execution of Tribe. It's like watching poetry in motion with them. They had execution on point. Nani at the top left, Max at the left, and then you had Daryl coming in at the same time. It's like they're just playing this on, I don't know, like it seems like they're on another level here in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing it so well. Seems like they're autopilot, just always having players in different places. You see it with this replay. Yeah. Corey's right, Zulan's left, and Tyrant knows his duty. He just comes straight down, deals damage when his teammates are gathering the pressure, and that is what makes a team as great as Tribe Gaming. But look at that.
Yeah.
That shows that Tribe is just all focused on the objective. Again, 31 takedowns to SDMN. Tribe didn't need them. They just saw the opportunities and took them.
Sometimes you don't want to look at stats like this. You want to see the bigger picture, which was the game. That execution. Nani, have your super ready. Get to that safe. That's the objective. You want to play that objective. That's exactly what Tribe did every single time. Go for the safe. They don't need the control. They don't need the lanes in hand because they know that they can get to that site at any moment.
Yep, well, that is the diving capability of Daryl and Nani for you right there. Complete dominance from Tribe Gaming. They're going to be looking to carry it on into the next set as well, as they do take the one-set lead. SDMN are now at a deficit and need to make something happen in the coming sets, because if they lose this one, this is something I always like to say, in something like this, if it goes 2 up, you've got to reverse sweep, and it's just so hard to bring it back.
Yeah, reverse sweeps are very difficult. For not like the next game, I feel like is super critical for Stamina to win. And that does put you in a lot of pressure too. If you're Tribe, you're looking very good right now, very taking it positively. Dueling Beetles is the next map. I like this map. Lots of choke points, meaning early control is just so important in this map.
The one brawler I love here, I absolutely love a Sprout. The ability to just throw down those hedges, block off certain choke points. And as you said, there's only 3. It's pretty 3 solidified lanes. And the Sprout's double banned, rightly so. Both teams have really good Sprouts, although Corey is sitting out, so it kind of takes away Tribe's ability to have that one extremely good... Oh, Corey was playing. So obviously they're going to get rid of the Sprout there, aren't they? So I'm clearly just losing my thought here. Squeak going to be banned by both teams, and then the difference is going to be Leon and Eve.
Yeah, maybe Stamina's got first pick, and Tribe's like, hey, you know, we don't want you to Sprout, because you might go Sprout, right? Definitely don't want to give them that, but no, they're going to take the first pick with Crow. That's a great pick because, you know, healers are very strong in hot zone, like Byron. What this does is prevent Stamina from picking a brawler like Byron, Pam, right? And gives you and your team that capability to use them yourself.
Yeah, and not only that, that slowing toxin is just so good for gathering control. You slow the opponents, and then your teammates can just join you on this aggressive push forwards to get some damage on the opposing brawls and get them down to establish control of the hot zone. Bell is going to be the pick of STMN. Surprisingly, it's actually not a mid on this map, I wouldn't say, would you? Because,
no.
you know, you're going to be playing down the lane and trying to get some range advantage there, because in the mid, it's really hard to see where your opponents are, and if you know where they are, you're probably not actually contesting them.
Yeah, for a map like Dueling Beetles on the left and right sides of this map, much more adapted for long-range brawlers because of the choke points. And Stamina, hey, look at that. First time we're going to see Janet, the newest brawler, and she's very powerful. Being able to get that super completely, you just can't touch her. You just can't touch her when she's in flight. That's such a powerful ability.
The immortal flying Janet coming down, dropping bombs, and also just landing on opponents who she wants to, taking advantage of their small amount of burst damage. And Byron could be a prime target for that if he doesn't have his super. If he does, though, she could be running into some difficulty when she does land on him. I like it, though. Bit of range coming in, and honestly, that's what they kind of need to bring at this point. If they're just playing Crow, they might struggle against, you know, the Bell on lane. Right.
And they can't double up on the mids here against the Bell, so, you know, Tribe definitely wants something else on the lane here. Preferably something with range against the Janet. You don't want to feed her, so obviously you can't go short range, but they do decide to go Daryl. Interesting, okay.
Well, I don't really have an explanation for that, to be honest with you. They enjoyed it last game and they want to bring it back again. That's the only thing I can think of because it worked so well for them, but I'm not sure I've ever seen Daryl on Dueling Beetles without a Poco or another tank with it. That's kind of the usual strategy to go for, but in my eyes, STMN have a lot of brawlers they could pick to counter some of the brawlers in this comp, to be honest. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but I feel like there's quite a fair few possibilities. They go with the Pam, which is going to be, you know, a lot of the value of it is going to be taken out by the Crow.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Gale to shut down Daryl. You got no wall breakers. You can get a lot of value with Bluster below. But Pam here, which, I don't know, a little questionable, but she is a very solid brawler on Dueling Beetles. Once you get that turret down, you got heal option behind the wall. And as you know, Hot Zone is all about getting in that zone, getting those percentage points as much as you can. So having, you know, solid high HP brawlers is often important.
Well, here we go. We'll see how it plays out for these two teams now. I'm not liking the Daryl too much, but he's going to be playing mid. So that's about as good as a position as you can put him in. He's going to try and get to this wall and get some control. He gets percentage. That might be all he gets at the moment, but he gets a great roll to the left, avoid a shot, and then bounce back onto him. OG's going to pop mid-air, waste of super and no control. And Tribe are in a wonderful position early on.
Yeah, everything went right for Tribe right there. Again, that Tyrant getting that super, missed it on Bobby, who's going to be able to completely eat up all that ammo thanks to Pam's gadget. And now quickly in the favor of Stamina, just how quickly they were able to turn the tables here.
Yeah, Corey pops his gadget as OG tries to make his mark, but he goes straight onto Tyrant.
Oh.
And gets out. He manages to get out of that position.
Yeah.
Tyrant now going to get healed up, and the roll is going to miss as well and leaves. He hangs Zulan out to dry with no support.
Yeah, that was a wonderful play by OG with Janet's newest gadget being able to jump over walls. They have control, and in this map particularly, dueling Beetles, especially if you don't have a wall breaker, it's so hard to get back control once you lose it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Tyrant tries to make it happen, though. Does get some heals from Corey along the way and gets his super back as well. OG has his in hand, though, so can avoid quite a few plays. Zulan obviously can't jump onto him, and he can pinch Tyrant. Tyrant with another poor roll is going to mean Tribe are pretty much on the way out of this game.
Yep, Zulan's gonna get that jump, gonna get the kill, but they're just so far behind right now against Stamina, who just need about 10% more, and they should be able to do so, especially having Janet and her super complete team wipe right there, just putting the mark on. There you have it, Stamina taking the first set in a commanding fashion late game.
Striking back then after a really, really solid Tribe first set. Definitely looking a lot better on the side of STMN here. And regardless of Tribe's early control as well, they managed to pull it back and then not lose the control after that. It's tough to remain in control with the Daryl, especially when he just has all of his ammo sapped by the Pam.
Yeah, definitely. And not just that, you're constantly feeding. Like right now, you're feeding Janet, you're feeding Pam. Janet's already got her super. Pam's already got her super. Belle's already got her super. Stamina looking really poised right now.
Corey's going to go down as well, and there's a healing turret available for OG when he lands, which means Zulan's long-range shots really aren't going to affect him too much. He can stay in the mix and still deal a decent amount of damage. Corey trying to make a move around the left-hand side. Now he's going to get the turret down, but it's not going to matter. 50% lead as Tyrant's going to come around the back, jump in from Zulan, but OG still chilling in their spawn.
Yeah, I'd say kind of a miscommunication right there. Tyrant rolling in, Zulan supering in, kind of wasted one of their supers. And then now you have OG being able to eradicate Corey, get complete control over the mid here, which again, like I said, just so hard to overcome if you lose mid control against any team here.
I think we got the same feeling of this just being incredibly done here, to be honest with you. 10% left, and SMN just showing no signs of backing up at all. We're seeing both teams completely dominating one set after another, bringing it back to 1-1, and it just seems to be too tough to call. Yeah,
there you have it. I'd say definitely the Daryl pick, as you said, a very questionable pick against a matchup like that. You have the last pick. You don't normally see that from Tribe. You normally never see them make poor draft decisions like that.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but STMN stats do back up their victory. 19 takedowns, and Tribe only get 9 kills. Damage really isn't too much of a difference considering the 10 kill difference, but healing is very much an STMN side as well, which is probably due to the fact that Pam did a lot of work.
Definitely. I was a bit skeptical of Pam, but very powerful brawler, especially once you get control down, that ability to eat up ammo, which works so well against Daryl.
Absolutely. Tribe really coming into this next set on the back foot as their momentum has worn off now, and STMN going to have gained a lot from that one with that, extremely, extremely good win over them in that hot zone set, just because of the complete dominance, and Pam was just walking over Daryl time and time again with that scrap sucker gadget.
Yeah, not just that, Janet. Whenever you have Janet in play, that's the first time we saw Janet, by the way, and you can see just how powerful she is. You just can't feed her. Like, every time you feed her, she gets one step closer to her super, and then once she has that super, that's when she's most dangerous. Not because she's flying on top of you, because every time she's dropping that bomb, even though it doesn't do as much damage, it cycles her super. It gets close, she gets closer to getting another one, and that constant chain of supers is what makes Janet so difficult to deal with sometimes.
Well, I think we can see why it's been banned out so much. She's also got, and I forgot about this, that new gadget. It's another escape route.
Right.
She's got, you know, she can fly and just be completely immortal whilst doing it. And then also she just gets given a gadget that can, you know, we can let her jump over walls as well. Why not? Why not? But nonetheless, I'm sure we'll be seeing that banned out a lot more during today again. And there you go, Tribe are going to have none of it. SCMN didn't actually ban it this time, considering, you know, how well they played with that.
Yeah, definitely. No surprise there. Eve, Janet, Jean banned on Stamina side. We got Rups, Byron, and Bo. Still, Gold Arm Gulch, this is a pretty open map. You got lots of great long-range brawler options. Tick is very strong here, but then again, Tribe could also go with Brock, who's on the table here to open up some walls, make it difficult for Tick. Let's see if they do that.
Yeah, it looks like SCMN are probably going to want to try and keep this closed off as possible, that they have picked Tick that first pick. But having Tribe with 2 picks after this now, they've kind of got to take into account that SCMN are going to have 2 picks after them. They can't purely just pick wall break brawlers, because they're going to be quite easily countered just by picking the next couple of long-range brawlers that don't have to wall break, because Tribe are going to do it for them. Yeah,
definitely, and that's why they decided to go the safer route. Go with Sprout, because we know how great of a player Corey can be with that Sprout. Even though I feel like it's a mismatch against a Tick, being able to, you know, not having a range against a Tick, and then obviously the Tick head you have to deal with being a Sprout. It's still gonna be a difficult matchup for Tribe, who's gonna go Byron and Daryl with their next 2 picks. Wow, and then Stamina. I don't know if I'm looking at this right. Oh no, these are not. This was the previous matchup. Oh no.
Yeah, so these aren't the picks, guys. We kind of have seen this match. It's the possibility it might be cancelled. That draft was not correct.
Right.
So we're not sure what's going to be going on. We'll keep you guys updated as we do find out. But nonetheless, we saw, you know, some portion of what the draft might look like. Very thrower orientated, which you know, I can kind of get behind.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a technical difficulty right there, but thrower versus thrower. Gold Dome Gulch is definitely gonna be the next map. And we know that's a map where long-range brawlers shine. If you have throwers in play, you gotta either break those walls or, hey, use a throw of your own.
Yeah, it's a Rico bouncy castle playground as well. Too many walls in there, kind of not to have that brawler in the mix, being able to use that. You know, you can also have some tanks coming in. We've seen Ash here a few times. If you compare it quite nicely with a healer, Byron, then you're going to be able to walk over something like a Tick. But you know, in terms of a thrower versus thrower, which was the draft that we saw so far, Tick does have the edge in the early game, but late game, you've got to look towards Sprout to block off a few of those avenues and get someone trapped in the gas.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at some of these highlights. Just check out Tribe, just so well executed in this first set. Kaboom, Canyon, Tyrant being able to roll through with his Daryl, Corey being able to get his super continually. You got like 100 supers with his Nanny. He's getting onto that safe every single time.
It seems like Tribe really went for the team play in this first one, and then the second one, it kind of all fell apart, as you said. Few, you know, mismatched supers being used at the same time, wasting them and using them on the same brawlers. Tribe's, you know, ability to have this synergy kind of wore off in that second game in my eyes, and I'm not sure what it was, but they just didn't seem to be performing as well. Definitely the draft along with it too, don't get me wrong, that Daryl really wasn't the play. And if they'd have taken something else other than that, then they probably would have had a foot in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe they've also underestimated Janet, right? It didn't really ban her in that second set. But hey, maybe they've learned their lesson there and they're going to continue to ban her. So Stamina without Janet, can they do it? Can they do it without her is the question now.
We can see this start as well. Tribe looked very strong off the start, but as soon as that Daryl starts to aggressive on the PAM, it crumbles, and Bobby was able to establish this turret for nearly the whole game. I mean, that was sitting there for a while. I'm not sure if that one specific turret, but every now and again she will have cycled. And that's what I mean. That OG just jump over a wall. He lands on the Daryl, which I'm not sure what was the best play to start with. Don't get me wrong, but he was able to have that exit route, which is you know, Janet's real big ability apparently now with that new gadget, just being able to have an exit route.
Yeah, definitely. Just too much to overcome here. Very beefy comp by Stamina. Janet, look at OG right here, just making it look really fun, flying around with Janet with no one being able to touch you.
Must be nice. Must be nice to be able to pick apart Tribe like that as well as they did. You've got to have some real big smile on your face, especially after getting destroyed in that first one. It must be nice to have a bit of revenge in there.
Yeah, definitely, especially tying this setup and momentum in favor of Stamina now, having to win that game. That's big for them right there.
Definitely so. I mean, we will be seeing Goldarm Gulch coming up next, so that will be the map. It is knockout, so they're going to have a passive, aggressive, approach to it. Decide when to go aggressive as a team and decide when to play slowly. Obviously, we will be seeing the draft come back in fairly soon, and after this player reconnects, I think that probably is the issue. Had some connection issues in that previous one. Probably did lead to a dodge.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, both of these teams, as we know, share a lot of history, rivals for like the past 3 years in competitive Brawl Stars. Two teams that share, just so much history, being the top 2 teams in North America for just such a long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not only that. Last year they were pretty much these solidified rosters, but even before that, it's not these 2 teams who have been battle out. It's these kind of top 6 players, top 8 players, if you take the wider rosters into your kind of vision.
Right.
They've been changing about teams, jumping about, but there's always been these concrete players who have been real contenders in the North American Brawl Stars scene. And we see it time and time again. These teams face off. It's back and forward. Tribe will win one, STMN will win another. But in this competition, Tribe are 3-0, and you can't fault that whatsoever. They're able to take down STMN and ESL so consistently. They don't want to not take them down when it actually matters.
Yeah, definitely. This is where things really matter now. That 3-0, it's out of the question right now. You don't even think about it right now if you're Stamina. It all comes down to this right now. On the other end, we got Miners versus Vatra there. Another exciting matchup going on.
It should play out pretty nicely as a game there. Miners and Vatra Gaming, obviously, 2 very solid teams as well. Quite intriguing to see who will be playing against them in the Tribe Gaming or STMN in that. Actually, I think whoever wins these 2 games moves on to the challenge phase. So it'll either be Miners or Vatra moving on, which we probably would have expected Blood Diamond to be a real big contester in that portion of the bracket. So I'm sure both Miners and Vatra are quite happy to see that roster picked apart and not be competing today.
Yeah, and especially in the regular season, Vatra doing just so well, coming in second in the leaderboards, ahead of Stamina, ahead of Blood Diamond. So no, not a team that you want to overlook at all here in this competition.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen one of those move on yet, so I imagine the games are still going on between both Miners and Vatra pretty simultaneously to what we're seeing in Tribe and STMN. Obviously, the third set was about to take place, so that opens up the possibility of one of these teams actually moving on pretty soon. And then we've got Raconic and West Coast obviously waiting for the losers of these 2 matches in the bottom bracket to then have their battle to be able to make it to the challenge season.
Yeah. You know what? Let's have a look at the prizing here. The prize pool for this competition is pretty massive. Take a look at that.
Yeah, well, there's $50,000 in that challenge series. They're not competing for this just yet. Don't get me wrong. They have to make it through this split or the next one to be put into contention for this large amount of prize pool, and even just making it today will guarantee them a minimum of $1,000.
Yeah, definitely a minimum of 1,000, but you're looking at the bigger picture here if you want to win this. 20,000 for first place. Wow.
Yeah, that's some real big cash, and yeah, as I said, I wouldn't mind having some of that. Shame my skill level's not what it used to be in Europe as a player, but nonetheless, these teams are going to be battling out to get to that stage, and the draft has progressed so far. Extremely similar to what we saw last time. We'll kind of just glaze over the bands and focus on the picks. You can see them up on the screen. Anyway, Sprout was picked by Tribe once again, and STMN stuck to the roots with that tick. Piper's going to be joining the Sprout, and Leon and Bell with STMN.
Yep, and Tribe does have last pick here. Brock's on the table. Pretty good, brawler you can couple with Piper, and if you need that wall break as well. Lollipop Cat is going to come in handy for Leon a lot here. Mr. P, not a bad pick right there. Mr. P against Tick, Bell, pretty good. Not just that Porter constantly to scout Leon, so I like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Mr. P, he's going to have some good shots onto the lollipop drops, which is going to make Leon a little bit less viable. Right. Tick, obviously, you can shoot over walls with Mr. P, so it makes him, you know, a little bit worse as well. And as you said, those porters can be really, really pesky for a Tick to deal with if they do start to rain down quite fast. Bell, however, is going to have some shots bouncing off the opponents, possibly the porters as well, so that could assist her. But you've got to think about the greater picture. If your Brawl is good against 2 of the opponents, then you're feeling quite good about it.
And the biggest threat here, that Leon, you don't want him to get his super, especially early on. If that Leon starts getting supers, he can feed off of any 3 of Tribe's brawlers.
Well, as we get into the game now, some bounces are all going down between Corey and Tyrant, but eventually managed to back off far enough to be able to stop those from bouncing off each other. Mr. P, the only one really throwing out some shots in the general direction. Now that Sprout and Tick are going to have a little bit of an exchange of some shots. I feel like that is quite heavily in favor of Zard just because of the range advantage. But as this gas starts to close down, as I mentioned earlier, Sprout will be able to close off a lot of these routes and the gas will really start to take a toll.
Right, definitely. We're going to see the bigger picture here as the gas starts to come into play here. And that's what we see in most competitive knockout matches is like, it's not the early game, but it's more so the late game where brawlers start getting your supers. And here we go. As you can see, that gas starting to pave its way.
Well, those bounces were just completely nasty. It's going to be down to Corey, and he's not going to be able to do it either. That one connecting shot from Bobby on the bottom corner got both Zulan and Tyrant so low that he was just able to walk up, pinch with his teammates, and finish that round off quite cleanly. We're seeing another, 50% of the map, 50%, a bit of symmetry of the battle coming down, and we're playing left versus right rather than top versus bottom right now.
Definitely, and if you're Tyrant, you really want that super, and there you have it. He's got that super early, which is very important for a brawler like Mr. P on a map like this, especially because once that poison starts to develop across the map, it's going to be able to take down the porter. You got to be careful against that. That Bell bounce shots, so much value next to a porter.
Yeah, and that's a bit of an issue, that having that porter there, ability to bounce off it, even if he just wants to walk up and get a connection on that, it will bounce onto Tribe's teammates now. The porter's starting to make moves. Lollipop drop has been placed. Zar survives with his last hurrah gadget being popped. Wall comes in from Corey, and I'm honestly not sure who that helps. It might be assisting Zar a little bit.
Yeah, this is a pretty questionable wall placement because it does help Tick more, having that extra coverage. Bobby here weaving through the mid. Zulan's gonna be taking, instantly all 3 of Tribe players taking it out. And Stamina gonna be able to take out this first knockout game. Wow.
Well, I mean, to be honest, STMN might even have a superior comp early and late game, to be honest. That Leon, once he can make some moves, get some damage down, then he's going to be incredible, and Bell's just bouncing these shots, getting them low, and that's when STMN make their move.
Right, just really well drafted by Stamina. That's one of the things we were concerned about, whether Sprout is going to be able to compete against the Tick, constantly getting that head. Just another thing to worry about. And then Tyrant, Mr. P's good, but getting your super takes time.
Yeah, Mr. P really relies on that to be able to make too many moves on this map whatsoever. Now Zar is just throwing some shots out, trying to keep him low and out of position. And OG's just taking a patient game, waiting for his opportunity to strike. And he gets hit by a Piper shot. Zulan hasn't really been able to do too much, still holding on to his homemade recipes, pops it, makes a connection, but OG should be able to just back off and survive.
Yeah, I like what OG is doing here. Just playing it passively, playing it smart. You don't want to die. He's at 90 HP here. Poison should start to engulf much of this map, and there you have it. There's the poison. We know OG is making his way to getting his super. He can just impose himself right now and just eliminate everyone. This is not something you want against a Leon up close. Best of all, OG also has his super with Leon. Just another threat in the minds of Tribe right now.
You can see Tyrant itching towards that end of the round just to use his turret and tank against the Leon and then try to take the 1v1 against Zar, but he chose to keep these porters for this round, and he's just going to have his fingers crossed that they'll be able to make something happen, because if Tribe lose this, they lose the set, and STMN will have pretty, similar to what we saw in the first one. They take a loss in the first one, and then they really start to get in gear and move forwards, get some sets on the board. The top of the map is looking pretty broken up, which should favor Zulan, but I mean, a homemade recipe's popped, and it's not going to do really anything whatsoever.
Yeah, and OG just playing it safe, holding on to that Leon Super, knowing that, he can use it as a, he doesn't need it, but he can use it as a last resort to not only go invisible, but also quickly heal up with Invisi-Heal. So I love what he's doing there. Zar, comfortable on the right side, being able to, keep the Sprout back and also hold on to his super, waiting for that poison. This is what we've been seeing from Stamina every single time, waiting for that last moment. And now they're going to couple their supers together. OG's going to go invisible, just can go directly at any of these brawlers. Just keep them low. Zar versus Tyrant 1v1 here. No way. Zar getting the last shot to take that one for Stamina, taking a 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, Zara against all odds, managing to pull it together when STMN needs it the most. Bringing home that set as well. Lovely play, knocks him back into the gas. It gets a tick off it. Tick gets pushes him back and gets a tick of gas off him, should I say. And then he has to walk in to meet his demise against the Tick mines. And STMN once again with more damage and also more supers on the board as well. So clearly a little bit easier for them to get those.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like Zulan was just too much there with this Tick. Sprout's, like, don't get me wrong, Sprout is great. Corey's an amazing Sprout player, but you're just not going to get as much value. You're not going to get as much damage compared to a Tick that has more range, more burst potential with his attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I love the Tick there. You're also going to have that head in the later portions of the game to really clutch up. And also, as we saw, the last hurrah can really make some moves in those later portions, also knocking people back into the gas and then forcing them to walk into your Tick mines on the way forward out of it. And that's going to be pretty much a guaranteed round right there, but a really good clutch up from him in his 1v2 situation to be able to make that win happen. Yeah,
definitely. And I loved what Stamina did throughout each of these knockout games. They played the late game. Just survive, just take your time, hold on to your supers, save them, playing it calculatively, playing it smart.
Yeah, it was really, really smart for him to do just that. Sneaky Fields in Brawl Ball is going to be coming up next. And after a little bit of a break between Dueling Beats and Gold on Gold, just nice to see us getting back into rhythm and straight back into another draft for Brawl Ball here. The possible bans on this map, you're going to see possibly some tanks coming out. The Ashe might be a solid ban. I'd like to see the Janet out of the mix as well, as I'm enjoying the games a little bit more when complete dominance is not a thing.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Janet, you're not going to see her either. There you have it. Tribe going with the conventional bans. Janet and Eve, which we've been seeing all day, being banned. Crow, another excellent brawler, especially for scouting in a map like this. Sandy, Max, and Ems on Stamina side. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, it kind of seems to me like STMN have pretty much just banned out an entire comp there. That wouldn't be a bad comp of Max, Sandy, and Ems. So nice to see them getting quite a lot of those really solid brawlers out of the way. And we've seen Max work for them today really, really well. And that specific play style seems to be what Tribe kind of jumps straight towards. Leon, going to be the first pick from STMN, though, which we've seen it's tried and proven by them. And they choose to take it again, which is a really solid brawl on this map.
Yeah, definitely solid, especially with Sandy and Crow band. Now, Tribe does have the option to go Ruffs, which I'm kind of expecting here. You got to go Ruffs against a matchup like Leon, and Ruffs would also boost your team with that ability to empower them. I like it. I also love the Leon pick, by the way. That lollipop, the invisibility, that concealment at the start just gives you so much. If we can recall from the matchup between Raconic and Vanguard, that instant lollipop is what allowed them to win that matchup so quickly within a minute.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, it might not be as useful just because the map is basically,
right.
At least in the center portion, 80% grass. But from there, when you start to be pushed back, it might be a little bit more useful. But also Squeak, if he makes a connection on someone in that lollipop drop, there's a high likelihood that the lollipop goes down as well. Gale, going to be the second pick from Tribe. I do like that. Twisters block off a lot of different routes through, and then, the residue is going to block off a lot of other ones.
Yeah, and it also limits a lot of options on Stamina's part. No tanks for them against, you definitely don't want to use a tank against a Gale plus Squeak combo right there. And not only that, maybe we get to see as Levy pull out that Squeak. Very, he's very well known for that, being possibly the best Squeak player in NA.
Yeah, well, we move back over to STMN, who takes Surge. I liked, as soon as they gave him a bit of a buff, I liked it, and then a week later, it was all gone. So he's back to, pretty much square one, but this time STMN will be taking him. I don't dislike it, but I don't love it. He's gonna, have to establish some good levels early on into the game. Pop a gadget early on, possibly, and then try to use that increased movement speed to get the level 3.
Personally, I like the Surge pick. And you got Lu, which is kind of surprising, but it worked out in favor of Stamina in that previous matchup against Vanguard. We saw what OG could do with the Lu in his hand. Maybe he might be able to do it again here. Hypothermia reduces damage by up to 50%, depending on how frozen that brawler is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Lu, I think it's a solid brawler, but I feel like Hot Zone is where it really belongs at the moment.
Yeah.
Brawl Ball, it's going to be difficult to play it. They had a Rico to their comp at the end. That used to be very, very good on sneaky fields, maybe like a couple of years back, but recently it did fall off quite a lot, but I don't mind it. It's got some good scouting ability down the lanes for the Leon and the Surge as well, because you don't want to be pounced on by those, otherwise you are going to be pretty much just gone.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually loving these comps, these off-meta comps that these teams are coming up with. Stamina, particularly Surge, Leon, Lu, something you almost never ever see in competitive sneaky fields. And here we go.
Yeah, well, we are giving a big shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming because they have really put in some solid work to get this up and running with ESL, providing with us a great tournament. But right, let's get back to the gameplay. Bobby pushing forward, uses the gadget to tank a squeak shot. Amazing play by him, and he's pushing forward now. Tyrant is there on defense, and if you've got one brawler on defense, I think you choose it to be Gale.
Yeah, that was actually huge right there with Surge. Getting that first initial upgrade is probably the hardest thing to do with Surge. So getting it readily at the start is just gonna make things easier. It's gonna make it easier to get it back, and then having that served ice cold star power, you can continue to hold on to that level 1 upgrade, and then also continue to level up more. Stamina in control of the mid area here. Zar's got super. OG's gonna completely block that off, which is kind of questionable considering Tribe has already cornered the ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure how about that. I think Tribe are pretty comfortable with the ball in the corner anyway, to be honest with you. But I don't know if there's a pathway through that they might have kind of just wanted to cut off, not allow them down that left-hand side, which means Bobby's going to be, thriving in his level 3 format. Zar, I'm not sure if he knows, but he's stood in the middle of a residue here. He can be seen through that, and he's also slowed whilst he's doing it as well. Bobby was considering jumping forward there, but he might be jumping forward onto the ball here. He makes the move, doesn't get the ball though, but he still might be able to get the supers there, and they do get shot off. The squeeze shot connects, but Tyrant is there in time. The knockback and the stunning blow, clutching off the line. OG is now pushing forward, but no chance of a goal just yet.
Yeah, Zar had to rush it there. Unfortunate for him. Couldn't get it to connect towards the goal. But hey, plenty of time here for Stamina to regroup. Bobby's gonna jump forward, not gonna be able to stay alive there, and then Corey again deciding to corner this ball, playing it safe. Something we know Tribe is comfortable doing.
Yeah, Tribe aren't going to complain too much about overtime as long as they can keep this Surge under control and not let him get level 3. Once they have this grass and stuff opened up, Leon might become a little bit less worrying as well. OG's going to get knocked against the wall, and Tyrant deals with him quite quickly. Should be close to another super as well. Corey shoots the shot, residue hits, and Bobby actually puts it in a position that they're not going to be too sad about.
Yeah, here it's going to be pretty important for Bobby to get some shots, upgrade, especially to level 2 if you want to have that range to compete against Corey and Zulan here. Tyrant not going to win that exchange against Bobby, but forced into a 1v2. He needs OG to get back. Nice defense, being able to catch that ball. Corey might have rushed it a bit.
Yeah, definitely a rushed from Tribe there. Probably could have come back in a little bit, wait for the respawn to come through, and then, push as a 3-piece team. Zulan with a great super, but Tyrant's just going to push him out of it. Here, I'll give you a lifeline. I'll give you a lifeline, Zar. Push you straight out of that Rico super. Bobby does have level 4 available, but he might stay at level 3 for now. Zulan gets his super, brings OG low, but Corey's the only one who's going to be able to do anything here. Bobby shoots, and he scores. Match point for STMN coming up next.
Wow. That Lu super came in handy right there at the end. OG getting a double kill as well. Check this out right here. Gonna get those shots on Tyrant. Zar's gonna keep him low a bit, but look at OG here. Takes down Tyrant, and then takes down Zulan with the help of Bobby, and Bobby capitalizing at the end.
Yeah, well, it looks like it was in control of STMN pretty much all the way through, so a rightly deserved game. Tribe looked like they might have snagged it at the end there, but Bobby, in this game, is pretty hard stuck in level 1 here. Super comes through from Zulan, makes some connections. He's slowed as well. Residue connected, but he can't quite find this finish on Zar, and he doesn't get it down. The respawn should come in from Surge, and that should be their saving grace.
Wow, that was a very, very big missed opportunity by Tribe right there, just inches away from scoring that one. And now OG manages to get back. You know, Bobby taken down, but every time he respawns back, he's going to have that upgrade thanks to that Served Ice Cold star power. No, he's not. He's not using that star power. Or maybe he didn't upgrade yet.
Yeah, I don't think he upgraded yet. I'm not sure what that is from Zulan either. We won't make any comments further about that. Zar's going to fall. And this is looking pretty much, you know, a complete flip of what we saw in the last one.
Right.
STMN were completely in control. Bobby has now retrieved his level 2. Jumps straight over this mid wall. Doesn't matter if he goes down because he should be using Served Ice Cold. But Zulan going to use his super. Zar is invis, but connects 2 in a row with those squeaks. Just had a third as well. Why not? He goes down, and Corey grabs his super, which is going to be great for this spawn play.
Yeah, definitely flipped from the previous game here, and now Stamina pushed back are the ones cornering the ball. But fortunate for them though, Tribe doesn't really have, you know, a brawler that can jump in like a Surge into that ball and take it out. So they might have to wait this out until overtime, it seems.
Yeah, stamina respawn cycle. I think that's what we're going to be seeing for the majority of this game now. They're going to need a quick 3-piece all in, the same period of time to be able to force this one. OG's going to get hit by that. Didn't stand too firmly in the corner. Tyrant might be able to clean up 2 here. He does. And OG should go down. Bobby's going to join them as well, and Tribe are going to finish this one off. 30 seconds on the clock for STMN to make a move.
That was very well executed right there, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take them out and not give them enough time to spawn cycle and block that ball.
Squeak Super comes in, connection as well on Zar, which means he's going to be slowed even if he does want to use his invis, but he needs to use it anyway. The move needs to be made. Bobby pops his gadget over the left-hand side. Zar's going nowhere. Tyrant sees the knockback and he takes it. OG goes down 2, and Tribe are going to cling on to their last bit of hope.
Wow. Tables turned quick in this matchup. First, you had Tribe on the opposing end cornering the ball, and now you had Stamina on this end cornering the ball, leading to a Tribe victory.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe really showing that they're not out of this one just yet. STMN had won 2 in a row and also were on match point, or still are on match point, should I say. As that last game is not going to matter if STMN can finish it off here. However, OG gets hit pretty heavily and Bobby's still sitting at level 1. A connection looks to have been made on Zul. I didn't see that over the left-hand side. Residue was in mid and slowed down Zar, but now it has gone, and he will be invisible once again.
Yeah, this is the toughest thing. That adjustment by Zulan to go left against Surge. Surge getting that first upgrade is the toughest thing to do. And you really need it. You really needed to exert yourself here. And this is what Bobby's been struggling against, not being able to do much against Zulan. Just being so slow with Surge, not having any upgrades.
Tyrant cycling these supers quite nicely, and the stunning blow just seems to be making moves all of the time. He's got it back once more. Corey's got his super as well, but ball goes in at the corner from STMN. Pretty similar to what they did last game, trying to cling on once more and continue with this match point. Tyrant for once actually does waste his super there. OG's getting hit pretty heavily by Corey, but strikes back this time and gets a few shots to try and relieve this control a little bit.
Yeah, even though Bobby's going to be taken down right there, that upgrade pretty big, and not just that, you respawn back with 2 more additional hits. So that does mean Bobby's closer to getting to his next upgrade. So not a bad situation for Stamina to be in, having that ball corner. This is what they want. They really need these upgrades. They need their supers ready, and OG needs to stay alive right here.
Well, Bobby's managed to secure level 3 if he is using Served Ice Cold. Zar's going to get knocked back, and a couple of connections from Squeak will make a hit. But if Bobby can wait, play for the overtime, they might actually be able to hold on to something this time. Squeak super goes in, great connection onto Zar, brings him down to 300 and slows him. Bobby falls too. OG's the only one standing and no super available just yet. Can't make any connections. Tyrant has the super, wants to confirm it, and he does just that. Knocks OG back, stuns him. Same as the last game, 30 seconds on the clock for STMN to make a move.
Same as the last game, and that was the perfectly timed score too, because now you only give him Stamina 20 seconds here to work with to tie things out, and that's not going to happen. This is really not going to happen because you got Titan right there with the super, can constantly chain supers. You got Corey at the back with his Squeak. Just looking really good right now for Tribe, who are going to definitely take it and tie this series up 2-2 now. Wow.
We're going to need a final set to decide this one, as these teams seem too evenly matched to make a decision until this final set. And rightly so as well. There's not a better way to write it than this. Making it to a 5th set between these two titans of North America. There's just not a better way to decide it than a set 5.
Yeah, it feels like every time I'm watching these two teams play, it's always this close. It's like always comes down to a 5th set. Look at this though, Tribe, so much more damage than Stamina. And I feel like that has to do with the two Brawl Ball games where they just, you know, constantly push them back to their spawn, force Stamina to corner it. And I feel like that's what the stats are showing here.
Yeah, they definitely back it up. It's just the first game STMN probably where they got the majority of their damage, but I think they probably hit like 3 shots after they were pinned in spawn for 2 games straight, to be honest. But yeah, Tribe just looking incredibly good across that last couple of games after STMN kind of you know, dominated the first one in Brawl Ball. They needed to make their move, bring something back, and then actually take it to this 5th and final set to decide it.
Yeah, definitely. This is what we've all been waiting for. A 5th set for today against two behemoths of a team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, that deep exhale is the only way to describe this matchup, I think, as it's just been so close, so thrilling, especially in that last one. All the games, well, a couple of the games seemed pretty close. Other than that, it was just STMN just respawn cycling and being, you know, pushed against a wall, stunned, and then taken down over and over again until they could finally make their breakthrough move. But it will be set number 5 that decides it. I got my fingers crossed for a double match point because it doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Yeah, definitely. Final set, I think Bounty, correct?
You might be right, yeah.
Another very passive style game mode. It's going to come down to that. Both of these teams, as we know, they make very, very little mistakes. You can just see it from Knockout. They took their time. It's waiting for the last seconds. You can see it in Brawl Ball. It took forever, it felt like. Got them cornered. Like, come on. Finish them already, right? You got them cornered for like 2 minutes straight, and we know what's going to happen. It happened every single time. Try thinking it out.
Yeah, well, I have heard it is actually Gem Grab, which I thought it was Bounty as well.
Oh.
My memory's clearly failing me as well, but it's still a control-based game mode. You can't forget that.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
you need to be staying up a lot of the time, which is what Tribe really showed us in that previous one. Just stayed up, keep control, rinse and repeat until you get your eyes on the prize, and the prize being the actual objective. It seems to be their game plan throughout these ones.
Yeah, definitely. And we're definitely going to see brawlers like Eve, Janet, banned for sure in Gem Grab. Got to eliminate those brawlers. So looking at it here, I'm going to be pretty interested to see what both of these teams are thinking right now. It's all going to come down to the draft, of course.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen Hard Rock Mine. I think that's the only map that's actually left. So I'm guessing that's pretty much what it's going to be. But nonetheless, yeah, it is. It is Hard Rock Mine. My memory's clearly not failing me, which means, you know, probably Rico out of the way. Ruffs might be a solid brawler on this map as well. You've got Leon, who STMN have been loving. And a lot of teams have been loving it, and rightly so with its performances that it's brought out.
Yeah, perfect final map. Hard Rock Mine has been in the game since the nascent stage. Day 1 of Brawl Stars. This is a classic map. What better way to end it? These players have been competing against each other for over 4 years. And here we have it. Hard Rock Mine. Bans coming up. We know Eve and Janet most likely are going to be out of the picture. We know Rico might be banned because you don't want to give the ME team Rico as a first pick on Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, you got some solid shouts there. Actually, it's not. I'm not sure how to feel about this by Tribe. Sprout isn't a brawler I see too much.
Right.
And then the 2 tanks as well, Rosa and Ash. I'm not sure if that's some kind of NA thing you might be able to fill us in on, but tanks on Hard Rock Mine were very last year.
Yeah, that's actually those are very surprising bans. I'm guessing maybe Sprout ban to open the doors for Rico or Ruffs. They were probably expecting, hey, you know, Stamina can't really ban both Rico and Ruffs on top of Janet and Eve. So how about we ban brawlers that are not that, so that way we can at least grab one of them. And that's exactly what happened right now. They were able to grab a Rico.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, though, if you kind of focus on Rico as your first pick, I wouldn't mind someone having a tank running into me. So that's why I was kind of questioning the tank bans. STMN have chosen to go with Lola, though. which is a very good upcoming mid on this map. You know, you've got the ability to tank a lot of damage with that ego in the gadget. So you can put that down, walk up behind it, grab some gems, and get out before it even makes a difference to your HP. Squeak, I love that. Residue on one of these lanes, or even possibly the mid, the gem spawner, could really, really pay some really good effect in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And two brawlers that are not so easy to take advantage of. Lola and Squeak. There aren't really many commonly, you know, used brawlers that you can counter with. So if you're tribe right now, mid brawler, you're looking at maybe 8-bit, Pam, something to counteract them. You got Leon, very strong brawler. I like that pick, especially with Ruffs out of the picture here. But you still have Crow there, you know, possible pick for stamina to counter Leon and Rico.
Yeah, well, we're talking about things that could be in the picture, but we've already got in the picture. We've kind of got a Squeak, which I think Leon's going to be really, really good against, and Rico can also do a solid job on that lane too. They've chosen to take Bell as their last pick. I like it. I think it's going to be good against the Lola. You're obviously going to be able to bounce some shots off the ego, off of the teammates that are retreating when Leon and Rico are really pushing down on these lanes, which is the game plan that they should be deploying. You know, you need both of these brawlers to go aggressive and buzz.
Wow.
I mean, you know, I don't like it, I don't dislike it. How do you feel about it?
Well, I've seen what Bobby can do with Buzz, so he can make it work. He can make it work. You got Ash and Rose out of the picture, of course. Stamina thinking, hey, you know, if we go with the aggro tank brawler that can make plays right here, we can get in on that Rico if need be. Leon can't really rush in on the Buzz as effectively, especially once you have your super. So thinking that's what they're thinking here. Let's see how it plays out.
Well, we won't be seeing any more sets than this. It will be all decided on Hard Rock Mine. And as we get into things, we're seeing Leon versus Squeak on the left, and we got the Rico versus Buzz on the right, which Zulan, he can't complain about, especially after that missed gadget from OG. He'll be on top of the world. He's going to be getting his super in a position like that, though, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be happy about the position that he's got. And also Zulan kind of standing behind this wall. He doesn't mind it. He's grabbed his super. He might have lost control along the way, which could actually hurt him quite heavily if he doesn't connect this super. But nonetheless, he's managed to get it early.
Yeah, it's tough. Against the Rico who's won his lane, it's tough to get back, especially even if you're Buzz with super and you can make those plays to jump in, it's still going to be difficult, especially when you have a player like Zulan using that Rico. That was a big miss by OG, and his Buzz super, by the way, had the stun that time, and he missed it.
Tyrant falls, but you can't fault either Zar or Zulan's positions in this one. Bobby gets hit by one of the nest eggs there, and it will bounce off as well, so he does get connection. Corey's going to go down to a gadget used by OG, and Tyrant still sticking in there, picking up those 2 gems. Not going to be too happy about having them. As STMN with 7, if he does invis, go aggressive and go down, that could provide him with the gems they need.
Yeah, definitely. Stamina doing a good job playing the objective, getting those gems secured. This time Bobby has to play it safer, knowing, hey, Tyrant can go invisible at any moment here, forcing Zar to possibly stay grouped up next to Bobby. They're going to get 9 gems. Tyrant decides to go invisible. Not the right time for him there. Got caught by Squeak's super. That's going to be a complete waste of Leon's abilities.
Yeah, he's not happy about that one. OG goes aggressive on Zulan once more and gets the takedown. Corey is hung out to dry here. 900 HP, and OG's still in an aggressive position. Tyrant's 2v1 as well. He can't do much here up this left-hand side, but he tries to make a move regardless. Invisa heal pops in time, and they get the reset. Bobby's low, and Tyrant's there. He gets the takedown. Can he get out? OG's behind them. He is marked. The stun would have connected, but he gets taken down on his route through in a massive turnaround from Tribe Gaming, and they flip it round and should take it here.
Wow, I'm just speechless. That was an insane turnaround there. OG did not expect that to happen. Did not expect the Leon to double team both Bobby and Zar right there. He stayed up. Had he, you know, look at OG's position. He's right here. He really did not expect Tyrant to take out Zar, go invisible, and then be able to take down Bobby as well. And then not just that, he triggered a Bell Mine.
Clearly, I mean my words here. I said, you know, he's not going to be able to do too much. He's 2v1. He's surely just going to go down, but no. He proves me wrong. He gets the double kill and comes back with all the gems. So, wonderful plays by Tribe. So far, so good for them. They are on match point in STMN. Regardless of the performance they brought, they are behind.
Yeah, but if you're Stamina, you know you had that game. It's all about doing it again. OG does have his super, getting kind of harassed by Rico on the right side. Great pinch by Bobby on the left side to help take out the Rico. Tyrant's gonna take him out. Go use his invisibility right there immediately, but Bobby's aware. Tyrant's in great position, able to take down Bobby. Able to take down Squeak before Squeak got melted. Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just all Tyrant at this point, really. When it seems impossible, send Tyrant in to do it anyway. He's got his invisibility back as well, managing to weave through these as well. He pops his invisibility, can't quite get out that time, but there is a couple of gems laying on the floor for Corey, free to take. OG has his super, and he's got Corey in his sights, should I say. Zulan's doing a great job. Bouncy castle. Oh, my.
Whoa.
That's going to be a 9,000 damage Squeak super right there. There's no escaping that.
Yeah, there's no escaping that. And now tables have turned in favor of Stamina. OG's in perfect position right now. Unfortunately, Zulan with a huge super to keep OG low, force him back. OG knows he has to get back here. He does have his super. That ability to stun perfectly used right there against Tyrant. And now OG should be able to get his super back in just a second. But at the top right, check out Zulan.
Zulan is here to play, ready for the pinch. OG gets the stun. Doesn't get taken out either. There's a gem on the floor which will start the countdown. Zara is there for the pinch. Zulan gets him. And these two gems could really sway the game. Zulan could honestly just pick up these three and come back, but he's staying up. He's got the pinch there. Bobby cannot go anywhere. 137, the super comes in. The takedown's there. Tribe, they've got the win in their sights.
Oh.
Gems on the floor, and STMN are out of it. 10 seconds left, nowhere to be seen. OG's got a super Tyrant, but that makes no difference. Corey's got the gems, and they win it. 3-2 in this final game.
Wow, just speechless right there. If we look at the last sequence right there, hopefully we can see the replay here. It was all Zulan. Even further back from this, he just took over the right side, just completely took it over. Constant supers. He was on a mission this game. Wow.
Oh, I'm sure Corey's just happy to have these two lanes, to be honest. He's just chilling there, picking up gems whenever they make a play. And the stats do really back up how close those games were.
Yeah.
It was a real turnaround factor from Tribe. But in the second game, they did have an acceptable amount of gems as well. It's not just that turnaround there. They were very much in the game, even without that takedown. The sides just doing so much. Tyrant and Zulan, really the MVPs there in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely. And then, of course, can't forget about Corey securing those gems. It's the most important thing. Stamina choked on that part, constantly giving up the gems. Bobby died in some critical, 36 gems given up. That's not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, look at Tribe. As he's saying it, I'm completely forgetting about Corey. His lanes might have done a lot, but there's only 12 gems dropped throughout the two games, so it's really solid from him as well. Overall, a wonderful performance from Tribe Gaming NA, and we can't forget either. It's been as Livy playing for a very solid amount of time. Corey slotting back in and beating the biggest rivals after a big break.
Wow.
That is going to be a huge, mental boost for him moving on through these brackets.
Yeah, for sure. Especially beating which most people would claim, proclaim Stamina, second best team in North America, right under Tribe, getting that close. But again, just failing to defeat Tribe. That's their fourth loss against Tribe in this ESL series.
Unfortunate for STMN, and that's even with Corey as well. He has had a lot of time off, and you expect him to be rusty in a situation like that, but he's just not.
Yeah.
He plays so well regardless. His nanny in the first set was completely impeccable as well. Just amazing gameplay all around from Tribe Gaming, and that is actually them qualified, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just slipping my mind. They've
Just
qualified to
qualified.
the challenge season. Congratulations to Tribe.
Oh my goodness. And then we're going to have, I think, Miners and Vatra coming up.
I believe so. Should be a good match as well. We've been waiting these next three games. You should see we're coming up. I believe it'll probably be Miners, Vatra first. STMN, Raconic have obviously. STMN deserve a little bit of a break. Not sure if we'll be seeing them up next. But then it's going to be the losers of Miners and Vatra against West Coast to decide that one as well.
Yeah, definitely. First time we're going to be seeing Vatra and Miners tonight. Excited. Vatra, second seed right here. They're an upcoming team with a lot of potential. Just look at this. Look at Zulan. He's winning the right side, coming in from behind, just cutting off Bobby. There we go. And now let's head into the break before we head into the next game.
Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where Tribe is our first team to be advancing through to the challenge in our Mobile Open Finals. Huge congratulations to them. As we take a look back here at the bracket, you can see that they were able to take out Stamina Esports, who will be dropping down into that lower bracket. And of course, we've got that Miners Vatra Gaming match right around the corner. But before we do that, we're on the sofa. We're hanging out on the sofa now, Trav, and you actually have a game that you'd like to break down for us.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be breaking down that little play from Tyrant with the double takedown with Leon and the retrieval of all of the gems. Just really stood out to me in the last few seconds there. So we'll enter this just before it happens. Great, solid plays from him. It's just amazing plays all around. The countdown does start for STMN, and Tyrant is on the lookout. I said here, he hasn't got much to do, he can't do too much, and if we can get a pause just now, We see he comes through here, gets some damage onto him, and then pinches around this way. Great play from him, and it's a great way to dismiss and come back from a different angle to throw the Squeak off guard. If we play once again here, we then see him come in and sweep up with the Invisa heal played. He gets some HP back, takes down Bobby, and just completely sprints all the way back down, retrieves the gems for his team, and forces a match point situation against STMN Esports. Wonderful plays from him, wonderful plays from his team all round, and just all round against all odds and against me saying that he could not bring it back, he managed to do it regardless. So amazing plays all round there. But over on the other side of the studio, we have got a bit of an interview with the star himself, Zulan. Let's take a quick look over there with Glitter.
Thank you so much, Trev. That's right. I've got Zulan on the line here. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today. And congratulations on qualifying for the challenge. What's going through your mind right now?
Feels good, obviously, to qualify and win. We don't got to play the next qualifiers. Shout out to the team. Shout out to Corey. He had to play last minute, sort of. As Livy was like on our main roster, per se. But he played amazing. He clutched up. He came through, and we got the win.
Yeah, no, you guys did fantastically. Now, I've got to ask you, in that final game there, it kind of seemed like you were on a little bit of a mission. You took over that entire final game. What was going through your head while that was happening?
Well, Rico's one of my comfort picks, especially in Hard Rock Mine, ever since beta back in 2017. Really fun brawler to play. Played really good. My team as well. Tyrant on that takedown at the top with the Leon Super, going back with all the gems. That was amazing. Very well played by the team in general.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you did fantastically, so congratulations once again. But I got to ask you, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. We saw a quote from you about who your biggest inspiration was. You talked about your dad a little bit. So any kind of words for your father right now?
Well, my dad, what can I say? He sort of introduced me into video games, buying me, I don't know, Mario a while back when I was little. And my dad's always been there for me in every tournament. He lets me play. He's always making sure, I don't know, I eat well, I'm practicing, and I don't know, I just got to say a huge thank you to my dad. He's amazing. He always supports me, and thank you, Dad.
I love that so much. Zulan, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. I'll give you a quick second to do any shout outs before I let you go. And congratulations on the qualification to challenge.
Thank you. Shout out to Tribe, to the team. And yeah, I just hope we can continue winning and look out for us, I guess, in the next stage.
Thank you again, Zulan. All right. Super fun to be able to talk with him. That was a really awesome interview to hear what he had to say kind of about that final match. And that was a question from you, Ash. You had brought that up, that he just looked unstoppable in that final game.
Yeah, he did. He just looked poised, like just took over the final 30 seconds, just taking the whole right lane with Rico, took down the mid, trapping Bobby, gems, securing the win. I felt like, he deserved a lot more praise than that.
I mean, we can't say it enough. Obviously, Tribe, no surprises there, qualifying through to challenge, but we have more games still up on the docket, and it is time to turn our attention towards those. Of course, that next matchup is going to be with Miners and Vatra, so let's dive into that one.
Yeah, well, here is the Miners roster. Search and Destroy. I believe it's Master Walrus, MW, Falcon, and Ben is this roster. Really solid players. Really wasn't familiar with the team name, but I do recognize the players. Now they come to my eyes. Here are some highlights as well from their runs through these few splits. Not only that, but they're against really solid teams, bringing out solid performances here, and just all-round great plays from them. Yeah,
check it out. 3v1. There's no way for I'm Vengeance come back from there. They're a pretty new team in the scene in North America, but all four of these players super solid. I'm kind of excited to see. This is the first time I'm seeing them play together in a cohesive unit. Kind of interested to see how their chemistry develops as we go on to this matchup.
Yeah, well, we've taken a look at those. Let's take a little bit of a look at Vatra as well, see what they're bringing to the table. We've seen them, we've seen them in other competitions, should I say. Painty, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but I'll go with it. Juan Carlos and RBM is this roster, full Mexican roster. So bringing some representation to that part of North America is what we love to see. Here they are against Tribe Game. I've seen this group a few times. They're up by a small percentage in these closing few seconds. RBM makes the breakthrough, few shots off. Incendiary will do the damage needed, and Zulan can't make any moves towards the safe, and neither can Livy, securing this win.
Yeah, second rated team in the leaderboards right here. Very powerful. Coming from Mexico, the top team from Mexico. These guys have been playing for a very long time together. And you know what? They're a very exciting team as well. RBM, known for his aggressive style plays. Juan Carlos, more of a supporter. Then you got Payne. Who can actually do it all?
He's that versatile person in the roster who can just do a bit of everything, and clearly can do a bit of spinning as well. A bit of BM towards the end of that game there against Tribe Gaming, and being able to take a single game off Tribe Gaming is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be another solid matchup there for our semis now. As you can see, though, in the head-to-head, it's not looking so good for Miners. Vatra are 3-0 against Miners, so that definitely plays in Vatra's favor. Do you guys have any inclinations yourself? You leaning towards Vatra, you think?
Well, I think you've kind of got to lean towards Vatra. We saw the same with Tribe versus STMN in the 3-0 format of Tribe being up, and they managed to pull through, so I'm thinking they can do something similar.
Well, we'll have to see if chat agrees with you, because once again, guys, we want to hear your voice. You can vote in the poll below. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to be taking this next matchup home, because it is ready to go right around the corner, and it is time for our second semifinals matchup.
Well, we're kicking things off here on Kaboom Canyon again, actually. Similar, well, actually the same maps as the previous one, whether we'll see some similar outcomes. Ban's already in, Max, Lola and Piper, and then Colette, Crow, and Eve. Brock as the first pick to open up that mid wall.
Yeah, and as you know, Brock is a very high damage brawler on Heist. And with both Piper, Colette Band, you don't really have too many high damaging long range brawler options. So pretty solid pick, especially being able to open up that mid wall if needed with the rocket fuel gadget as well.
Yeah, honestly, Brock's a great pick. I was surprised we didn't see a little bit more of it in previous games, but Vatra taking a leaf out of Tribe's book. Not sure about Daryl as a first pick, but they've chosen to go with it nonetheless, bringing in a pretty similar strategy. Obviously, clearly without the Max, because that is banned out that Tribe brought.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nanny pick coupled with the Daryl if they took a page from Tribe's book here. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I feel like Nanny could be a very deadly pick right now if Vatra decides to do so here.
Well, we saw it. It was executed amazingly by Tribe. They've taken Lou.
Wow.
And I mean, I'm just going to continually question Lou every time it's picked, because I'm not used to it. I'm not sure if this is some kind of North American thing that, as a European, I'm not used to. But it just doesn't seem to be paying off too much. I think it worked in Hot Zone when STMN played it, but then after that, it didn't seem to work too well. They bring it in nonetheless, and not only am I surprised to see it, but it's Kaboom Canyon as well. Like.
Yeah. You make a very good point right there. It is Kaboom Canyon. This is Heist. Lou is not a brawler known for his damage. More of a control zone type of pick, right? On the other end, we got B. Now, B is an excellent pick against Daryl. Not so sure about against like a Lou. You do have like similar range. But if you can shut down the Daryl, it can definitely make your life easier here if you're the Miners.
Oh, yeah, I do like that pick. Obviously, you're going to have the range advantage over the Lou as well, so that could be a pretty similar range, I guess. It'll be fairly similar between these two brawlers. But you expect B to excel at longer range, just that little bit more. Janet is not out the way, and it is going to be picked. So I'm not sure how it's going to fare on Heist, to be honest. I think a lot of the damage has really got to come from that Brock, especially when you are faced with that Daryl. Where's the Nanny? Surely it's got to be now.
Where's the Nanny? Yeah, you got to pick Nanny right now, I feel like, with this last pick. There you go. There's the Nanny, which is an excellent pick against other long-range brawlers such as Brock and B. And not only against Janet, who doesn't really have that range. So I like the Nanny pick. I think Vatra kind of primed to take this one, unless if Miners can make their way, especially with their Brock, that damage output.
Yeah, it's really got to be the B to deal with the Daryl, I think. They've got the Brock also. They can break open that little pocket on the top left-hand side and really get a lot of the way, get a lot of those walls out of the way and ensure that they can't teleport or roll into that little pocket. We do have a third route opening up from Ben here on the side of Miners, and the gadget goes down from Falcon to scout out this bush. 2 pickups, and he's looking for a third.
Wow, that was very quick with this Janet right there, getting a double kill. Unfortunately for Vatra, it doesn't matter too much on their end, as Daryl is going to make his way, get his super eventually, and there it is. Going to get it, take out Falcon, and not only that, Nani able to teleport safely onto that safe and get back that damage output, right? Like, Miners down to 82%, 80% on their safe with that Nani still in that pocket zone as we're seeing at the bottom right.
Yeah, well, he's just not moving. He should probably fly over, try to get some damage onto him and finish him off, which he does exactly that. Ben trying to get some shots in by RBM, coming through and getting some damage onto him. Takes him down as well, not able to utilize that damage gear on the Brock to get some damage on safe. And now Payne trying to establish himself in mid, and he's doing a good job of it as well. Yeah,
and look at that quick use of his gadget, got double freeze on 2 brawlers. Unable to take down Ben though, who's gonna get an excellent rocket fuel to finish off Lou. RBM gonna go in, as we talked about. RBM very good tank aggro style player.
Yeah, it's just Ben alive in the mid now though, and Payne and Juan Carlos are gonna take him down. MW really in a tough position. I'm not sure about that Lou super, kind of getting like you know, a little bit, and Ben walks directly over it for some reason and should be just a few seconds away from being frozen. Surprised Payne hasn't shot at him at all, to be fair. Now it starts to wear off, but all the damage in the world's coming out on safe, and it's going to be finished off. Vatra Gaming starting off strong.
Yeah, as we saw with that damage output paying dividends right there, especially 90 constantly teleporting in, RBM with the constant pressure of Daryl. They definitely took that from a page off of Tribe right there, and it's working out very well for them.
Yeah, now they come through once more. This is a gadget being placed by Falcon. Doesn't make the same explosive move as he did in the last one. Juan Carlos is going to avoid a few of those shots. Ben, though, shoots a rocket fuel towards mid, and a good pinch coming in from MW, gets the takedown. Now, Ben, just a few shots away from being frozen, and that will help him as well. Payne gets that off, but MW with a good honey molasses to tank the Daryl roll and first shot.
Yeah, I like the defense with B, but this is the problem. Every time you're taking that Daryl out, he's just coming back and he's just getting closer to super. Not just that, Nani getting ever closer to her super and being able to just teleport towards your safe. So right here, Carlos, I think he's just 1 or 2 hits away from getting his super. And then RBM, again, just going directly on that Brock. Jen's not going to be able to deal a whole lot, but should be able to finish off Daryl right there. And Juan Carlos is going to go down. I think he did get his super, though. So he can revive back, use his super to teleport to the safe if needed. No, he doesn't have it yet.
Should have it momentarily then. The honey molasses slowing down RBM, but they don't make much use of it, which is quite surprising considering there's a B in the mix there, as well as a Brock with some range. They do get the takedown now, though. Are at a slight deficit, but RBM rolls in, and that should be a free takedown for them. He does get it eventually, and that 3K should be sent straight towards the safe to deal some damage.
Yeah, they're really in desperate need of Juan Carlos to get his super here. There it is. There's the Nani super. Unable to take down Falcon, but it's all right. Jenna doesn't really have the most damage output, so she can go in right here and take out Lou, but she's got to back up. Otherwise, she's going to be quickly taken out by Daryl. So she's going to play it safe. Not the most timely use of Nani gadget right there. Going in against 2 brawlers directly next to the safe. Kind of questionable with that decision there.
Yeah, well, it would have been nice to see him teleport into the corner or even just use it for damage on one of the brawlers so then he could just come back up a little bit faster. Gets the takedown away. RBM slotting in this little position here. Little bit of an odd roll, but it delayed a little bit of time. And considering there's only 20 seconds on the clock and they are having a lead, you can't complain too much.
Yeah, now Juan Carlos does have his 92, but there's just not enough time left here. You're going to need a lot more. Actually, no. Vatra in control with the damage. But trading blows, Vatra is going to win this one. That's just the damage output. It's a story of damage output right there, and they just have too much for Miners. For Miners just didn't have it. Jani, B, where's your DPS coming in?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to challenge a Daryl to a base race, to be honest with you. It doesn't seem like the smartest decision they could have made, but they needed damage, and they had to make a move at some point. These stats, though, it's another case of just go for the damage on safe. Pretty similar to how Tribe played it, actually, with the Daryl.
Definitely.
Just run for the safe, not care about too many takedowns, because you don't need him with a Daryl. You're going to deal like above 3,000 damage per hit.
Yeah, these stats are not surprising to me at all. B's just going to constantly take down Daryl, but that's not how you win. You got to go for the objective. You got to go for the safe. And that's what you can do with Daryl. Just constantly roll in, go for the save, just go for 10%. That's all you need. Go get your nanny super, just go in there, get some 15% more damage. That's all you need. Just constantly cycle that, and you're just going to end up winning.
Yeah, and that's just the play to make with the Daryl. They definitely taken a bit of a leaf out of Tribe's book. The nanny plays, with the TPs weren't as consistent and as synergized with the Daryl as I would have liked, but a win's a win.
Yeah, definitely.
They're not going to care how they get it as long as they get it. And Miners are going to be 0-1 against Vatra Gaming. So they'll be pretty pleased about how that one did start off. And moving on to the next one with a good amount of momentum as well. And a couple of pretty convincing wins will feel good.
Yeah, definitely. I think heading into this, like we knew that Vatra was a better team. They did defeat them 3 times, 3-0 in the regular season. So if you're Miners, obviously you have some thought process to do, especially your draft process, right? What do you have to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be nice if we could see the maps, but I'm not. I think it was after this. Yeah, we are going to see it. Dueling Beetles was the next one up. I probably should have remembered that from the last one anyway, considering we're seeing the same maps. We can kind of relay back to memory. I was clearly having an issue with memory there, but it is Dueling Beetles, a pretty long-range map along the lanes and a pretty short-range map through the mid, which is kind of the reverse of near of any other competitive map.
Yeah, obviously we're going to see Eve banned, Vatra banning Janet, Squeak, and Eve. And then we got Miners banning Squeak, Ash, and Lola. That Ash ban, not surprising, RBM does hold the world record for the highest pushed Ash, over 2,000 trophies on that.
I was going to say, I wouldn't like to play against a 2,000 trophy Ash. Never mind like a 5 trophy Ash, to be honest, with how annoying the brawler is. They're going to pick Byron, regardless of Ash being out of play. They're not going to have that solid pairing of those 2 brawlers, but it's a really versatile brawler anyway. So it's really solid first pick, especially on Dueling Beetles. Yeah. You can have the Malays coming in, and that can pretty much halt healing for a solid amount of time, or at least half it, which is very, very useful anyway.
If I'm Vatra, I'm looking at Crow right here. Crow's on the table. That's going to be a good brawler to just decrease that heal output of Miners. They're going to go Bell. Not a bad pick. Bell on the lanes. You do need those long-range brawlers on the lanes of this map, as you said. But I am still looking at Crow right now if I'm Vatra.
Yeah, so am I. Choose Crow. Because he's going to be able to halt a lot of those heals, which are going to be halting him as well, to be fair. But they choose Ruffs. Which,
you know what?
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I don't mind it. It's a solid pick. Once you get some power-ups going, you can also open the map as well. If they choose to go with another long-range brawler along with Bell, then those supply drops are going to be able to get some serious damage going down with some wall breaks too.
Yeah, I actually really like it too, because Bell and Russ, those are 2 great brawlers against Crow. So Crow's still on the table if they need it. So I like it. It kind of gives them a buffer right there. Hey, we don't have to pick Crow just yet. Let's see what these guys choose, and then if we need it, we'll pick it with our last pick, or we can just pick a brawler that can counter this combo even better. I was gonna say Mortis, but then that Gale added. This is gonna be a tough choice for Vatra to pick something to counter a comp like that.
Yeah, they've gone for a very well-rounded strategy here. Like the Sprout, they're going to be able to put walls down, Byron with some range, and they've also got Gale to defend against those aggressive brawlers, as you mentioned, something like a Mortis. But they do have a well-rounded comp on Vatra as well. I'm just sure they're going to have to establish some early control with this comp, because if you lose that against the Sprout, then it's going to be difficult. Stu is the last pick. I like the mobility. He's going to be able to avoid a lot. And you can also do a decent job against Gale as long as you're not going towards the face, whereas the Twisters will deal with you quite nicely. And the mobility is going to be hard for Sprout to deal with.
Yeah, and definitely the wall break ability of Stu as well, which is going to be so important against Sprout. Sprout is very dominant brawler, especially with his second gadget, constantly being able to enclose so many of these choke points, just completely trapping you on this map. So having a wall breaker is just so important. And we're going to see Ruffs running that first what's it called, air superiority, star power to open up walls as well. So it could go either way, I feel like.
Well, Payne's picked up an early super, and I'd imagine he's probably using gas to heal. He's going to be using speed zone, so he doesn't have that break, actually, from breakthrough. So that is a little bit unusual in my eyes, but they've got 15% straight off the bat, so I'm sure they'll be pretty happy about that. They make another connection as well, and he gets that super back once more. RBM did connect a few shots as well, so shouldn't be too far off getting his break also.
Yeah, not having that wall break with Stu, I feel like is pretty dangerous. Once Sprout starts doing this and closing these areas, and getting control, it's going to be so difficult to reclaim it. But as I'm saying that, Payne with some great plays, Ben's going to kind of a panic super right there by Ben. He didn't have to do that. Was fortunate enough to take down this dude, but still so far behind against Batra right now.
Yeah, Payne managed to super through there just in time. Gets a couple of connections onto him though, and he should go down. He does just that. 51% to 20 now, and he is going to fall to RBM. Falcon goes down, but Ben, now he can't connect these walls together and shut off a complete choke point because they have broken up this wall with superiority. Payne has his super in hand as well. Falcon trying to look for some good value on his super, but at this point it's going to be hard to find with the walls going down second by second.
Yeah, definitely. I loved what the RBM did there with his roughs, opening his own walls. Just not giving Sprout any opportunity to trap his team. A big lead, but now Miners are making their way back into this game. If they can keep control over this mid area, just not able to, just not enough to push Batra back out of here.
Well, one of the things we did say was Payne would have some serious mobility, and he has lived up to that expectation. MW given up in spawn, and rightly so there, as 100% to 41 is not going to be, you're not going to be able to come back from that at that point. Once again, really solid plays from Vatra. They seem to be playing a lot better than their opponents in Miners. I like the wall break, it was very good. I was also questioning not using breakthrough and using speed zone, but it didn't seem to have too much of an effect, as they do seem to be the superior team at the moment.
Yeah, if I'm Miners here, one thing I really want to keep in mind is not giving RBM his super. That's their only wall breaker. So if you can nullify that, you can prevent Russ from getting his super, breaking that own wall, and have your Sprout ready with walls, you can completely change the dynamic of this game. So let's see if that's what the adjustment they make. Nope, RBM's going to get the better end of that, be able to defeat a Sprout right there. Not sure why that Sprout was playing lane.
Well, I'm really not sure what's happening here, to be honest, because that's a very questionable wall. You want to be blocking off their choke points, taking them down so then they can't respawn and come back up. I mean, this is just looking like it's going to be done already. 55% pretty much in the bank, and Ben has his wall, but they already are pretty much on the zone. They're going to block it off. Payne can come back around the left-hand side as RBM's doing a good job of staying up here. The pushback comes in and Juan Carlos should go down, but he's actually surviving. And he might actually get the takedown as well, and he does. Falcon gets stunned by one of the nest eggs, and Master Walrus falls low too. Looking like a GG in my eyes. But he gets the splash off. Payne survives anyway, and Juan Carlos was surviving all that time in spawn.
Wow. I am just speechless right now. Vatra just... The better mobility, the ability, Juan Carlos, I don't know how he managed to stay alive with his bell on the right side for that long. 87% to 16. They're just rubbing it in right now a bit. Juan Carlos, Vatra, there's only 1 minute and 30 seconds. There's still plenty of time left. If Miners can, I don't know, constantly hold this mid area.
Yeah, it's not over yet, but Vatra taking some time to recoup. They know they can as well. They got a bit of a time buffer. Payne's going to go pick up the power-up, and looks like a few shots are being missed by them. They got the super as well. He goes in aggressively. Falcon wastes a long time to use that super. He secured another couple of percent in there. Got it up to 91, but 62 as Miners start to tick up now. MW is marked. Falcon gets hit. Payne starting to aggress once more. Might just go into the zone and try play for that. He gets a few Gasser heals off. 92% now. MW goes down, and this is done. Juan Carlos with a couple of taps, and the second set goes to Vatra as well.
I gotta hand it to Miners. They started to make things interesting, but it was just a little too late. It took them a while. I felt like comp-wise, they did have a good comp. You had Sprout, but giving the Russ super so early to break those walls just made things a lot harder. As a Sprout, you really need those walls intact.
I can agree with that. 19 takedowns to 12 in favor of Vatra, and it does back up the gameplay they were providing. It seemed like they were pretty much just in their spawn a lot, and I think there was a point where the Sprout respawned 2 times and Juan Carlos was still in their spawn getting takedowns.
Yeah.
So it's not the position you want to be in, and Vatra rightly take this second set, and only one more stands in between them, and I believe this is yet again a spot to the challenge.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, we did just see that finish off 2-0 now. Miners are going to be the ones taking the loss if they do get this one off here. If I can remember rightly, it is Goldarm Gulch on knockout.
Yes.
So that one is the one coming up next. And we might see some pretty familiar comps. It seems to be sticking quite close to what we saw in the previous ones, similar brawlers, especially in Heist. So we might see the Tick and Sprout coming out once again.
Yeah, possibly. Or maybe we'll start seeing them being banned as well, right?
Yeah.
We know for sure Eve, Janet, those are brawlers you just gotta ban. They're just too powerful right now in this meta. The ability to just fly over, especially late game. In competitive knockout, late game is just way too important.
We get into it. It is going to be Goldarm Gulch. My memory serves me right clearly. Miners need to start making a stand now. Reverse sweep is going to be required to stay in this one. Well, they might be going down to losers bracket if not, but it is still alive for them if they do lose. But I'm sure they'll be wanting to move on to the challenge just straight in this one. We do have Sprout, Jean, and Ash banned out from Miners, and Tick, Eve, and Janet banned out from Vatra.
Yeah, no surprise right there with the Ash ban, considering just how powerful of a player RBM can be with that. And as we called it, like, use the throwers or just ban them. And as we can see, 2 of the best throwers, Sprout and Tick, off the table. But Miners are like, nope, you know what? There's still another thrower here. Let's go with Grum.
Well, there might be another thrower, but I'm not sure how well it's going to be able to do on this map. It might have, a bit of grounds just because, the next 2 best throwers are kind of out of the mix. But I still think that this is fairly easy to dodge Grom in the nowadays meta. Back when it first came out, it was very, very hard to dodge, and all the shots were pretty much connecting if you were in a certain vicinity of it. But now, he did have some nerfs, and he fell out the meta pretty hard. Bo is going to be the pick from Vatra. I like it. The mines are going to be extremely good to block off a few of those choke points. Pretty comparable to how a Sprout wall does it, but obviously you can't shoot through a Sprout wall. But you can shoot through the bow mines. So they're going to have to come through a choke point at some point if they want to avoid the gas, so why not throw some bow mines there?
Yeah, definitely. Roughs there. You got the air superiority to break some walls if you need to. You got bow mines to break walls if you need to against the Grum. So I like it. I like this combination going forward. And then on Miner's end, now you don't really have these piercing or splash damaging throwers. So it really limits what you can use here. Rico's on the table on this map. Pretty good brawler. Bell is on the table. I'm thinking you gotta go Bell against a matchup like this with the Roughs and Sandbags, and then Bo as well.
Yeah, you might be right. Definitely something that pierces. Leon is being taken. Might be decent against the Bow if he can get in close range, but if Russ can use those sandbags really nicely, then he can tank that aggressive damage coming in from the invisibility being in the position where he's going to get into close range vicinity. It is still going to be Miners to get their last brawler as the pick. I'd like something a bit more long range. As you said, a Bell might be quite useful in a situation like this, but it does leave open a few, openings for Vatra to come in with a really nice counter to near enough their entire comp towards the end.
Yeah, you either got to go long range like a Bell right there, or you're going to have problems against a brawler like Brock right now, who Vatra could possibly take. 3 wall breakers potentially with their supers, and Brock Rocket Fuel. You can open up this map, make it easier against the Leon Lollipop, make it easier against the Grum, of course. So if I'm Vatra here, I'm kind of looking at Brock here.
You might be right, but using those 3 rocket fuels really on it early into the game, because you've got to wait for a super with the other 2 brawlers, might come back to hurt them. And I don't think you can break up near enough all of the walls with 3 rocket fuels, so it is going to be quite difficult. They do take it though, so I'm quite intrigued to see how this plays out. I'm sure they will be in a very solid position pretty early on, because it should be easy to remove walls on their side of the map with the Grom and where the Lollipop drop wants to be. But they do still have Bell, and if they can get some invisibilities to pair with Bell on the Leon, then Vatra are going to run into some problems.
Yeah, definitely. key here for Vatra is definitely going to be, getting those shots with Ruffs to power your team up, which isn't so easy against a brawler like Rum that's going to comfortably sit behind walls, or long-range brawlers like Bell keeping their distance as well. Not only that, placing your sandbags knowing, hey, Bell can just shoot at it and have it bounce on me.
Yeah, Rocket Fuel comes in straight off the start from Juan Carlos, gets down those mid walls, clearly want to remove as much as they can right now, and that would be a useful break as well. Falcon forced to run back a little bit more, and now he loses those grounds towards the end game in mid, because if he wants to stay behind walls in the late game, he's going to have to be in the gas.
Yeah, definitely. Ben working his way, getting those shots with his Leon here. Master Walrus already has his Bell super. Falcon pretty, he's doing okay on the top left side, but as this map starts to condense with the poison engulfing the area, it's going to be harder for Grum, I feel like.
Yeah, he's going to be having a look in those bushes with that gadget, and it's going to be Ruff's not actually running sandbags. He's going to be running the Meteor Raining gadget, I forget the name of it on the spot, but Ben comes in and he's got no sandbags, but he gets the takedown anyway. Master Walrus falls low as well. Juan Carlos in a position to pitch Master Walrus, goes down, RBM manages to hit it, Grom super misses, and now they can just walk in a straight line and take him down.
Whoa, that was a very fortunate miss for Vatra right there. That super from Grum could have taken that bow and then also could have put Grum in a great position, but Vatra looking good right here. Got the first win. They got to do it again now. Falcon now a lot less walls to utilize with his Grom.
Yeah, Ben throws down a lollipop drop. Pain is still sitting quite nicely in a good position, gets his power up as well. Why not use it? He's going to break some walls, and where is Falcon going to hide now? He's got nowhere to be hiding. Ben is in the corner as well, and Falcon just in a 3v1. Unless he can get the most beautiful Grom super of all time, I think this might be over.
Yeah. Just look at how well they're dodging it too. They're just walking through the Grom shots. As you said, Grom just not as good as he was. He's just a shadow of his former self after all those nerfs.
It's a great way to put it. Regardless of that, though, Vatra are going to be moving on to match point, and I don't see them stopping here. They should be finishing this one off right now, especially with how a few of those games played out. Grom pretty much having one super in 2 rounds, not the best performance from him. Throws his little turret down, has some vision of the grass, but Pain should be able to take it down quite swiftly, and if not, then they should be able to use some of these Brock gadgets to open it up.
Yeah, if you're Gum, you really got to take advantage of the early game, because the walls are just going to constantly get taken down regardless. So you got to capitalize on the early game here. Get those hits, get your super ready. That's going to come in. That's going to come into play a lot if you can.
Throwing some shots out now. The rocket fuel comes down once more from Juan Carlos. Last one that he actually has. So he can't snipe any brawlers down with it, but I'm not sure he's in a position where he needs to. Pretty much decently open spawn is quite good for them in Busy Hill. Lollipop drop comes down, and great Grom super, and he gets a connection as well. Just as we're saying he can't connect any shots, he makes some great plays, and Miners are staying in it.
There you have it, Grom getting that super to connect. And you can see just how deadly it is. Grom, one of the best supers. He has one of the best supers in the game because of that.
Now, Master War is trying to get a connection onto Pain. Can't quite do it with the super, but follows up with a good shot. Reverse polarity comes in, and it bounces pretty much straight back to where he was. He is going to fall down as he is in a tough position. RBM's got his super as well. Can throw some mines down, but in a 3v2, he might want to save him. Gadget from Pain there, and they do both rotate up to the top portion of the map. Juan Carlos fell low, but actually didn't get taken down by Falcon.
Yeah, at this point, you got to consider holding on to your super. Ben did a great job right there, getting his super. He's probably not going to win this exchange, but hey, at least you move on to the third game, having your Leon super and your Grom super intact here.
Yeah, you see Vatra trying to get the Brock to have super, but in the end, it's going to be the Ruffs who takes him down. So a complete reset of power-ups. Round match, everything point goes to Vatra at the moment, with just this one round standing in between them and the challenge series. Reverse polarity connects with Pain, but no follow-ups after that. Bowmine's being triggered instantly as that saving of super didn't really seem too useful for RBM in the long run anyway.
Yeah, and we know Falcon does have his Grom super, but I'm not expecting him to use it anytime soon. Waiting for this map to start getting smaller with the poison coming in sooner, and then you're going to have a huge value Grom super. So looking pretty good for Miners so far. If you're Vatra, you really need some hits with your Ruffs. Empower your team. Power them up.
Ben's not using his super aggressively just yet. Might want to use it to heal in the later stages.
Yep.
Masawaros has picked up his super as well, so can mark up one of the opponents. We've got a powered up bow, however, though, which is quite a scary thing to be looked at in this late game. Mark is missed. Pain is going to rain down some meteors, force them into a position they don't want to be in. Matawaros triggers that last line, but doesn't quite get it. Grom super comes down, connects with RBM, but they can't quite finish it. One shot left for both of these to fall down. Falcon goes down. Ben's still here, though, in Viz, and they team up, and they might be able to get him here, but they do eventually finish it off. I thought he might have had a chance of clutching up, but nonetheless, Vatra take it. They take the round, they take the game, and they take the entire match. They move on to the Challenge Series, and they are going to be seeing Tribe Gaming there.
Yeah, that was very exciting right there. The exchanges going on at the end. When Grum hit that super, I was like, okay, you know, you're going to get a lot of value, especially with the map, you know, condensed thanks to the poison, but didn't really get the finish on that bow, which was a big miss. And Miners, they got more damage, less heal. And you can see just how important that healing aspect was. You got to heal back in a mode like Knockout. Survivability is just way too important.
Yeah, you see, you know, Miners obviously went a little bit more aggressive than Vatra Gaming did. They played a little bit more patient, and Vatra actually had one more super for it. Their supers really weren't too influential, other than that Ruff's one obviously powering up the bow. Provided a lot of help in both of those round wins there, as he seemed to be near enough unstoppable in the later stages of that one. But Vatra are going to be going into the challenge season. Wonderful plays from them throughout today, thoroughly deserved. I would have liked to see them come against Blood Diamond, though, and see how that one played out. But unfortunately, you know, they couldn't play today.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate right there. Well, definitely was a team that I was looking forward to, one of the youngest teams in North America as well.
Well, Split 2 is still available for them, but for now, we'll take a look at the bracket, see what has been playing out. And we did see Tribe Gaming versus STMN. Just prior to this, Tribe won 3-1 and moved on into the next phase of the competition. Vatra then beat Miners 3-0, moved on as well. Miners versus Raconic Esports NA is going to be the next game coming. Actually, it might be STMN Esports versus West Coast, considering they have been waiting a little bit longer. So they will be coming up next on stream, playing out for their spot in the challenge season. And we are also going to be going to break now, guys, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us, and we'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where Vatra is our next team to advance to the challenge. Huge congratulations to the Vatra squad, and that is it for our upper semis. And now it is time to go down below to that lower bracket and start looking at those matchups. And we're actually going straight into the matchup with Miners and Raconic Esports NA. Now, that is going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least, especially because Miners just had to play. So we'll have to see how they're able to kind of handle that fatigue that can sometimes set in esports when you have a long day of games.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they seem to be playing pretty well. They didn't quite manage to take it back, and a lot of the games were fairly close. So they're probably not too far down in terms of their mental, but at the same time, as you mentioned, fatigue can be a real issue.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how they handle it. But of course, let's take a quick look back at some of the highlights from that last game and kind of get a feel for where we think Miners might end up here, Ash.
Yeah, Miners have been pretty solid so far. Unfortunately, though, some of their drafting process right here, especially against Vatra, didn't really work out in their favor very well. Hoping to see them clean that aspect of the game.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. The drafts did seem a little bit off. Sometimes they just didn't play right, and they had a few issues in terms of synergy, mechanics, and stuff like that against a team like Vatra, who are just pretty flawless in a lot of the stuff they do, and obviously making it to that challenge season purely because of that.
Yeah, definitely. Miners still, a pretty new team, especially with all these players. They're very capable players in North America, but as a new team, it does take time for chemistry to develop, but lots of potential.
Always a lot of potential for these teams. As I say, I wouldn't count them out. They're against a pretty decent roster in Raconic, but nonetheless, I think they've definitely got a chance of winning this one. Should be a pretty even game in Miners.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, that matchup is right around the corner, so we don't really need to deep dive Miners. We did just get to see them play. But let's touch back on Raconic, since we haven't gotten to see them in a little bit here, and talk about that roster again.
Yeah, well, here it is. Alyanis, Nathan. A name that I am terrible at pronouncing, apparently, Barajsaf. I want to say, I like the way Ash says it a little bit more, and Chalky Milk on the end as well for Raconic Esports NA. We'll throw a few highlights up now. We have seen them play a few times throughout today, and they've been playing quite well along the way as well. So some really solid plays we saw here, just able to have some really, really solid games against Vanguard, I believe it was. Not able to take the win, I don't think, but they played very well, and nonetheless. Yeah,
they did take the win in this hot zone matchup, if you recall, with the Byron and Leon combination. Worked out very well for them. Unfortunately, against a matchup such as this, 8-bit as a first pick against Bell, another questionable draft pick. So a commonality between two of these teams and their draft picks, kind of questionable. Let's see, who gets the better end of that.
Yeah, it's going to be down to who drafts worse, I think, is going to be losing this one rather than usually who drafts better. Both of the teams clearly have had some issues with, knowing the top end of the meta and stuff like that. Maybe they're just having a tough time adjusting to these 6 bans, or as you say, one of the teams is pretty newly playing together, so they might have some issues with, you know, having which player on which brawler as the difference as well.
Yeah, that is actually huge. Having, you know, the right roles for your players. You gotta figure that out immediately.
All right, listen, I've got some interesting information here, okay? We've been doing these head-to-heads all day, so you can kind of get a little bit of a feel for the potential of both these teams. They've never played each other. They have not gone up against each other yet, which means, Ash, I need your big analysis brain here. What are you thinking for this potential matchup after we've seen them play now a few times today?
I just feel like they're just so evenly matched because, like, they've been playing against two behemoths, like the Tribe and then Vatra. You can't really expect too much against that. Playing against teams that are just superior, right? Especially you being a new team, not having that experience level to just compete against them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a close one. But obviously, chat, we want to know what you think as well. You know the drill by now. You can enter your predictions down below in chat. Let us know who you think is going to be bringing home this first of the lower semis games, getting that third spot to challenge, because we want to know what you guys have to think as well. And speaking of that matchup, it also is ready to go. Picks and bans are underway. So once again, guys, take it away.
Well, Sneaky Fields is where we kick things off. A few different maps slotting in here as well. We haven't seen Dry Season, Bell's Rock and Safe Zone haven't actually been seen today. So we do have the bans and a few picks in as well. Crow, Squeak and Gale going to be banned from Miners. Raconic get Eve, Squeak and Janet out of the way. And a first pick of Rosa.
Yeah, that's a pretty dangerous pick. I'm guessing with the Gale ban, but you still have M's in the picture here. You got B as a mid as an option here. You still have lots of tank counter options. Now, I don't expect Raconic to fully go in with a bunch of tank counters. Right there, we got M's, of course. One of the best tank counters on Sneaky Field. Speed gear, just so good in the bushes.
Yeah, absolutely love it, and especially against the Rosa as well. You can't really have a good time as the Rosa in that matchup when she starts getting supers. And also there is a lot of knockbacks in there as well. Friend Zone, a really great ability to have, especially against some of these tankier units. But at the same time, Rosa's gadget is going to be putting you in a position where you don't want to be. Raconic going to pair the M's with a pretty great brawler with some good synergy with it, Max.
Yeah, definitely you got that speed. And not only that, you take away that ability to couple Rosa with Max, something that would have helped a lot against the mismatch against tank counters. So it just makes it harder for Miners now. What are you going to couple this Rosa with? Maybe a Byron as a healer could possibly help out. You got a Leon, okay. No, Leon we've been seeing in action a lot of these bushy maps, Pinhole Punt and Sneaky Fields today, and it's been working out pretty well.
Yeah, solid from Leon today. To be honest, it's been played out quite a lot by STMN, which is you know, it's been utilized extremely well by them. They do still have this third pick before we flip it back to Raconic though. So I'm quite eager to see what they'll take here. Obviously, quite a lot of avenues out of the way. Squeak we did see in the previous one. I'm not expecting a Lou. That's all I'm going to be saying. It's a STMN special, and Byron is going to be the last pick. Pairs quite well with the Rosa. You got some heals in the back, and you can go very, very aggressive. Yeah,
and if I'm Raconic right now, I have to pick another counter to Rosa. You just can't give that Rosa any free reign in any of these lanes. So you have to pair your comp with another counter. Possibly, you know, maybe even Frank. You know, like Frank. Not too bad against Rosa, great against healer Rosa combo. And there it is. There's the Frank pick for Raconic.
Well, Ash pulling his big brain out clearly, just basically just deciding as well as the players themselves what they should be taking. And I quite frankly agree with him. Frank's pick is going to be good against that Rosa, and frankly, the Byron is going to be tickling him with the small amount of damage that he does. But I'm quite scared about the Leon. If he can start to cycle some supers and really get, you know, going between these players, it might be a bit too much for them to overcome. But I'm sure the Frank will be able to do a solid job against the Rosa to be able to prevent something like this happening.
Definitely. Here we go. Barhaz on the right side against the Leon. Not the matchup you want, because you are going to feed, but perfectly executed right there, going through the mid. And look how easy Barhaz has made it.
Well, Frank, clearly the big brain pick of Ash is paying off very nicely off the start. Chalky Milk getting tapped up a couple of times by Falcon. And Barajas can make this move once more. He's got his super as well. Hasn't actually been scouted out. He sees the Rosa and he strikes. This might even be a walk-in. The ball gets passed forward. The stun's there. But Ben might be able to get this one. He pops the Invisa heal. Can't quite get it done, though. Barajas has got his super. He can just super this one in or just go for a super. And he finishes that one off in 37 seconds, I think it was.
Wow. Just making it look easy. This is the thing that we were worried about with the Rosa first pick. You're putting yourself in the hole here. Both lanes, you're going to struggle. Against Frank, you don't want. Against the M's, you don't want. This time, MW going to try his hands against the Frank.
Yeah, well, considering that's the matchup we wanted him to have, for them to switch him onto the Frank actually seems to be paying off. And now a complete reverse, as Rosa should be able to walk this one in regardless of who respawns, and they don't even respawn in time anyway. He's got his super, Ben has as well. Looking like a great start for Minus in this one.
Yeah, definitely. That worked out very well for them, especially with Barajas missing that gadget against the Rosa, not missing his super. But you know what? Opening up these walls, not so bad either, preventing Rosa from using her gadget.
Yeah, well, Frank pops that gadget as well. Now speed available, and that is going to be huge. He's got his super available. He could just use it now. He does. Falcon gets stunned, and the ball goes in the net. One goal away, and I feel like these have been the quickest games ever if they manage to finish the one off now, but Raconic are one game away from taking the first set already.
Yeah, I think Miners know that they have to turn the motor here if they want to, you know, an opportunity to win this game. Because if you're waiting too long, especially against aggro style combo by Raconic, you're just going to constantly feed them supers. Barajas missed it, but still going to be able to take out that Rosa. They're going to try cornering it, which I don't think is the best idea either against a combo with Frank and Max.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because they're going to finish this one off. Raconic finish off this first set quite swiftly. Only, I think, a combination of about, a minute and 30 for both of the games to have finished or something like that there. So really, really solid plays from them, and they're going to be looking to continue this dominance going forward.
Yeah, definitely. You kind of called it at the start. Like, it's going to come to the team that doesn't mess up the draft. And clearly right there, Raconic just way on top of Miners in the draft process of it.
I don't mind the Rosa, but it's the Rosa first pick that I question.
Yeah.
You just open yourself up to, if you're picking a tank first, the amount of counters out there is just, uncountable in Brawl Stars. It's just absolutely ridiculous how many tank counters there actually are. And especially on a mode like Brawl Ball, you're really not too restricted because you can open up the map, you can keep it closed and play Rico, Spike, stuff like that. And there's just so many counters to these tankier units that they really didn't take into account when they first picked that Rosa.
Yeah, we don't normally see first pick tanks, succeed is the thing. Like, it's so easy to take advantage of, especially on two lanes. The next two picks after a tank are obviously going to be tank counters, and you're just going to have a hard time.
Yeah, it's just such a tough position to be in if you're going to be picking. I mean, you're putting yourself in the position, to be honest, so I can't really sympathize with them for doing that. Do not pick Rosa first. If you're going to pick a tank first, at least pick like Ashe or something like that that's quite versatile. You can play it with Byron and stuff like that quite effectively. But it is going to be Safe Zone up next. We are pretty much straight into the next game mode. First time we've seen this map today as well, so it is quite, long range orientated. You like to see some of the map being broken up, right side straight away by a Brock or something like that, and then play those kind of longer range brawlers, Piper, Bell, stuff like that usually comes in, and Janet is just a dream.
Yeah, definitely. I'm expecting a Brock ban here, though, but no. Piper ban instead. Janet, Squeak for the Miners, and then Raconic deciding to ban Eve, Piper, and Byron. There you go. First pick, Brock. You kind of have to, having that ability to just quickly take down that right wall. You do have that ability with the Colt, but Colt not as safe of a pick as Brock here.
Yeah, a lot harder to play Colt than it is Brock, so a really solid first pick from Miners, and clearly recovering from previous mistakes of terrible first picks. Bell is going to be what Raconic bring in to try and counteract that Brock and a Lola, which is going to deal a lot of damage if left.
Yeah, I really like the Lola pick right there, especially coupling with Bell. You don't have to worry about, having to deal with the enemy picking Bell as their mid. And not just that, that also limits what Miners can pick with their mid. You have like a brawler like 8-Bit, for example, but now that Raconic has decided to choose Bell, that really limits what you can do here. And not just that, Piper and Byron, other mid options are out of the table here. Rico, obviously, great brawler to synergize with your Brock.
Yeah, you break up that side, send a Rico down there, and it can wreak havoc when he gets in that pocket in the top right-hand corner. So it's a great pick to take, especially when you've got the Brock on your side of things as well. It was quite a meta comp, you know, a few metas back. Wall break straight away, and Rico comes in and dominates for your near enough entire team. Was usually paired with a Piper, though. Without that in the mix, they're going to have to change up this last pick into a B. Wow. So keeping the long-range kind of vibe around it. And, you know, I'm not sure about it. Lola's going to be able to tank a lot of those B shots with that ego. So it's a difficult one. They're going to have to get the matchups right, but it can work.
Yeah, and not just that, Bell does have the range advantage against the B at the mid. So it's a tough matchup there. B also doesn't really have the greatest DPS. Rico, you know, mid-tier DPS, so you're really relying on that Brock to get most of the damage on your save. On the other end for Reconic, you know, Lola can get it, but now you gotta go with Colt, even though you don't want to, because you need a wall breaker. Otherwise, how are you gonna maneuver around the right side? You're gonna constantly clump up at the mid, which you don't want to do against a Rico on that lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for Reconic to win, I think. That early Brock pick really gave them some viability in this game and saved them after the poor draft of the previous round. They've managed to get a decent one this time, purely just because of the Brock and Rico pairing in my eyes. You know, the B adds a little bit of range on the end, but can quite easily be defeated by that Bell in the mid. So I think that's going to be the main battle that decides quite a lot of the game in that mid portion of the map and being able to pinch a lot easier with Bell.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like one of the major factors here in this game is going to be how well Elianis here plays that Colt. If he can win that, you know, lane, Colt, one of the highest damaging brawlers, can deal a lot, which is going to be difficult for miners to overcome because they don't really have the best DPS comp.
Well, the mid falls already. Chalky Milk manages to pick it up. Araha's just pushing up as well down this left-hand side. Ben not able to connect too many shots to say that, and then the connections don't stop coming. Caster's Curse strikes again, and Ben managed to pick that up. Has got his damage gear activated as well, but couldn't connect anything. 3% was taken off, but that'll be evened out quite nicely, or even taken the lead by Ben's super, but he overstayed his welcome, and he falls down because of it.
Yeah, traded 11%, sacrificed himself, but Elianis is going to get so much value with that Colt, plus the damage gear, and then Barhaz having his ego ready with the Lola on the left. It's going to be a tough matchup for miners to overcome now.
Yeah, Barhaz's ego does go down, but he's now playing through the mid. The nest eggs are chilling there as well. MW misses his charge shot, has another one though, but Chalky Milk misses his shot on B, I think, and actually connects it with the person behind him. It's a bit of a lucky one there, but Colt's going to get some damage on safe. Aliani's playing brilliantly against this Rico here. Usually is a tough matchup to take if he does manage to push up, but so far he's kept him in, you know, a really compromised position. Yeah,
with those walls down, Elianis can comfortably deal with the Rico 1v1. It's a huge lead by Reconic, which even though miners here have one to push them back, I'm still skeptical whether they're going to be able to overcome that deficit. Ben doing a great job constantly getting hits with this rocket. I feel like they're putting too much on that Rico at the top right when they should have been focused on the Brock.
Yeah, well, Rico's done a great job there and almost managed to bring it back 10% in and out. A couple of shots from Brock will take the lead for them, and now it's Reconic who need to make the push, but they have got a 2v2 situation here, and Falcon is fairly back in the spawn. Chalky Milk's going to deal some damage as well as the Lola as well, and they retake the lead, but he has got a super and some control of the right-hand side, but he is too low to push. Barahaz is very, very low, and the ego is miles behind him as well.
Yeah, it's going to be critical not to die for any of these players. As I said, the Barahaz is going to go down. Ben's not going to use his super to move up and get to the save, but fortunately, Falcon there to save the day with his Rico super, taking the first game of the safe zone set.
Falcon really coming clutch there with his super. Great plays from him. MW managed to get a bit of damage down on the opposing brawlers too, and Ben really taking a lot of the fire because they knew he was the main damage dealer. Yeah. They needed him down, and he took a lot of the fire to be able to open it up. I'm not sure what I'm seeing here, but that wall break took so long for the Colt, and he's only getting over, and Falcon doesn't even know it either.
Yeah, again, Reconic need to keep their eye on Ben. That previous game, Ben solo with his Brock did over like 60%. So definitely don't want that to happen. Elianis, great job at the start getting some nice damage. 12% on the safe already. But previous game, Falcon did get the better of him at the end that resulted in the win. So gotta be careful against that.
It's not how it starts, it's how you finish. Falcon's brought extremely low. Nest eggs being placed quite heavily in mid. There's 3 laying down right there. The slow does miss, but Barajas is going to get tapped up by Ben, who now has to retreat with Chalky Milk pinching over, as MW did fall quite low. But a great shot and a follow-up super to the left of him there, forcing him one way or the other, and he chose to get connected by the shot. MW does take down Chalky Milk in the mid as well, and did navigate a few of those nest eggs quite nicely, and it wouldn't be too bad for him to have soaked them all up there.
Yeah, and check out Ben raining rockets on the left. Didn't really get the best value out of it. Only 8% with a rock super, so not ideal for miners there.
Yeah, would have been played off a little bit better if he'd just thrown a couple of shots that way, to be honest with you, instead of using super. MW walks over one more nest egg, and only one remains. Wall break comes in from Alyanis, breaks down that mid. And they're forcing this other matchup now. Brock versus Colt should be a fairly easy matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, but Alyanis is running the speed on his Colt, so he could maneuver through those rockets. Brock these days, a little easier to dodge with the slower projectiles. But I'm looking at that right side, whether Barajas can make his way against Rico. It's going to be tough, but...
They do have the lead just by the slightest amount, pretty similar to last game, but a lot more HP left on these safes, and no moves being made yet, but MW starts to make it. Honey Molasses goes down. Falcon starts to make a push as well. Has got his super, pretty similar to the last one as well. Ben marked up, but Alyanis cannot connect anything. Does eventually get his super, but Chalky Milk falls low. MW gets tapped up by the damage gear, but Falcon comes through. Super's on safe, and they are 3% down. Chalky Milk starting to make a move, but they can't quite get anything on. Falcon with a bouncy castle, heals up, and it's all down to Barajas, but he can't do anything. 3% in it, and Miners take this second set.
Wow, that was extremely clutch at the end. Miners taking it, but they had to work for it. That was a lot. Those 2 games were super, super close.
Yeah, great games from them regardless, though. And as close as they were, it's all down to the Rico supers. Every time the Rico comes up, just pushes through in the last few seconds and gets that super off. I'm not sure if someone gets impatient and makes a move they shouldn't, but it does seem like that's the move that has to be made every time. Miners, 17 takedowns with 73,000 damage, and Reconic with 16 takedowns and 63,000.
Yeah, very similar stats here. Miners just a tad bit more damage, and that's what we saw in these games. Rico coming in clutch at the end, both games, to just get that extra percentage to win the game. One thing I had noticed was Barajas switching his Lola to the Rico lane. I felt like, hey, you know, better to have Colt there and not switch.
I can agree with that. It definitely seemed to be a bit of a payoff for Miners with that switch, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if it was something that one of the teammates asked for and they had to kind of do it just because they were getting destroyed, but then both lanes seemed to be just taken dominantly by Miners there. So bit of an unusual thing for them to do. But if someone really wanted to make that move and they felt more comfortable against the other lane, it didn't show, because after that, both lanes just got dominated.
Definitely. Especially in that first game, too, where, I don't know, Reconic just got like a 50% lead in safe, and then all of a sudden, Miners out of nowhere start climbing back.
It's all about dealing that damage in big quantities. Bell's Rock is going to be the next map up. And we are moving on to knockout. So bans should be coming in shortly. It's going to be some probably thrower bans, I'd imagine, will be in there as well. Just because, you know, there's a few walls on this map and throwers can thrive quite heavily, especially Tick and Sprout here. Tick is going to be banned out of the way, which does leave Sprout for one of these teams, whoever picks first.
Yeah, definitely. Although Sprout pick as a first pick, a little risky. You got a lot of aggro brawlers that you can still use. You got wall breaking options still in hand. There you go. You did call out the Sprout pick. If I'm Miners, I'm looking at maybe Brock as a wall breaker. Maybe, or just play it safe. Make sure to have those staple knockout brawlers in hand, such as Gene. Oh, no, Gene's banned. Maybe Byron as a healer.
Yeah, you know, I do think it is, you know, quite risky to take Sprout as a first pick, but I think regardless of how risky it is, you just have to do it. Because if you're picking first, your opponents are getting 2 picks, and they can pick Sprout and a good brawler against what you've just picked regardless.
Definitely.
So it's a really solid first pick in my eyes. You've got to have the one thrower, because if they take something like Bell, they might take something like Brock as well, but you've got to get the early damage in with Sprout, because these brawlers are going to be 3 shots to you pretty much.
Yeah, definitely, especially with Tick out of the hand here, like no Tick. You're forcing Miners to go heavy here. Brock's still on the table, Leon's still on the table. Those are pretty good brawlers that could go for here. Let's see what miners decide to go with their second pick.
Yeah, should be coming up shortly. That 30 seconds will come
Leon.
to a close, and Leon is going to be that pick. I kind of like it, but at the same time, those lollipop drops will be dropping down quite fast with the Sprout on the Raconic side of things. He's going to need his super to be able to do too much at all, and it's going to be difficult to get.
Yeah, and it's probably not gonna offer too much value, especially when Sprout can just comfortably sit back behind a wall, quickly take it out. So you're not gonna get a lot of value. So it's gonna be more about late game play with Leon here, trying to get his super. And Janet coming in with Raconic. We know Janet has a 100% win rate in this tournament so far, just because she hasn't been used much. It's the second time we're seeing it.
Yeah, 1 game, 1 win. I think that's all that needs to be said with the 100% win rate there.
Yeah.
So not the most convincing statistics, regardless of it being 100%. But nonetheless, Janet is going to be the pick, and I like it. You can pick your targets very well and swoop in, swoop out with some good damage. And with the new gadget as well, you can swoop in and even jump out if you want to overstay your welcome a little bit. You're not overstaying it too much because you have that exit route.
Yeah, definitely. And then they're going to pair it up with Bo. Another great pick. I love Bo. Very underrated, I feel like. Well, not underrated for pro players like these, but definitely in the lower tiers. A brawler that can offer you so much health, damage, projectile speed a lot faster now. You get a lot more value. You can place your mines behind those walls if you need to. Grum, wow. Grum, 0% win rate brawler there because we only saw once there. But what do you make of that?
I don't like it. I'll straight up say I'm not a big fan. I think, no thrower's better than a Grom as a thrower, to be honest with you, for them. Something fairly aggressive wouldn't have been too bad, considering they only picked up Janet and Bo, really. You can push with, something that can go in quite heavily, like a tank or even a Mortis wouldn't have been too terrible. Janet's a bit of a difficult target for Mortis, but you can pick your targets quite nicely with the mobility he has.
Yeah, I do like Rum a lot more on this particular map, though. You can use him a lot more right here at the mid area. It feels like this map was just really well made for a brawler like Rum, even though he's not the most meta brawler.
We've got Alyanis versus Ben over the left-hand side here, just peeking at long range, trying to get some damage in, and then got the thrower off in mid between Grom and Sprout. Seems like Sprout so far is the superior pick, as it has connected a shot, but Bo seems to be struggling a little bit against the Bell.
Yeah, definitely. Although Barhaz, Bo does have a lot of health. Just got to keep your distance. You're not going to win that 1v1 matchup against a Bell straight up. Elianis with the jump. Very interesting to jump there, forcing you out of position against Leon, who was able to feed off of you a lot.
Yeah, a little bit questionable, considering if the Leon had taken advantage out a little bit more and pushed around the left-hand side, it would have gone quite a long way. That's the last Bo totem, I think, as well, and it gets taken out pretty swiftly. Brahas falls very low. Gas starts to push in, and he's not even healing up either. In comes that Grom shot with the gadget, and he does go down. Sprout is going to get taken out by that, by the Leon, and then they clean up as well. Miners are going to take this first round.
Yeah, very well executed right there. Playing the late game, having your Leon super ready, pushing them back. And of course, Bo just having a really hard time against Bell. So they decided to switch up. We've got Bo on the Leon side this time. And we've got Janet on Bell, which I don't think is a good matchup for Janet either. Just not having the range against the Bell.
Yeah, I think at least one of these lanes does have to make a sacrifice instead of, having 2 lanes that are going to be losing the race. You might as well have Barahaz against Ben over here and actually be able to do something, and you see it now. The damage starts to rain down, Invisi healers pop though. Mines are thrown out onto Falcon, and Wall is forced there. Ben almost goes down, but doesn't quite fall, as Bo was low as well. Didn't want to risk his life to try take another.
Right, good decision right there by Ben. Still though, 1 mine, not going to be able to do much there. We know once this map gets smaller with the poison, it might be bad for Raconic, considering how powerful Leon can be up close, especially if this Grom can get his super. Elianis decides to jump in. Not a bad decision right here, jumping in on the Grom and then flying over and taking the W that time.
Taking the W against MW. Clearly what needs to be done by them. This time it does seem a lot better. They got the mines placed in mid. Falcon's going to bait them out pretty quickly, I would imagine. Sprout might want to take use of knowing the fact that he's going to go backwards, and he did actually get a shot onto him there as well. Wall available too. The hedge can be thrown up, and he does just that. Not the best though. I think you can actually wall from those walls to the other walls, so would have liked to see that a little bit more.
Yeah, especially against another thrower that can just utilize your walls. Not the best placement there. I'd much rather see him cut off a brawler like Leon, especially now that Leon has super. Try to make it into a 3v2 if you can.
Falcon falls low though. Chalky Milk seems to be as well. Janet getting hit pretty heavily by Master Walrus on the left. Aliani's having to back up, but now the pinch comes across. Falcon still remains low. Invis coming in, but the wall is placed, and Ben pretty much can't do anything. Grom Super comes in, and Chalky Milk falls low once more, but he's also low himself. Falcon almost going down now. He does get the trade. Chalky Milk goes down. Wall comes in. Barahaz in a 2v1. Can he make it happen? Ben is going to be pinching with MW, and it's not going to happen as Miners pick this one up.
Yep, Miners taking the first knockout game here against Raconic. Just so well executed at the late game. I feel like that's the issue. Like, you don't have a strong brawler to deal with a Leon just rushing you.
Yeah, those late game plays really have been on point from Miners. The 2 rounds they won were won when it started to close down. Barahaz going to place this turret a bit further out of Grom's reach this time. But Ben's going to come across and take it out anyway. Make sure Bo's not getting that super without deserving it. He's going to throw that shot in there. Gadget is going to miss, and the jump is popped by Aliani's, but can't use it because there's no target inside.
Yeah, and personally, I don't really like the adjustment much here. Having your Janet against the Grum. Chalky Milk just needs one hit here. Can you get it to connect? That's all he needs. Nice jump by Elianis. He's going to get the kill there. Unfortunately, though, for Raconic, are they going to take out Ben? There we go. As I was going to say, unfortunately for them, they did get Ben his super for Leon. So that's another thing to worry about here.
Barahaz tried every position on Earth to put his turret and not get it taken out. And this time it works. The mines are going to survive and be put down by Barahaz now. No more gadgets left though. Chalky Milk trying to make something happen, but Aliani's just sat at the back. Not really sure what he's trying to achieve in this position, but now he starts to make a move forward. Falcon going to throw out the gadget and get some very good connections on Chalky Milk. He falls low, and the super comes in and finishes him off.
Yeah, a little too careless right there by Chalky Milk. We got a little... Oh, and then Elians with a jump, flies away. Unfortunately, though, Ben coming in with the invisibility. And the worst thing is for Raconic here, they've been pushed back into their spawn. Not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, Barahaz just got to save his super here, surely. Ben comes in, gets a few shots off, brings him low enough for MW to shoot him. He's going to walk into the gas, trying to feed the Leon. Good decision from him, I think, in that one. And pretty decisive point here. If Miners win this one, they go 2-1 up. And if Raconic do, then they're going to bring it back and even out this set.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at Chalky Milk here. Having your Sprout alive is just critical. You don't want to lose your thrower early on in a knockout. It's just going to spell disaster.
MW getting a hit now. And Grom actually throwing out some good shots and making some connections this time. Ben can't be too far off Invis. I don't think he did get a few shots towards the end of last game. Grom super comes in. Not necessary, but just to secure the kill in case. Jump comes in, but Aliani's is marked, and that should be a quick finish off. 2v1 once more, Ben and MW against Barahaz, and this should be, I believe, a finish. Can't really keep his minds this time, because if they lose, they're not going to be coming back.
Yeah, there's no way. You just got to play this one safely. You can utilize the walls, pinch the bow, use your Invisi-heal, because that's all you need. There you have it. And as we saw from both of these games, that early kill on the Sprout is making it a lot easier for Miners. Grom just outplaying Sprout here, something you don't see often.
Yeah, Grom proving to be a bit of an asset in this one rather than a bit of a liability like previous games. Bell's Rock clearly his playground as he manages to assist his team in taking it. He usually got a bit of a trade or traded, which is quite good considering you would expect Sprout to be able to dominate that map. Miners with a lot more damage, over nearly, just under 30,000 damage, more, and even amount of supers, so you can't say that was the decisive thing either.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like, personally, Janet was a liability. Just not being able to do anything against these longer range brawlers, against the thrower. I know, obviously, Janet is a strong brawler, meta. She can fly over. But in the game mode such as this, where, no wall breakers in play, right? You got three long range brawlers that have longer range than you. He just had a hard time with that, Janet.
Yeah, well, as you said, one of them had 100% win rate and one of them had 0% win. Now they got 50% win rate each, so evened things out for those teams there. Miners are going to be 2-1 up after that one did finish, though. Raconic Esports are going to be down after it as well. So they do need to make something happen now, because this could be the final set and there's no more lives after this. Don't forget, we're in the losers bracket. So if Raconic lose, they're not making it in this split and they need to come back once again to qualify.
Yeah, definitely. I still believe in him. I think from these matches, what we've seen, Draft just plays so heavily in a lot. Like right now, Parallel plays the 2-zone map. We're gonna see, obviously, we're probably gonna see Eve banned again. Janet probably banned this time here. Janet a lot stronger in a map like this. Oh no, Janet's still in play. Wow. We got Sandy, Squeak, and Leon banned by the Miners, and then Raconic, Eve, Crow, and Leon. That does mean most likely Miners get the first pick.
Yeah, and surely it's got to be Janet. Whoever gets the first pick, it's got to be Janet, right? Regardless of that loss, it was a bit of a weaker map for her. You expect on a map like Parallel Plays her to still be played, just to ensure that you get a good draft, and it's a great place to start.
Definitely. And then you also have, yeah, Janet, as you called it right there. They're going to take Janet. For Raconic, what do you do? Against a brawler like Janet, she doesn't have the highest damage output. I'm thinking healers, not a bad idea. Byron, Pam up, you know, maybe even Poco, even though we never see that. But Byron and Pam, two great brawlers. Lola still on the table. Like Lola would be a great pick to pair your Byron now.
Well, they've chosen a Ruffs, and I don't mind it. He's got the sandbags. However, you know, there is a few gaps in there that Janet can squeeze a shot through. We've seen, you know, a few times where that spray just randomly finds its way through to hit another brawler or another obstacle in its way. So I do like the Ruffs. They might take something like an Amber, which can defeat it quite easily with the penetrative damage that Amber does have. And I would actually quite like to see that from Miners.
Yeah, I almost forgot about Ruffs. Ruffs is an excellent pick, especially a map such as Parallel Plays, where the late game is just so critical. Having those boosts on your teammates to help get, you know, into that opposing zone and win the game. So Bell on Miners Power, no, not a bad pick. Bell, great brawler against Ruffs and the sandbags, open area maps in hot zone. She you know, excels in.
Yep, it does seem that way. Bell, great pick, and this is kind of forcing Ruffs to have that Meteor Shower gadget because, you know, they've still got another pick, and Bell is going to do a very solid job against those sandbags as well and really come back to bite. And there's the Amber. Yeah. That's what I wanted to see. Now it kind of leaves Raconic with that one last pick to make a bit of a salvage to what they've got here.
Yeah, you know, if I'm Raconic, I'm still probably just going to go like Pam here. The Pam with Byron, just too beefy. Even with the Amber, the damage output, I don't know. I just don't see it overcoming that. And, oh, Ash. Okay, wow. We got Ash, which, you know, it's going to be good. But then again, Amber's going to burn those bushes on the right and left. You're not going to be able to utilize your speed gear as much. And you also have to concern yourself with Belle, who's going to constantly place her target on you, obviously. And then Janet constantly feed off of you, get those supers. So kind of a questionable pick on, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to push when Amber breaks down those walls, but if they make that explosive initial push, Byron and Ash straight down the right-hand side before Amber manages to get any super, and the same with Belle with no super as well, they can make a great play to start with, but, you know, it looks like Barahaz is going to be playing this mid and kind of leaving Alianis to make his own moves, and his own moves are good enough, apparently.
Yeah, the early game, Ash is going to get the better of, but my concern is definitely going to be that later. There you go, just imposing himself, like, no, get out of here. Byron, coupled with Ash, just way too much for Miners right now to overcome. They need to triple. They need to triple that Ash. But looking at Falcon right here, he's just focused on the right side of the map against the Ruffs.
Well, I don't like to call a game too early, but
yeah,
I'm not sure how I feel about this this one for Miners. Their 2-1 lead seems to be dwindling second by second. This entire top zone has near enough been completed by Alianis alone. Not sure why Barahaz really had to go back there instead of assisting Alianis a little bit more, but he did manage to secure it anyway. And this game's done.
Yeah, that's done. It's one of the quickest hot zone games, I don't know, I've ever seen in any tournament. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say not only that, but it's parallel plays.
Yeah.
It's a map where you're usually guaranteed 50% on the scoreboard. And, you know, straight
man.
away like this. You know,
Right.
Ash just instantly in the zone and, you know, securing the opposing side before even their home base.
Yeah. Just not having an ideal 10 counter, right? If I'm Ben right now, I would probably be assisting against the Ash. You just can't double team him, especially with a healer. This time they got the better end of it, which, you know, is going to help out a lot more right now. Especially considering Ash is a brawler that really relies on that healer to overcome a lot of these double teams and triple teams.
Well, this is looking a lot better for Miners in this one, as they get a little smidge of early percent. Not too much to worry Reconic, but as the time goes on and they start to develop positioning, Ash is going to become increasingly worse.
Yeah, that's a really great point, especially if Russ right now can get those supers, empower his teammates, or maybe make a comeback. But Janet gonna place her gadget. That was a pretty great placement to prevent Ash from healing back. And then try and keep him low. You know what, if I was Falcon, I probably would have jumped in on that Byron, take out the healer real quick.
Yeah, it might be a good shout. He does get marked up and he gets shot connected onto as well. Falcon can't finish him off and Alyanis will survive. Barahaz just missing his splash, but the rats are out to get him. And they do get the takedown. Ben now on this top zone and he's managed to score bit by bit, but Shocky Milk and Barahaz should be able to clean this one up quite fast.
Yeah, pretty big missed opportunity on the Ash, but they did manage to clean that up at the bottom left. And Miners getting a pretty small lead here against Reconic. Falcon gonna again fly over. Is he gonna go on that zone is the question. Probably is gonna jump into that zone, and that's gonna force Reconic to retaliate, but it's not happening. They're gonna try to hold on to that bottom left zone, which is the right idea. There's only 6% left. Yeah, that should do it.
I was going to say, they're going to retaliate by doing absolutely nothing but sitting on this away zone for them, which is, as you said, the right decision to make. You know, they see an opening, they're going to take it. They don't need to defend. They're up on percentage, and that's all that matters. They do actually take this set, I believe that was, right? I'm hoping I haven't lost count, but they took the set.
They take the set,
yeah. They took the set, so it's 2-2 now. It's going to be down to a fifth set yet again to decide this game. And these two fairly evenly matched teams, they might not be STMN and Tribe, but, you know, the next level down, and it's still just as close.
Yeah, just look at the kill differential here. A lot of it has to do with the Ash. Just too much. We were questioning whether Ash was the right play here, being able to constantly feed. But then again, once you just take that opposing zone in a map like Parallel Plays, everything becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, it seemed that way. A lot better by Reconic in that one. And, you know, as you said, we questioned the Ash, but I'm not sure if Miners really defended it as well as they possibly could have. Double team off the start might have been the better decision to make, other than sending one through mid or even possibly two offensive. But yeah, Reconic managing to pull through, holding on to that little bit of hope, because this is a set that's going to decide whether or not they're going to have to play for the next few weeks.
Yeah.
That's quite a big ask. There's going to be 6 qualifiers after this for split number 2. So they're going to be saving hours and hours of time if they manage to win this next set, whoever does win it.
That's a really good point right there. I would not want to lose the next one and go through the whole process of getting into the split, winning it. I would really want to capitalize in the next matchup right here. Dry Season is going to be the map. Bounty coming up with the last one. Dry Season, definitely we're going to see Eve being banned. Probably Janet again. Janet, a lot deadlier in Bounty, just being able to fly over and feed off of any of these low HP brawlers that we often see in Bounty.
Yeah, we are yet to see this map today, so the bans come in. Wow. And they're looking, as you said, there's an even there. Max, Mortis, and Jean are going to be the Miners bans, and Reconic getting rid of Eve, Jean, and Tick. So we've got 4 bans, if I'm right, just off the top of my head. Sprout going to be the first pick. Tick out the way, it's the right choice.
But I also think it's a little risky going with the Sprout with your first pick. Reconic going to take Piper, which, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of risky as well. If I were them, I'd probably take a brawler like Leon, which would put Sprout into a lot of pressure. But it looks like they're going to go with Brock instead, thinking, yeah, maybe we can open up the map, couple it with Piper. We got some synergy right there in an open area map. If I'm Miners, Nani's on the table. Nani's a great brawler to counter both Brock and Piper. Leon, very powerful brawler on Dry Season.
Yeah, I feel like Nani, though, is going to have a bit of a tough time early game on Dry Season, regardless of Brock breaking up the map bit by bit. It still takes a little bit of time, and that's where she's, you know, I suppose Nani doesn't really have a gender. I don't know why she's saying she. But, yeah, they take Leon. I was going to say, I don't think Nani really has the best early game. I like how versatile Leon is. You know, you said off the start, it'd be a good first pick, so why not pick it as a second?
Yeah, definitely. And that also puts Rakonic in a lot of pressure, like, hey, what are we going to counter this Leon that can go invisible at any moment, come after our Brock or Piper? Now I got to run, you know, probably jump gadget on my Brock to avoid that. They're going to couple it with Byron. That's a great pick. Imagine Leon, right, rushing at you with the heal and then invisi heal when he needs to or whenever he's invisible. It's going to make it tough on Rakonic.
Yeah, well, they do still have one last pick to try and counter near enough all of them, and Mr. P is the choice. I don't mind it. I quite like that Mr. P. It's going to be tough for Byron to deal with, Sprout to deal with as well, and Leon's going to be scouted out a lot more than he'd like to be.
Yeah, overall, I like both teams. I feel like Miners have a great shot with their Leon, especially if it played well with the Byron heal. Rakonic doesn't really have the best answer against Leon. And on the opposing end, you got to get that Mr. P super as early as you can and keep the enemy back, because otherwise you're going to really need to rely on those walls going down as quickly as possible against the Sprout.
Yeah, this is kind of like the epitome of the two separate comps that you'd usually see on this map. The range, the break, and a bit more control based by Miners here with the Sprout, Leon, and Byron. So far, though, good connection from Chalky Milk, and that should secure him the blue star.
Yeah, good start for Rakonic here, but again, if you're Barhaz, you got to work for that super. Getting the Mr. P super is just going to help out so much, especially in the bounty game where, you know, passiveness is just critical.
Well, MW getting hit quite heavily. Rakonic still maintaining this lead just purely off the blue star, which, you know, they've secured quite nicely. The rocket fuel comes down, and Falcon now pretty much hung out to dry on the right-hand side, with the exception of this singular mid-box.
Yeah, I love what Elianis is doing here, getting rid of as many walls as you can. And then, of course, Chalky also has his Piper super to use whenever he needs to here. If I was him, I'd also get rid of these walls, and maybe even my own walls right here, prevent that Sprout from utilizing any.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to kind of get the mentality together to break your own walls up. It's usually quite a tough one to do, but it looks like Sprout's starting to push up over this left-hand side, so he's going to be forced to momentarily. The homemade recipe does miss onto MW, who was low enough to be able to be taken down by that. Now the jump comes in, Lollipop drop falls momentarily after him. Falcon's very, very low, so some good connections clearly came in from Mr. P.
Yeah, definitely the right play to make right there with your Piper, breaking those own walls. You don't want to get spawn trapped. Missing some shots, but it's okay. Rakonic has the lead, but Mr. P's in trouble right there. Not in the zone that you want to be against the Sprout. Fortunately for him, he was able to evade those shots from Falcon. Ben does have his super and got him trapped thanks to Falcon, preventing him from retreating. Nice counterplay by Chalky Milk right there. 7 seconds. Can this Leon weave through? Nope. That should give Rakonic the first game of this bounty set. Wow.
I love the way like Ben just comes in, gets the takedown, invisibility, starts to run away, and then his teammate just gets taken down. He's like, nope, and just comes all the way back round. And he's like, oh, well, I've got to do something again. Better try and make it happen once more, but couldn't quite do it. And Rakonic are going to be on that match point. Right. And they've earned it as well. It's great plays, as you said, break up their own walls, and that's when it started to go a little bit worse because they had to break up their own walls because they were under so much scrutiny. But it turned out fairly well in the end. Yeah,
looking like another good start for Rakonic right there, 2-1. Baraha has also got a couple hits right there with his Mr. P, getting ever closer to that Porter. The Porter just helps out so much in eating ammo, keeping the enemy back. So you really got to work for that. And then Elianis opening the left side and probably going to switch over to the right when he needs to against the Sprout, who's also switching lanes.
Yeah, well, Falcon going to get hit up by a few of these Mr. P shots. Got to be fairly close to these porters now, as it seems he's connected a decent amount. Brock uses that rocket fuel down the right-hand side. Chalky Milk makes a connection. I believe his homemade recipe auto-aimed towards Ben then. I'm not sure. He might have just not popped it and shot a shot that way, but Alianis does have his super as well, which could really hurt Falcon, but actually misses. Takes down that singular box, so he's not going to be too sad about that singular box going as he slots forward and gets in a better position now anyway.
Yeah, a similar story to the previous game. Unfortunately for Barajas, doesn't have his porters yet, and then a great kill by Miners, taking a 3-2, forcing Reconic to be the opposer right now.
Yeah, they need to aggress just a little bit more. 35 seconds. Chalky Milk does still have a homemade recipe, so if a good connection's made on Master Walrus, then he can follow it up with a nice little high damage shot, which rarely misses. But Ben does have his invis as well, so can make that aggressive play if he desires, but he doesn't need to invis. The port comes in behind, and that was fairly close. Now he doesn't have that fallback play of using the invisibility. Falcon throws down a wall here, which means they're going to have to push around the left-hand side, and he's just going to spam that choke point, but he misses his shots. Master Walrus falls low, and Yalis can't quite follow up. They get the 2 takedowns, and it's only Ben left. They make the play, they take the win, and Reconic are going to the challenge season.
No way. I thought Miners had it there at the end. All of a sudden, look at this, 7 seconds. They're down 2-3. And then Barajas, boom, clutch shot, boom, Chalky Milk with the snipe. Leon is coming in with the final shot on Leon. All 3 of them getting a kill each. And getting into the next stage of this competition. Wow.
Yeah, I will say it's hard to say Chalky Milk was keeping a straight face in a serious situation, but you know, you've got to respect the players' names. Reconic Esports with 15 stars in comparison to -5, so across, across the 2 games, that's an extremely small amount of takedowns, even across the board. 15 stars across 2 games is even quite a small amount.
Yeah, you can just see it from both of these games. Both teams playing it very safe. It took Barajas the entire game to get that singles turret down, had it right on time to prevent Leon from getting it. That was huge. And then forcing them, spawn trapping them, getting those kills, getting this done. That was huge by Reconic.
Yeah, great plays all around from Reconic Esports. NA Miners, sadly, going to have to come back through that split number 2. They've still got a chance. They might make it to this challenge season yet, and you've got to bear in mind, the 4 best teams from this region are going to be moving forward today and won't be playing again, so they will be playing against some slightly worse teams. And by some of the performances today, I'd say they should be able to dominate some of the lesser teams in NA.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. They're definitely a very, very good team, as you can just see from their performance today. I'd expect them to make their way again in Split 2, make it back in here, possibly in the upper bracket next time, is what I'm expecting to see from the Miners.
Well, the next matchup is going to be STMN Esports versus West Coast to decide who will be the final team making it to the challenge season. We will be going to a short break, but stick with us because we've got an explosive match coming up next.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level. level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay on.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Yet another team advances to the challenge, and this time it's going to be Reconic. Huge congratulations to our third team of the day to be one of those qualifying squads. And of course, that means we still have one more semifinals in our lower bracket coming our way, and that of course is going to be between Stamina Esports and West Coast. That's going to be a fabulous way to close out the day after everything that we have seen today, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very solid game. I really like the way STMN have been playing today, just unfortunately falling short against Tribe Gaming of qualifying through the upper bracket, so they do have to come and face West Coast in a lower bracket game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they are able to do just that. It will be poetic if they are able to, but a little bit of an unknown factor there in West Coast as well. That could spice things up, Ash.
Yeah, still though, I think most of us have Stamina as the favorites in this competition. I think the polls would say that as well. Definitely a very intimidating matchup for West Coast, a team that's pretty new. They just recently formed a group of players, but no, they do have the experience level, but chemistry-wise, I'm not sure if they have it to overcome this matchup against Stamina.
You know, we'll have to see, and we'll talk about them more here in just a little bit as we do get to take a final look back at what happened in that last matchup. So let's walk us through some of these highlights.
Yeah, well, here we go. In the previous one, Miners didn't have the best starters. Extremely convincing games in this Brawl Ball set as they had a bit of a poor draft in both mine and Ash's opinion. Complete walkover from Reconic, and then they just played so phenomenally in that one. And then this one, Miners did bite back with Falcon with some incredibly clutch last-second Rico supers.
Yeah, those Rico supers are super close. Just check this out. Right on cue to get just enough percentage points to bring it back. And then Falcon again with the Grum on this map. Great teamwork between Ben and MW. In the hot zone matchup, we saw some big action from the Ash Byron combo.
Alyani's really showing up in that one, especially in that first game. Just pure dominance, and he just walked straight up the map and instantly took control of the opposing hot zone. This was the closing few seconds of that last game, and Miners were looking to get onto that double match point, but Reconic said no. Get a few taps in. Falcon could have used the wall there as well. Me and Ash were talking about that during the break, but didn't, and they were behind anyway, so they had to make a move. Close games, and a big congratulations to Reconic anyway.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 3 out of 4 teams now have their spots in the challenge. Like we were just saying, one more is still left up for grabs. It's going to be between West Coast and Stamina. So now it's time to talk about them, and we'll start with West Coast because, I mean, like I was saying, it's a little bit of kind of an unknown factor here.
Well, it's Shine, Poyo, Chepo, and Joz. I'm very familiar with Chepo as a singular player, 2019 world finalist, and had some real breakthrough moments, you know, in the earlier stages of competitive. And from there, he has kind of faded off a little bit. But recently, coming back up with this West Coast roster clearly, and will be fighting out against some of the best players to try to take the spot.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of history right there representing North America in 2019 for the World Championships. Right now, with West Coast, got Shine, another great player. Poyo, and then Jazz. All these guys have what it takes, but it's whether they have that shared chemistry against Stamina. That's going to be the ultimate question. They don't have that experience. Stamina's been playing for years. Bobby, OG, these guys have been playing together for like 4 years now.
Yeah, well, obviously, Chepo was OG and Bobby's teammate at a certain point a couple of years ago. So they will be out to try and finish him off after they did leave him. Zaratuni, OG, and Bobby, the roster of STMN, or Stamina, however you like to call it. A great team. We've seen amazing performances. Second best team in the region is the way a lot of people like to brand them, and I am one of those people as well. So really, really solid. Able to make some great plays happen. Zara finished them off, forcing the ball in. Just some highlights of previous games that we've seen them in today.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate for West Coast here to have Stamina in the lower brackets. Something you wouldn't normally see. Stamina you would never see in the lower bracket. But hey, that unfortunate matchup between Tribe is what led them to here. And if West Coast want to prove anything, this is the perfect time, whether they can defeat a tie-in Stamina in this critical matchup.
It's going to be a tough place for them to do just that because they are a solid team, great synergy, amazing mechanics. And I wasn't aware, but as you mentioned, a new team in West Coast. So they might have a few mechanics here and there, but synergy is where STMN thrive, and that might be where West Coast fail.
It's definitely going to be, I don't know. I mean, I've said it a few times, a little bit unknown, a little bit interesting here, and we'll have to see how it plays out. Now, you guys have kind of talked about a little bit that, and I know, totally not biased or anything, Ash. Stamina is your pick, right? So you have to have high hopes for them heading into this. Obviously, we've talked about their accolades quite a few times, lots of experience under their belt, but then they did go up against those other Titans in Tribe. Now, I would like to think that even though they did lose in that situation, that they, because of their experience, are easy to bounce back. Are you still very, very solid in that Stamina pick?
I mean, I have to be. Like, I can't expect Stamina to lose to a new team like this. Like, these guys just, sure, they're a group of great players, but in terms of accolades, just pale in comparison. Just the list goes on and on for Stamina, and then you have this new team. Sure, individual players, but again, other than Chepo, Shine, Poyo, Jazz, haven't really proved much in the competitive sphere of North America. So, you know, this is the best time for them to make their names, whether they can, you know, defeat Stamina here today. That would be huge.
I mean, I like that you're saying that too, because it is like a perfect opportunity for that. Now, Trav, just from watching Stamina today, do you have any maybe like little tips that we can give West Coast? Any weak spots they might be able to look for in Stamina?
I'm not sure. I mean, apparently they don't like aggression, I think, because like Tribe Gaming, every time they took these Max and Daryl comps, they did seem to struggle against them at certain points. So that might be the key to success for West Coast.
All right. Well, I mean, you heard it here first. These are the experts, okay? So we have to really go with what they're saying. I believe in you guys. So I think that's actually some really solid advice. I actually also want to know what chat has to say about this entire situation, though. We have one more matchup coming, and of course, obviously that means we want to get your opinion on it. So let us know in the poll below who you think is going to be taking home the final spot to the challenge. This is it, okay? We've gotten through everything for the day, so this is for all the marbles, the last team who will be taking those first 4 spots in the challenge. It's a big deal. It's a very, very big deal. And speaking of that last matchup, it is ready to go. Picks and bans are underway. So for the final time of the day, guys, take it away.
Well, we're straight back into this map pool. Sneaky Fields is going to be the first map, and the bans are already in. Janet, Squeak, Eve, Squeak, Ash, and Rosa. No tanks wanted by West Coast, clearly, and they've slotted in straight away with a Sandy.
Yeah, two very powerful tanks out of the equation here. But hey, we've seen Frank work here very well. There's definitely other tank options that Stamina can still utilize, but obviously they're not going to with their first two picks here. They're going to go with Ems. Great pick here. Good matchup against Sandy. Also limits what West Coast can play in terms of tanks.
Yeah, I like that pick, and you know, as you say, it kind of gets rid of the only remaining tank that can really be viable, which is Frank, and he is kind of viable only because Ash and Rosa are so good here.
Yeah.
So with those out of the mix, you probably won't see him slotted in, but we are going to see the Crow coming in from Stamina here. I like that pick, able to scout the bush so easily, and with the consistent burn, you can see where they go for a few seconds afterwards too.
I'm kind of concerned for West Coast here, mainly because Stamina has just taken two very good tank counters. Meaning with the last pick, Stamina could pick a tank. Meaning West Coast here, they got to be careful with what they choose. They go Rico, and if they go with another brawler that's weak to tanks, I'm going to be concerned. So Gale was a great pick in that respect. Now you don't have to worry about, you know, being weak to a tank, having a Sandy on your lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a great last pick, as you mentioned, the Gale. It can be useful against any brawler, whether it be Crow, Ems, or a tank. When you have that knockback, you're an amazing brawler end of. So it's a great final pick from West Coast. Closes down a lot of possibilities that STMN would want to be going. Some of the routes are still open, however, you can't really be going to tanks, so you got to be going something very control-based.
Yep, and they're going to take Ruffs. Wow. Now, Ruffs against Sandy, not the lane you want to be in, but against the Gale, that would be great, especially if you can get those power-ups. It's a very safe pick, I'd say.
Yeah, it's also going to be pretty decent against that Gale as well. Able to tank a lot of those shots coming forward, but when he gets a knockback, it could be quite difficult. I'd like to see the Crow kind of going through mid maybe to start with, and the Ruffs playing the lane a little bit against the Rico. But I'm kind of unsure how they're going to play this one. They might send the Ruffs mid and play for some sandbags just being placed instantly.
Yeah, Rico should have a comfortable time here. Chepo under Rico as well. Against Czar, he's going to go directly at him, get the heal. Just look at that, this quick aggression. Just well played by Chepo. Unfortunately, though, Czar still going to get the better end of that. And quick, rough super to empower Bobby and open up some walls at the same time.
I'm sure Bobby's going to be happy about that one. Should be pretty free for the rest of his duration of life, I should say. Before that power-up goes down, but now does have his super. Czar, explosive play down the left, and should be able to slot this one in. Does do just that. Wasted super from Bobby, but he just wants to make sure. So you got to respect that.
Yeah, definitely. Got to make sure sometimes right there. Again, Shine here, gonna get double. Great use of that rough catch as well. Those meteors hitting him, pushing him towards the Crow. I really like that.
Super comes down, trying to break up a few of those walls, and he is going to fall as well. Chepo sitting there with the super, but the knockback stops that in its tracks. Bounce Castle could not be used, and Bobby running for that power once more, because he was loving it last time.
I would run for it as well. Check this out, though. They've been pushed down to their spawn area. Another great gadget used by OG, and then Czar just melting everyone with them. This is what I meant, man. Just the chemistry between Stamina. Just so well. Just so well played right here. Clean takedown for Brawl Ball.
Well, I'm scared for West Coast after that, because instantly the impact that STMN brought to that game was just so fast. Finishing it off in just over a minute, so not as fast as some of the other games we've seen today, but nonetheless, a fast Brawl Ball game like that is always going to get the momentum and blood pumping ready for the next one.
Yeah, and the scary notion here is, like, Shine has the matchup he wants against Ruffs on the right. Still unable to win it. Bobby, you know, slowing him down, and then the gadgets. Great combination right there. Czar on the left. Nice decision to corner the ball there. But still, you gotta make your way. And that's what, you know, West Coast has been struggling to do this entirety of this Brawl Ball set. Is just being able to push Stamina back.
He gets the super and breaks the walls. Bobby has got his jump as well. Czar wants to try and push for this ball right now, but Bobby needs to relieve some pressure beforehand. Knockback comes in, friend zoner, and the super from Czar as well. Falls too low to try and get the ball just yet, but they've got all the pressure in the world. They don't need to make any moves, just as Tribe weren't against them.
Yeah, and not just that, even if this game like 1 minute and 36 minutes until overtime, Stamina's still going to have the advantage in overtime. Against a matchup like that, Sandy, Gale, Rico, especially if Bobby holds on to some of those slowdowns.
Well, super from Chepo isn't really going to connect too much. Bobby's very low, though, but a double slow, and Shine gets hit by another one of those meteors. Poyo going to get slowed by Zara, and Bobby has got his jump as well. Chepo pops that last, or not last, actually. Still got one left, but he pops a bouncy castle, and Bobby is going to go down just as he lands near Poyo.
Yeah, Zara's thinking about it, thinking about moving that ball up. But you know what? Shine could decide to just corner if he wants to, which probably would be the safer choice to do here. Chepo going very aggressive against Zara, not going to be able to get the best of him. It's a 3v2 opportunity, and now Stamina in a good position to push back and possibly score here. Poyo's going to try to keep that ball safe behind the wall on the right.
Shine finally got his super, but went down when he placed it. Zara had good control over that lane, so it was a tough place to put it. That Ruff's power-up's in a bit of a tough spot for anybody on Stamina to grab right now, but the knockback is still there from Poyo, and they really need another Sandy super for this overtime, but he's going to be about 6 shots away because he used it just before he went down. Yeah,
he did just use it right before dying. So Shine pretty far away from getting his super. We're going to head into overtime very soon. Bobby has his super ready as well. So Chepo's got to be careful. He's really low. Easy target for a Crow to jump in on. Shine is low as well. Now you got Poyo Sorio getting 3v2 here. This is not looking very good for West Coast.
Super available from Bobby as well. Can pass off and jump, but he chooses to go for a very cheeky shot down the middle, not quite making it in the goal. But Zara going to push forward, and Poyo throws it down, and a twister on top of it, but the ball actually bounces off his body and is played out of the twister. Goes to them, and OG finishes off the set. Great first set from STMN, and a little bit unfortunate at the ending there for them. It was a great choice of play from Poyo, but look, as he picks the ball up as he goes down, and it rolls off the twister. So a little bit unfortunate.
That was definitely unfortunate right there. But hey, West Coast did make some adjustments right there. Did play it better. Cornered it a couple times. That was their best opportunity to do so. So they are still getting better. It's a team that's, you know, new, and they're just evolving, just learning from this. It's a great learning experience. Their first competitive matchup against Stamina in the tournament. So yeah.
Well, the stats back up STMN's performance. 89,000 damage, 53,000 from West Coast, which is honestly surprising to see them do 50,000 with how much they were in spawn, to be honest. So, difficult situation for them overall as well. But they are going to have to up their game if they want to be able to rival STMN in this one, because they're just proving yet again why they are one of the best teams in this region.
Yeah, definitely. Especially that first game in Brawl, just walked through it like a breeze. Their draft process was awesome. The gameplay, the strategy between Crow and Sandy, I thought for sure, hey, you know, Sandy's gonna be a tough matchup for Ruffs on that lane. But no, here comes Bobby, slows them down with the Crow, and it just makes it easier for Ruffs' Meteor Gadget to hit that Sandy and win that matchup. So like, just these small things that Stamina does as a team is just brilliant.
Well, here it is safe zone on a heist again. And this time, you got to expect some of the... I'm going to completely retract what I was about to say. I was going to say, you know, they need to get rid of some of these wall breaks, but clearly they just don't care. Brock is going to be the first pick, and I like it as well. It worked out for the team last time.
Yeah, I'm surprised West Coast decided not to ban Brock. It's one of the, you know, key wall breakers. And it's exactly why Stamina didn't ban a brawler like Brock. They want him. They want to open up that right lane. That kind of forces West Coast to possibly go Colt. Yeah, and there you go. There's the Colt pick. I don't like it as a second pick because we know they could have had that Colt for the last pick as well, right?
Yeah, well, Colt is the one they take, and Bell paired along with it. The Bell did work last time, but it wasn't on the winning team, sadly. It was dominating the B in mid. So still an extremely good pick, and if you're shooting these players around the safe, you're going to get trickle damage from it bouncing off and hitting the safe. As small as it is, every percent counts, which we saw on quite a lot of those games where the Rico Super in the last few seconds clutched up by just a couple of percent. Piper not out the way though, and Bobby is going to pounce on opportunities to play that.
Yeah, and you also have Lola on the table right now. That's what I'm expecting. Couple Brock, Piper with a Lola opened up lane on Brock. That would be perfect right there for Stamina.
Yeah, I can imagine they will be trying to look towards Lola now, but a little bit of decision-making time from them isn't going to hurt anybody.
There it is.
There you are, Ash. You are right. Lola is the last pick from STMN. And I think that leaves West Coast in a very tough spot.
Yeah, man, how are you gonna counter that? Possibly like a Daryl maybe on the Brock side may alleviate some of the pressure. So that's what I'm looking at on West Coast side.
Yeah, it would have to be quite a few suicide runs to get the damage
Yeah.
from oh,
Wow.
oh.
Wow.
I don't know about that. How is he going to be dodging these Piper and Brock shots? We saw how badly it played out on Crystal Arcade, and that's with a lot of walls to hide behind.
Yeah, especially a team like Stamina, man. OG, Bobby, Zar. These guys have really good pinpoint precision with their snipers and long-range brawlers. It's gonna be tough being an 8-bit here. Not just that. Who's gonna be the mid here? Is your Bell or your 8-bit? That's gonna force one of these brawlers to the lane. That's another mismatch. So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but on the bright side, West Coast does have high DPS combo in Colt and 8-bit. So if they can manage to get to the safe, they can deal a lot of damage. Wow.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. They just missed the Colt wall break.
No, no.
So now all control goes to STMN, and they don't even have to shoot any shots to get it, because Poyo did miss that one. But now things start to even out again, but Bobby is not going to hesitate about absolutely destroying this 8-bit. Well, actually, Shine gets that last hit and finishes him off.
Yeah, although it doesn't matter too much, because as an 8-bit, you got to get that super down. You don't really have the speed here either. On the left side, Chepo trying his best with his B lane, did not get into a good position behind that wall. Bobby being able to take advantage, and now Lola having an easy time on the right side. This is looking pretty good for Stamina already.
What was that 8-bit, sorry? He works that hard to get it, throws it up and TPs towards the Piper who has a jump. I'm not going to say anything else, but that was questionable, to say the least. 50% has been dealt, and I'm surprised it's not more with how well STMN are playing right now. They got the Brock, they got the Lola in this position, and they're just going to completely bully them right now.
Yeah, man, it's tough. If you're 8-bit, where are you going to drop this turret? There's like no walls anywhere within the vicinity to safely place this. So you're just not going to have a fun time here. The great Lola Ego gadget placement right there. 100 to 0. What? Wow.
I can't see West Coast being able to do too much here.
Yeah.
Even with a successful Colt wall break at the start, I doubt it as well. But that kind of put the icing on the cake for them. As soon as I saw that, I was really not feeling too good about their chances in this set. But it is STMN who take the first game, and now this is going to put some great momentum in their favor if they win this one, because then only one set would be required to move into the next phase.
Definitely. You know, if you're this Colt, you gotta, if you're Poyo right now with Colt, gotta dominate right here. If you're Shine in the 8-bit, you gotta win this mid matchup against Piper. You do have more health than the Piper, although it's gonna be hard to dodge a player like Bobby on Piper. And then on the right side, Chepo, you know, he's a great player, but you put him on Bell, you're just not gonna win that matchup against Jar. It just takes too many hits to take down the Lola 1v1.
Yeah, and then he should start getting his ego soon enough as well, and that's where it really starts to go downhill. This time, though, they do have an 8-bit turret behind a wall, which is quite surprising, to be honest, with how much wall break that has been across the rest of the map. OG established himself quite nicely. Chepo does manage to make the play, but OG makes a comparable one over the left-hand side, gets a shot off, and the lead is now in STMN's favor.
Yeah, looking much better for West Coast here now. A much better start. Now, if Shine can make his way forward, drop that turret behind these walls, but he can't do so readily because, as you can see, OG does have his Brock super ready. So right now, he does that. Brock, OG got to come in with the Brock, open that wall up, destroy that turret, and it's going to slow down Shine, making an easy target for Bobby and Zar right now.
Yep, Brock is going to take down the Colt before he can get that super off. They did manage to get a little bit of damage on the board, and that's more that can be said than last game. 2% is better than 0, so West Coast are already doing better, and that's easy to say, considering they have defended a lot better in this one. OG, though, is not going to stop bullying Poyo. He gets another takedown. Super goes off onto safe as well, and he's going to follow it with another couple of shots, I'd imagine, as well. Incendiary burns down.
Yeah, unfortunately for West Coast, I feel like it's only going to get tougher and tougher as this map opens up even more with all these wall breaks. Zar on the left side against Cole. Good decision right there. Quickly eliminates him. Nice homemade gadget by Bobby. Even though he's not going to eliminate the 8-bit, he's going to keep the 8-bit low, and that's exactly what you want to do. Oh, man, that's going to be tough to overcome. There's no way for West Coast to get through this now.
Yeah, I'm just questioning how OG was allowed to survive for as long as he did. He was like 480 HP with 2 people pinching down on him, and he still remained up. But that is going to be SCMN going 2 sets up now against West Coast. 1 more required to join the other 3 teams in the challenge season.
Yeah, man, I gotta hand it to the draft here. It's like they put a checkmate the moment they took that, that combination of brawlers. You give them Brock with the first pick, you give them the ideal wall break, you give them an ideal mid in Piper to couple your Brock with, and then the best of all, you get Lola with Rico banned on the opposing end. It was just too good of a draft for Stamina.
Kind of seems too good to be true. You'd have thought West Coast would be able to shut off some of those avenues with the bans, or even taking brawlers that they would have wanted as well, just to get them out of the way for STMN and allow them to be able to play them as well. But STMN, complete dominance in that set there. They're looking like they get about 2% across 2 games, and that's not the best damage if you are West Coast.
Yeah, if you're West Coast, you know for sure you got out-drafted right there. As a new team, against this is the first, real matchup against Stamina in this sort of stage. They get a taste of that. They get a taste of that medicine. Hey, and now we have a lot to learn from this draft process. Maybe we should have banned Brock from them, right? Maybe not give him that. Or maybe we should have taken Lola with our 2nd pick rather than give that brawler to Stamina.
It is Bell's Rock on Knockout up next, though, so we are back to this map where Grom apparently is viable. Well, it's not going to be in this time because it is banned, but it does keep up with the viability of it. It's going to be Brock and Jean joining that as STMN's bans, and then Piper, Tick, and Eve as West Coast bans.
Yeah, and Stamina taking the 1 viable thrower remaining here in Sprout. If you're West Coast, you have some good brawler options right now from the previous match of what we've seen Rakani going with their Leon, Mr. P. And that worked out very well for them. So for West Coast here, I'm thinking maybe Leon. You kind of have to grab him here if you want a good brawler to sneak up on brawlers such as Sprout.
Yeah, possibly so. They take a Byron. I'm not 100% sure whether I'm convinced by those actually countering Sprout, or whether the Sprout just didn't play too well. Because if you are getting dominated by a Grom as a Sprout, you're probably not playing it how you're meant to.
True.
But Byron being the first selection from West Coast, and we've said it time and time again today, versatile brawler. No matter what they pick after this, they'll pretty much synergize with it really well.
Yeah, definitely. So looking at it here, man, you could go Morris, but definitely don't want to with your 2nd pick, especially with Stamina having the next 2 pick. Pam, wow. Pam on Bell's Rock here, no wall break. That's I don't know. I like the combination of Byron. Don't get me wrong, Byron and Pam, 2 healers. But in this map, no wall breaker?
I don't mind it, to be honest with you. I think it can work out quite well, a Byron and Pam combo, even with the walls up. Playing that late game, healing up, waiting for these brawls to close in. And if they take a Leon, if they take something a bit more aggressive, then you're going to be able to use the Scrap Sucker gadget to take all their ammo, and you've also got that Pam turret with damage coming down as well. Bo, good pick against the Pam. I like it.
Yeah, I really like the Bo pick against Pam. Just gonna get so much value, just more damage. Bo is like a more damage Pam, I feel like. Whereas Pam, you got the healing aspect. You got substantially more health. Lola on the other end, wow.
I'm not sure how I feel about that one, though. I feel like once you get the ego, it might be all right to tank a bit of damage, but at the same time, it's going to be very tough to connect many shots at all, and that's the same that goes with the Pam as well. You've got some decent range, but it's just tough to connect damage and damage and damage. Janet, you thought it was quite bad, and it did actually, cost the cost the team that used it when they did. West Coast might bring, a bit of a different strategy and use it a bit better, but I kind of agree with the fact that I just don't know if it should be used on Bell's Rock.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Janet matchup against either Lola or Bo. It's gonna be a lot better in this sort of matchup, but then you have to worry about that Sprout, especially as a mid, his ability to constantly assist any of his lanes 2v1, and then once he gets those walls down, how are you gonna get through it? So those are big questions. Let's see if West Coast can answer them.
Yeah, they're trying to milk this bow turret for as much as they can before it goes down. It is ticking down 50 a second, so OG and Zard trying to get the maximum value out of it. Do get the mines pretty much instantly, and OG grabs a wall as well. I like what they've got going on so far. Oh, that wall is nasty. Oh,
No.
oh. OG with the wall, trapping him on Zard's bow mines. That might be one of the plays of the day. I like that.
And he also gave him a shimmy. He was shimmying around with his Sprout afterwards. Shine kind of trapped here. Gonna be able to heal himself back. Good decision. You got to play the overtime, not the overtime, but you got to play the long game here if you want to win this matchup.
I was a little bit scared for West Coast when that one bow mine did remain in mid there. I thought Poyo might walk over it, but we are seeing Pam with a turret can be absolutely ruthless, and he throws it onto OG. He's going to kill him low,
That was
but
smart.
OG might be able to heal up a little bit before this end game closes in. Shine gets hit. Can OG finish him off? He doesn't go for the shot and doesn't connect it, and OG's stuck outside. Poyo
Wow.
will survive it, and they'll take the first round.
Wow. Pam right there just using her health as an advantage. Just keep up against the Sprout, who's going to take like 10 shots to take down a full HP shielded Pam.
Yeah, Jeppo once again in a tough spot. OG can't seem to miss, but he's getting heals all day long. OG's got another wall. He throws it out and tries to exploit the position that he's got, but the jump from Chepo has been popped, and OG grabs his gadget and brings his wall back just in case.
Yeah, oh, I'm not sure what Chepo did right there. Used his gadget, but he jumped the wrong way. Kind of a wasted opportunity. I know what Chepo's trying to do here, trying to jump in on this Sprout, but oh man, Shine taken down right there. It's a 3v2, not really what West Coast wants. They're probably just gonna move into the next one, probably just gonna give him here instead of feeding supers. But as I say that, the whole Stamina squad has their supers ready.
Yeah, I thought Chepo might want to try and grab his before the end, but he didn't manage to get it. Zar's just going to go and stand next to him, not really shoot too much, and Poyo falls down anyway. Round each now, as STMN and West Coast both have one on the board. Zar does have mines, OG has a wall, and Bobby has an ego. So they're in a good position to win this one.
Yeah, definitely. And here, man, OG, just too much. I know Chepo wants to jump over, but OG, just too clever. He knows that. Poyo, he's going to get bullied. 3v1 here against Poyo. He's getting healed, but it's just not going to be enough to overcome that. And there you have it, Stamina taking it back.
Match point to STMN.
Wow.
They really want this. They really want to move on. They don't want to play another, 6 qualifiers before they can try again and come back, because this isn't a competition you want to miss. Every team playing today desperately wants to make it closer and closer to that money. There's 50,000 on the line throughout this series, so they are going to play this turret once again, try milk the maximum value out of it. And we're seeing a little bit of a difference this time. Janet isn't playing the mid. Well, she is now, and she's surely going to go down because of it, but no pinches there, and Zar can't quite connect any shots. Chepo's still surviving, but OG should finish him now. He's still surviving. I'm not sure what's going on, but the mines are thrown down, and he's still there, living. Shine with some great heals.
How is Chepo still alive? I don't know, but there he goes down. And this is the matchup that I was concerned about. Like, you don't have an ideal counter to Sprout, right? In a map where Sprout is just so dominant, and just look at the junctions in this map, the choke points. They're just so dominant for Sprout, especially against a non-wall breaking comp.
Yeah, you see them pushing quite aggressively once again. Ego's down, and Chepo's going to go down to it as well. Bobby getting the angles right. 3v1 to win it. Poyo all alone, and STMN surely going to take this one home. One shot from OG will do it, and STMN are going to the challenge season.
Yeah, you can just see it. They just threw the towel right there. They knew that, this is just too much. Like, even if you can get that one game, you got to get the next knockout, and then you got to do the reverse sweep. It's just, let's just call it a day. I want to go home.
Yeah, well, you can't blame him, really. Throwing in the towel towards the end there, and you can see why.
Wow. Yeah.
A lot of that damage probably did come from the Sprout, to be fair, able to shoot over those walls, and Bobby putting in a good shift on the Lola as well. 79,000 damage in comparison to 26,000. And look at the supers as well, 21 to 5. And, there's no question why STMN won it.
Yeah, it just seemed like a playground right there for West Coast, for Stamina right there. And I feel like much of it has to do with the draft process again. They just didn't have any wall breakers for the Sprout. They didn't have any counters for Sprout, right?
Yes, tough break for them, but the drafts didn't go as planned, and you can't blame anybody but yourselves for the draft. That's the main thing. You know, you can't blame the opposing team. It's all down to you. What brawlers you want to pick, what brawlers you want to ban, and even a lot of what the opposing team can play is down to you as well, because you can take the brawlers that they want to play, so that's their comp doesn't synergize as well as they would like to.
Definitely agree with all of that. And again, it's just much of a learning process for a new team like this. As you can see, inexperience of West Coast versus the very experienced Stamina. The draft process of Stamina is just perfect every game right there. They had them in their hands every single time.
All right, guys. I know you could probably talk about this for days, but I've got to step in here. First of all, fantastic performance from Stamina. I think you kind of knew that's where it was going to go, right? They wanted to make sure they had that spot in the challenge. So we'll take a quick look back at some of the highlights from this final matchup of the day, and huge congratulations again to Stamina.
There's not a lot to say about these highlights other than complete dominance, really. Great drafts, great plays from STMN. Optimistic shot from Bobby here and there, but this one, it kind of did hit where it hurts. Poyo, great play, great thought process as well about putting the twist there, but just as he goes down, he grabs hold of the ball and it spins out of the way. In these ones here, yet again, it's pretty much the same story. I think they got 2% across 2 heist games, so not much of a foot in that one.
Yeah, definitely. And much of it, again, time and time, the drafting here, Stamina playing you to their hands here. You know, you didn't have any, you had 2 mids. You had Bell, 8-bit. They were able to capitalize on that mistake. And then on Knockout, forcing you to use a comp that's not suitable against a Sprout matchup, right? Sure, you got Janet, but how many times did we see Janet fly? Never. Right? She never got her super in any of these knockout games. Man, it just felt way too easy, how Stamina made this look.
Yeah, couldn't even engage with the gadgets either because there was just Sprout just always staying out of the way, and he had his teammates helping him as well. You can see the 4 teams which qualified to the challenge season. Tribe Gaming NA, Vatra Gaming, Raconic Esports NA, and STMN are going to be seen in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, so that's obviously those first 4 spots from that first split, but of course, we do have that second split around the corner. So these are just the first teams that will make their way there, but we've got a whole other split coming up with more opportunities for the teams that you saw here today or more opportunities for yourselves. Fantastic performance from Stamina there to kind of close out the day with a very emphatic exclamation point, making sure that they are sealing their spot in that challenge. And like you guys have said quite a few times now, chance for 50. I'm okay. Listen, lots to talk about here. Okay, we've got. All right. Anyways, lots of money on the line here for the challenge. Potential $50,000 for all the teams that have qualified. So you know that they wanted to make sure they got in there nice and early to make sure that they got that money. So chances nailed down. 4 teams in where they want to be with the challenge. And speaking of that final team who had a fantastic performance, we actually have Bobby on the line and we get a chance to talk with him. Bobby, hello, how are you? I mean, you guys had to play a few more games than you probably would have liked here today, but in the end you had that decisive victory and you get the 4th and final spot to the challenge.
Yeah, we definitely played a little bit later than we wanted to, but just happy that we qualified and, you know, everything's good now.
Yeah, Bobby, I was just wondering if you have any, preparations you're going to be using going forward into this challenge phase. Is there any teams you're really scared of, and how are you going to prepare to face them?
Yeah, there's a couple good teams in NA as of late that have been really playing well, like Tribe and Vatra, to name a few. Try and probably use a different type of draft strategy than we've been using the last couple of weeks because it hasn't really been working, and hopefully that works out.
Nice, thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bobby, what's up, man? How you feeling? That matchup against Tribe, man, I had you guys. I was favoring you guys to win that one. That last matchup, like, walk me through it. What was going on there? Like, Zulon just hitting all those shots with Rico.
Well, I'm a little bit salty about the last two sets. Zulan played Rico in both of them. Both of them, I think we had a pretty good shot at winning with our draft, and we just played it a little bit incorrectly. But yeah, Zulan was definitely a menace on the Rico. It's tough on that map with first pick because I kind of feel like you have to leave something really strong open, and a lot of the time we leave Rico open, a lot of the time we face Tribe on that map, and a lot of the time we end up facing Zulan's Rico, and he usually does a lot of work with it, so it was very aggravating.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, though, you guys were able to pull it out. You did get the spot that mattered. I'm going to let you go here in a second, but before I do, I want to give you the opportunity to get in some shout-outs that you might want to make, say hi to some folks, whatever you want to do here.
I guess shout out to my mom. She's probably watching, and shout out to Jeannie for watching for 5 straight hours, the entire ESL. But yeah, just shout out to everyone who supports us, and yeah.
Well, thank you again for taking the time to chat with us. Congratulations one final time on getting that final spot to the challenge. You guys definitely deserved it after today.
Thank you.
All right, I love being able to chat with the players. It is nice. I know it's only for a short while, but it's nice to be able to kind of put a face to some of those names, especially for you guys in chat. It's been a fantastic day here today. Now, like I was saying before, and like we've said all day, if you're enjoying any of the stuff that you've seen here today, you don't want to miss what's going on in the challenge, okay? There is $50,000 on the line for the 4 teams that have qualified, and then for 4 more that will make their way through in that second split. First place taking home $20,000, and that is a lot of cash. And you know, after the performances that we saw today, they're definitely going to make some tweaks and make sure that all of these teams are pushing as hard as they can for the first place spot.
Yeah, definitely. So I think there's a few favorites in there, and obviously, you know, I think there's a few teams who we can name today who have made it through that will be able to, you know, push forward into the later stages of the challenge across the weeks.
Absolutely. And if you guys are hoping to be a potential favorite, Split 2 signups are open, okay? You can head on over to snapdragonproseries.com, get yourself signed up, get your team signed up, and who knows, you could be potentially playing against the best of the best. It is the era of everyone after all. And we would love to be able to talk about some of your lovely faces that we see here in chat hanging out with us all the time. Now, before I let you guys go, I need to get your final thoughts on the day. How was the whole experience, Trev?
I mean, it's been great. I think, you know, the teams who have deserved to make it through have eventually made it through. STMN obviously, you know, taking a bit of a tough defeat against Tribe, and Bobby expressing his frustrations in that interview there, but they definitely, you know, deserve to make it in the end. And I think the 4 teams who deserved did make it through.
What about you, Ash?
Yeah, same. The 3 big teams we've been talking about, Stab and the Tribe, Vatra, all made it through. Not a surprise there, but Reconic, excited to see that team right there, a new team making it in. Excited for them.
Well, thank you so much, guys. You absolutely crushed it on a very, very long day. So huge congratulations to you as well for making it through everything. But that is a wrap on our Split 1 Brawl Stars Open Finals. Huge congratulations to all of the teams who have qualified through to the challenge. We look forward to seeing who will be able to join them from Split 2. Of course, we have to thank all of our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the U.S. Air Force, Monster Energy, and DHL, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Pushing quite aggressively once again. E goes down, and Chepo's going to go down to it as well. Bobby getting the angles right. 3v1 to win it. Hoyo all alone, and STMN surely going to take this one home. One shot from OG will do it, and STMN are going to the challenge.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.